This could be Senna. I've seen people play Senna around it. It's not as good as blinged out, but it still works. Or it can just be looking for that late game to play around the Lucian.
For sure, there's a buff on rapid fire on 4 or 6. No one is actually going for that.
Ambil di itulah. Halo, selamat malam. Balik lagi para Minotaur guys. Kali ini kita Nobar TFT Championship Rumble Remix ya. Ini enggak official. Nanti kalau tiba-tiba berhenti berarti kena ini ya, kena dispin ya.
Well, I want to raise a question here because I think this did come up a little bit in our discussions as well. You mentioned about playing early, strong early on for Heartsteel. How important is it at the moment to just generally be playing the early game strong?
I think saving HP is just important overall in this current meta, right? Like boards are spiking really quickly because of the headliner mechanic. So if you're not able to save HP early on and then you miss at all, you'll just be going for that fast aid. So I think a lot of high tempo playstyles tend to work a little bit better. We've seen some exceptions. We've seen players play open fort. We've seen a lot of lost streak, especially once you get Heartsteel online, but it's not always something you can look for.
Yeah, it's important the goal that we're seeing now. 25 gold now for Hisoka and also Cheche with the lost streak with 20 gold. So it will be very great for them either to roll a little, maybe a stage 3, or to try to hold that economy for later.
The big thing we have to look at between Hisoka and Cheche is going to be if they run into
ini round 1 ya guys.
Right, they're both playing for lost streak, and I think both of them are
Augment payout ya. Ininya portalnya.
If they're in each other's pool, and we're looking at Cheche right now, he does have Hisoka in his pool.
We've got to remember that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It's so important to keep those bosses coming in, get those components and the gold. It's a huge swing. One without that, we
sepertinya dia lebih memilih interest ya. Interest 3 bro. Ini gameplaynya mirip gua ini ya. Daripada memaksakan pakai apapun tapi tetap kalah ya. Itu namanya objektif gaming guys ya. Walaupun kalah nggak apa-apa, penting objektif daripada lu maksa tapi nggak dapet apapun gitu. Interestnya nggak dapet, ininya nggak dapet gitu. Nah sekali lagi early game keuangan itu penting banget ya.
It makes it so both of these players are going to be much lower HP and they're going to have to hit on their first rolldowns.
And we did just notice that from the scoreboard that we did have a couple of win streaking players. So
kok latam semua bro.
Get those lost streaks to stay in place, but Volta is the only one to hold on to his streak as of that last round. So we might see our players starting to settle down a little bit, saving gold rather than spending aggressively to keep their win streaks going.
Possibilities here. Hisoka is already has the line of pentakill. He has the possibility to play Senna, to play Kale. Both of them have got a high play rate, both in scrims and on regionals. So it wouldn't be amazing to see who gets it, and most importantly, who gets the priority to say I'm going Senna. So probably is Volta, but we see much players trying to go for that line.
Yeah, because Senna was the most consistent as far as getting top 4s. She had something
ini di highlight mulu sih Cece. Oh dia punya Augment yang itu ya, yang kalau kalah dapet item mau dapat gold. Wih, Jingnya udah B3 bro. Voltarium. Ini dari EMEA itu Eropa ya.
We've got the 3-star Jinx in place for now with the super fan to add against his Rage Blade early on. What do you like? How much are you liking this at this point in the game compared to maybe what we'll see very late on?
I like it because normally
the level 5
he could play Punk.
Dia pakai Jing juga.
Chunky Jinx that once she gets the rest of the items she could give it like the total mid game and probably go to 9 even.
Apa kabar bang? Ini beda-beda negara diambil jagoannya bang. Kemarin kan udah ada ininya regionnya. Nah region itu diambil 3-3-3 sama yang juara-juara apa namanya turni mayor. Halo Yuga, halo Ramadika.
Hitting immediately. Stage 2, he's already on the Jinx 3. This is really great. The big thing we gotta look at for this fight though is gonna be Cheche, Hisoka, if they'll fight each other and if we can see any of these win streaks continue.
Yeah, well, I mean, no one's gonna be able to make it out with stage 2 completely unscathed. Yes, the biggest confirmation there. We make sure that there's gonna be no chance.
Cheche masih nyari loose streak dia ya. Itemnya udah lumayan dapat sih itu. Dapat 2 atau enggak 1 atau 2 paling ya.
And we see
Karena
the
tiap
parity in
tiap
HP,
4 round kan
Hiso can
dapat
change it
item
with
kan.
53 life, so both with the same strategy and no one was penalized. So Cass, it didn't happen. But
Besok
it
main
still
tiap
can
Nusantara,
happen.
main.
Sometimes they try to stand this blue streak
Ini
to
malam
3-2,
ini
or even for the next carousel.
ininya
Let's see
apa
if they want
namanya?
to stabilize and stop the bleeding or
Itunya guys.
make stronger.
Yeah, the big negative
Technical
for
meetingnya
them is even though they didn't run into
ini
each other
diundur
in their
tadinya jam
games,
7 jadi jam
exploding,
8.
right? If you lose your loss streak after taking this much damage, it can be entirely ruin your game. They did have to lose a lot more HP than they probably wanted to. Going down to 63 after stage
Agak rindu
2
masa-masa
is
gua
very
nabrak
low. They
chair lu.
essentially just for the entire stage because they were in each other's pool the whole time. And so it's going to be a big question as how do they stabilize in stage
Olap 4
3?
Bruiser udah dapat Titan, Deathblade sama AOJ ya.
Just above is also on a 4-round loss streak as well. So we've got more loss streaks running here than we do have win streaks. No, absolutely with you. It feels like, you know, coming into stage 3, we're going to see hopefully some pretty big changes there.
Ini si Cece tadi yang main low streak.
For sure, Donnie with
Udah
the
kelima,
4
guys.
streak will be very good for him and more reliable. No, he can be
Oh, dia
more
mau langsung
flexible.
ke
He can play
6.
more in the stage 3 to go for that. Oh.
Pas 8 sepertinya
It's a
guys.
reroll. I can think of him staying with the buy. But the
Oh, reroll dia
Jinx
langsung
will
di
be
6
solved
reroll.
in installed moment. Or at least get the
Revenge? Nggak mau
so that he
revenge?
has to pivot out of there and get to the
Nyari apa dia, bro?
Hello, we've got something developing here. Cheche is starting to slam the units in. So we've got crowd diver in place.
Ada Riven tadi nggak diambil loh.
Here as well. So exactly as you said, Cass, you know, we're starting to see the sea change coming in from our lower HP players.
Yeah, he goes for a big roll down. Doesn't actually find anything too substantial here, right? The
Oh,
two-star
dia
Catarina
nyari
is pretty much go for this
Katarina
crowd
sepertinya,
diver
guys.
angle. Now that he only needs 6 more copies and his headliner is still open, the big thing to look at is also Urgot.
Nyari Katarina dia.
Just a 1-star, incredible unit to stabilize your board. And we see Cheche
Nggak pakai super
might
fan.
not win this. No, it looks pretty good here with the Katarina getting one more cast off. Incredibly close fight. Kennen actually doesn't block it, but he's got a cast. Should be fine, Cheche.
Oh, it was very
Honestly
close.
though, good loss. You keep your loss streak. You take
Masih
one,
low
just a
streak dia
little bit
6
of
kali.
damage.
All calculated. It was calculated from the very beginning.
Augment
Let's get into a
2
second wave
golden
of
ya.
augments. So, you know, before Cass, you know, we were seeing a lot of the augments which were kind of providing a little bit
Idealism.
of and a little bit of econ as well. I'm curious to see what our players combine with those early choices.
Alright, we've got a last stand as an option for 60-second. He's still
Oh,
deciding
ambil
between two last
idealism.
stand, it looks like, and he ends up going for the last
Nyari
stand. He's
Qatar
taking a
si
lot of econ
Cece.
early with the cut above, and now that's going to set him up to try and push a lot of levels because he has that safety net of the last stand. Try and build a really strong board. They can win out once that actually pops.
Oh, and now we have for
Kyla.
we have the
Nggak diambil,
surrender to
guys.
the pop. Have you guys surrendered
Udah commit
to
ke
your
True Damage si HSK.
Oh boy.
Ini Brazil ya, BR Brazil ya. Hello, M. Faidan, hello.
But yes, Cass, you spotted an augment which was pointed out in the pre-show as a very strong.
Oh, Sena pakai
Yeah,
itu ya.
submit to the pit for dish soap,
Nasur.
so you go to the Mosher line. Usually you like to see it on 2-1.
Di shop
but
gua
dish soap
yakin
has
masuk
open up-
4 besar ya.
open
Di
up
shop
spot
di
with
shop
his
di
items
shop
that
GG
he
sih
can
dia
go
sih.
for the Urgot reroll and-
Kemarin aja juara itunya kan. Latam kan.
On this desk in particular, is this to his style?
Jingnya B3 udah pakai HOJ, udah pakai guard breaker. Ah, tuh udah dapat Qatarnya.
You can't pass it up if you have the opportunity to go in that direction. It's incredibly strong, and it won't generally be contested unless someone else has the same augment. So
Qatarnya udah full item, bro. HOJ 2 biji sama Jaulet Gauntlet.
Alright, popping back to our carrier.
Ini siapa nih? Yugol KR, berarti Korea ya.
Decent job so far. We note, of course, the Korean players
Dia main
some of their form from before.
8 bit
I certainly like this as a
Riven.
good, he's in the middle of the HP total right now.
Tapi
It's
enggak bukan Riven sih dia. Dia mau ke
Yeah, let's see what he goes for. Chechi is already committed to playing Katarina. We saw
Itunya ini ya.
Playing Senna. So at 2 copies,
Kayaknya ke Jess.
interested for him. He's holding some items. He's
Nggak tahu nih.
using the super fans, but he's not actually going for
Reroll,
a
mana ada
specific
reroll?
direction. The dual gauntlet will give
Cing
him
itu.
like some narrowness to what he wants to play, so it won't be an easy task for
Cing,
Jugo
cing,
to
cing,
get
cing.
a spot.
Yeah, I mean, we're stuck on AP at this point, right? So you're kind of looking at Lulu.
Saverianya nggak masuk.
Want to reroll at this point, but Jewel Gauntlet is not
Bentar.
necessarily the most optimal item, especially for Seraphine. And we'll see.
Harusnya sih masuk ya.
So we're gonna kind of have to check in, see
Ntar,
who grabs
Bang.
these, and then figure out exactly what emblems we could be looking at.
And just so far, they've actually been pretty low priority for our players. I think, as you said, you know, we've got a lot of players who've already chosen their direction. So seeing a lot of the other components be taken.
Oh Yuga, thank you. Oh 10.000 Mas Yuga
So
minimal.
Yugo ends up getting one, and the rest of
Yuga,
these, it
thank
looks
you ya,
like
semangat Mas,
Volker's being
semangat.
forced into it. He can potentially
10.000
go for a
Mas.
pump emblem later on if he wants to
Kalau
try and
di
play
bawah
around
10.000
full
nggak
pump
nongol.
alongside the rapid fire board. I think it's reasonable, but I don't think the style of
TY,
board he's
TY,
playing. I think he
TY.
wants to play 4 or 6 rapid fire like you called out, getting the buff.
Oh, ini
So I
di
don't know if
shop.
that punk emblem is actually something he's really interested in.
Yeah,
Baru
it's not
facecam
the best,
kemarin
but,
foto
actually
doang ya.
in units like Poppy, for example, she gets like a lot of HP. She scales with that. The shield will be higher.
Dia
She
udah
will have
pakai
a good
HL
base
mode.
attack. So it could be interesting. It's a good
Katarnya
front
satu
line, and
lagi
that's
itu.
what he will need if we go more deep into the rapid fire line.
All right, Cheche, 1 Katarina away, 20 gold. He did a pretty big roll down. Looks like he wants to save some eco.
Nggak main kan,
Figures that
nanti
his
lah
board is
mainnya.
strong enough, for the rest of stage
Kita
3,
nonton dulu
and
lah,
he
guys.
can actually start to dig, especially since he is
Nonton
just
sambil
1
belajar
Katarina
ya.
off. We see this idealism getting a lot of value already.
Ini Cece sih di highlight mulu nih Cece nih ya.
Get with the Katarina line, and getting all these extra items will be good once he can find more crowd divers.
And we know later on we'll be able to put those kind of justices around on other crowd divers as well for a lot of great value. Remember, of course, we had what doesn't kill you from early on, so Cheche is stronger than his position would otherwise be suggesting.
Darahnya
For sure,
sisa
the HP is a
59.
little difficult for
52.
both him and also for Isoka. So it will be they need to stabilize now. As you were saying, Cass, he's one away from Katarina, but he hasn't got there. He lose again.
Nungguin itu dari tadi.
He lose because of the Augment, so
Super
maybe
fan.
he'll ramp up on stage 4, and that's when we will see the win streak from him and the power of the Katarina 3.
Yeah, generally kind of where you want to be hitting the 2-star 3.
Nah, ini kalau tinggal sebiji-sebiji begini nih, bangke nih.
That's the great cadence that we like to see out of these. A lot of
Tinggal
players
sebiji-sebiji
will hit
gitu tuh
4
bangke
because you get
banget
these big
tuh pada.
rolls on 3-5 potentially, but if Jeje can get it on 4-1,
Part paling
it'll kind of
ngeselin
equal
di
the strength of
TFT,
the
guys.
lobby, but it'll just have more components from what doesn't kill you, and it might be able to allow him to win even more fights.
All right, Che Wenzhou from China has got the Kaiser item holding much we saw.
Ryu, CN Cina ya.
The board isn't actually quite good enough to avoid getting run.
Udah kelihatan banget nih mau ke AD flag dia. Oce mana Oce guys? Oceania.
Such a cool board from Donnie because a lot of people play around the Vi in the early game just as an item carrier.
Thank you,
very
thank you.
strong Early headliner, but Donnie just said, "Oh, I've got a bunch of natural Vi copies. I'll just play."
Ya udah ini, thank you juga, thank you, terima kasih, semoga bermanfaat, biar berkati dilancarkan, segera kita saja, amin. Latar 3 atau ngacak-ngacak tergantung. Kalau jadinya lama juga ente juga bro. Ini si Ryu udah siap-siap ke 8 dia ya. Augmentnya apa tuh guys? Udah langsung ke 8 sih, tuh kan lah. Cari Ezreal bro. Ya diganti dong, kambing. Udah Katarnya udah bintang 3 nih. Nggak dapet dong. Tapi dapat set B2 ya. Mau dia nggak pakai HL itu. Oke. 3 EDM. Lu buffnya kasih ke Luke. Oke. Kayak kerupuk anjir. Depanin Senanya belum B3. Kaget pas baru nyadar channel lama ternyata jadi udah dijual mas. Iya. Tiso pakai apa nih super fan spellbear dia? Oke, Augment 3 bro. Ini golden semua ya. Wah, yang dapat last 10 si siapa tuh? Go second dapat last 10. ASK akhirnya B3. Senanya udah dapat Akali. Oke, Yugol udah bintang 3 juga. Serapinnya. Ini rebutan super fan sama Eko sih ini guys.
the Senna,
Eko
we
laris
also have the
banget,
Katarina.
anjir.
Maybe we're lacking the kill. No one got the kill, so
No one kill,
it was interesting to see it, but it was not. And now
Oh,
the
ada
fight
biji itu
against
juga ya.
Bishop already with the Marshall trying to go for 1-3.
Ada biji KDA.
Like a little far away from that.
Great matchup for Yugo playing the
Wah,
Seraphine
ngumpul
and the
gaming
Moshers.
gini sih
They have
makanan
to stack
Seraphine nih.
completely. Seraphine gets a ton of value, but in the early
Trot.
to mid game, sometimes the Moshers can still win because the
Trot.
stats are just too high.
Ah, anjir,
This
langsung
fight
hilang
is
kan?
Very, very close. The extra healing on Urgot quite
Trot.
good, but it's just too much damage. And yeah, that's not the matchup Bishop wants to see throughout this game. He wants to avoid the
Si
Seraphine
Zop
as
mau
much as
main
possible.
itu.
Yeah, I suppose that's the situation we're
Mau
gonna end
main
up as these balls get more pointed.
reroll
Like, those three
Urgot
matchups,
kayaknya.
like, the best you can hope for is losing them out a little bit less. I still want to hit on the
Katarnya sih udah enak ini ya.
So little HP. Now Cheche is starting to get into the same area as well. There's a big drop off between 6th and 7th and 8th.
Yeah, Chechi's trying to look out for the second.
Sena 3, Qatar 3, Sera 3. Siapa yang menurut lu kuat? Siapa ya? Gak tahu sih guys. Tergantung setupnya sih, ntar aku pakai apa aja sih.
Pro players on the low HP like Cheche, are there any matchups which are a nightmare for this kind of board?
Well, honestly, I mean, the tankiness of this board of the Moshers is quite scary, but the fact
Kok Murabi nggak ada lah kocak.
is going to help out, right? I think that the
Ntar guys, lagi adan guys.
reroll on stage 4 is going to be a lot higher.
Wah,
than the
nangis
three-cost
ini.
reroll because you're likely to have hit, but we see that the fight is still
Nangis ini,
relatively
bro.
close. Urgot has a pretty big shield, but now
Nangis ini, bro.
remaining, the single target from Katarina is just
Monsternya
too much.
nangis,
If
bro.
that is a 3-star Urgot, this fight gets a lot scarier for Cheche.
Well, speaking of scary, so yeah, we'll take the L in that.
Ini belum
round
jadi,
away.
ada flagnya
Cheche
ini.
manages to swing things so down to the ultimate danger zone.
Ada flag kalau udah round 44 begini nggak jadi ente semua guys.
Kiana here would have been the really big hit that he could find playing that crowd diver, but not going to be able to get that. Other than that, there's not a ton
Tinggal
of
16.
hits on this carousel for anybody just yet. But we're going to see how these two costs all interact with each other, which matchups are going to find the wins.
Yes, total D-Shop with the Marshall with Jori, so he has the legendary, he can complete what he wanted, he can
Murabi auto win.
surrender to the pogo. It's like, so he's totally surrendering to the pit in this case, so it will be amazing to see how he caps out. He
HL
really
Jack.
needs the Jack's 3 stars to get like a good
Nyari Urgot masih tuh.
additionally, but he doesn't have items for them, so I think he wants to pressure on this stage, but he's really far from getting
Pakai
to an
dulu
actual
lah.
winning position.
He's got a Mosher set here, so at least he can play 6 Mosher, but this is just renting until he can find the Urgot headliner once again. He rolled down a lot of gold. Dish is just not hit. He's really been looking for this Urgot and not found it, and so really, he's now just trying to stabilize and...
Turnamen server mana? World udah ini. Semua server.
Pretty aggressively, particularly towards the bottom of the table where the HP totals are the most minimum. You don't want to die with gold in your pocket. But 60 seconds looking
Oke,
pretty
udah
good.
dapat
Lucian
si itu
in
ya.
play, holding out for the back
Lucian.
line. Won't be quite enough to get,
Anjir.
good enough to get the win here, but still a decent looking board.
Yeah, he's losing with 5 hearts. He still has last stand, so he's the one who gets the best maturity of the game.
60
so he's
second.
fine. He wants to go to level 9. He wants to cap, and he's playing for first.
Yeah, the thing, he already has Illusion as well, right? Like, he's already kind of got most of this composition online. Yes, it's Illusion 1, but as you said, he's 50 gold, he's got Heartsteel coming through, he's got Last Stand. Easy time for him to go to level 9 and just continue to make this probably the strongest.
Ini Rio
board
sama
alive.
60 second kayak sama loh.
Seen so far is the one kind of on the path to victory.
Well, you brought up the idea of HP for
Di sub spiritnya turun bang, Urgotnya nggak 3 iya.
It's got a ton of HP
Susah
left in
sih.
the bank to take him towards that late game. And again, you know, that big
Jadi pun kayaknya juga susah sih.
Donnie now getting the poppy. He has a little more frontline with the Aegis in
Tuh,
the
ini
front
ada
line,
flag
getting,
juga.
That additional speed to all of his additional carry. He has the Caitlyn as a secondary carry. He didn't fight the Ezreal, so now let's see if he's enough to go with the Mosher of Bishop.
Yeah, and Cheche is not going to be able to find his Zed at this point. I think this is the 3rd person with the Zed too. So Cheche maybe can find one copy to try and get the synergy in, but not going to be able to find that secondary carry that you really need to push that Katarina column.
Alright, we're coming
Next turnamen ada Murabi, amin.
But at least we'll get through all the stage 4 without going any further.
Oh, ini udah
Tosin
LZ.
win out the last couple of rounds to try and stabilize a little bit. But Dissoap also
Tembang.
down on low HP. I mean, surely coming into stage 5, they've got to go all in.
I mean, he can't find this Urgot. I think at this point, he's still only on 3
Nah, monster.
copies. This is just...
HL-nya sih.
Realistically is what he's looking for. He's going to see how much he can spike the board.
HL-nya sih set.
Just do anything he can to make it stronger and then just pray that he can find some decent matchups.
Yeah, there's already like 3 costs.
Paling atas darahnya 50, guys. Masih nyari AL. Itu masih di 7 loh dia loh. Jangan diganti lah. Cece nyari apa coy? Weh si Disop itu, aduh diganti dong kambing. Spektatornya.
Down here at the lowest HP camp of just on 3 rapid fires, so gonna have to just try and throw everything at the wall and try and make it.
Nario sama 60 second kayak sama mukanya, bro.
Yeah, basically the same comp on either side, but the positioning a little
Ada flag. Ini nggak ada yang dapat AL itu ya, Israel ya. Ada flagnya. Oke. Kuat. Wah, ini udah lumayan kuat. Itunya B3 udah. Kenarnya B3. Sabun rungkat. Ilawi, Israel B2. Ganti siapa? Lo malah dibuang. Doni pakai DM. Ada flag lah ya. HL-nya Z. Itemnya burik banget tapi Z-nya anjir. Lawan ada flag 60 second. Pakai Deadblade. Pakai Titan. Oke. Tuh yang atas malah udah ganti HL belum ya? Oke, bintang 2.
Needs to try and get the Zed and Caitlyn on the same side, trying to focus fire at target and try and snowball through these fights. This is what's happened to him in the last 2 fights. He's run into other Zeds, and there's been more damage hitting his own, so he hasn't been able to get there as he tries to position around the Aegis.
Sabun oleng. Enggak sih, ini udah lumayan kuat sih. HL-nya dia pakai Morda anjir. Masih di 7 nyari urgot. Nyarain penta doang dia. Gara-gara genarnya udah B3 kan. Ih kuat tapi anjir. Wih. Katarnya jadi debu, bro.
Especially coming here to the global championship, it's not the way you want to start your tournament.
I'm very impressed by the Mosher table of bishops.
Itemnya tuh, oh pakai jaulet gitu, yang apa namanya? Chance critical. Oke, Tusun di sana, saudara Doni, ada flagnya. Harus ente di 8. Oh, dapat monster. Di shop dapat monster anjir. Anjay urgot. Itu X ya?
Alright, this next big fight is going to spell disaster for a few of these players, right? Dish Soap on 1 life, Cheche probably on 1 as well, and Volta on this 4 loss streak.
Oh, dia ambil
down at the bottom as we see him trying to figure out how to make the best of here. He did get that emblem so he can drop a punk as Cheche, the other one in danger, never being able to play around Zed because they were just taken out of the pool. Does find some Yones, but not going to be able to play star. This feels like it could be the last fight for Cheche.
Yeah, for sure. 16 life for him, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it should be enough. No, 12 life. So he's actually very, very close to
wajib dicoba, Bang. Tapi itu fleksibel banget sih ya. Kalau aku udah pusing, guys. Nggak dapat urgot anjir. Dia enggak loh, seadanya pakai gitu, bro.
and more life.
That said, it's definitely not hitting the price tags until right now. We've got two big carries.
Susah sih ini Qatarnya sih.
But Zed's definitely going to be better.
Susah sih Qatarnya sih.
Goes pretty low, but still
Kan? Susah bro.
our second elimination.
Okay, but what about Dish? Just
Tergantung
trying to see
skill banget
what
si
is
Qatar
happening
guys.
over there, if he's gonna be able to find the win, and he's on a 2-win
CC
streak.
harus tusun di 7 sepertinya. Ini masih pakai HL Jing. Snowball banget dia. Volta Rogue. Darahnya masih berapa? Oh, udah di bawah ya? Sisa 4 dia.
Yeah, for sure. They had to pick Volta
4 Guardian, 4 True Damage, 4 Pang anjir.
He has a good, like decent composition, but it might not be enough. And now he faces again with the Verdugo of this match, 60 seconds.
Qatar late game susah. Wah ini gila sih Zednya bro. Zed kuat banget ya pakai itu. Oh AOJ bukan deh. Anjir. Tusun Jing HL-nya. Oh di shopnya juga tusun dia. Sabun tusun sabun. Di 5. Sisa 4 orang guys. True damage, Serapinya dari tadi sih nggak di syuting ya. Sama ada flag 2 biji.
We're talking about it. The analyst desk was saying this. The 2 cost 3-star meta with the Senna with the Seraphim in the upper back.
Game berapa? Game pertama ini.
Yeah, exactly. That's where we're going to see, and the person or the player, the
Ente sabun.
to get this in the early game, we have a much clearer space to do it in the late.
Nggak dapat urgot sih dia, tapi dapat pun juga percuma ya. Udah level 9. Anjir nih Cina 2 biji GG juga ya. Cina 2 biji GG juga nih 4 besar coy.
Yeah, just taking a look at these 2 costs. I mean, honestly,
Ayo Urgot kuat sih kayaknya. Kuat tapi tetap aja kalah sama Deflect.
Well itemized. This is a way that you can actually push this composition and be able to
Kiana B2. True damage 4 biji.
As he goes against the Seraphine, which is also starting to fall off in the late game.
Yeah, for sure.
Lawan Seraphine nih.
Good ulti getting items for the rest of the team, hitting the main tanks.
Ekonya udah 3 anjir.
Trying to go for the AOE damage. Seems like it's not enough. The Senna is doing very well. The front line is still holding up, and the Kiana is doing, as you say, Gas. From Lulu is trying to make a difference. And the makes the difference at the end.
What juga Seraphine ya?
At least a couple of items being dropped there by the Kiana, so that will be a difference maker later on. It was very, very close.
Yeah, it was still not enough because the Senna usually just kind of it starts to fall off at this point in the game.
Tipis semua nih darahnya 7, 11, 13, 16 bro.
Maybe do even the best into out of what's left. Can't find that win, but maybe 3 extra items as you called out, right? That might be able to make the difference. It's going to be very tough in these Heartsteel boards because there's
3 Jazz, 3 EDM, 3 Heartsteel, 2 Big Shot, 2 Bruiser.
Still has last stand available.
Posisi menentukan prestasi adik-adik.
So maybe he did a roll down, didn't hit. Still with the Lucian.
Seraphine lawan ada Deflect.
Let's see if it's enough to get against the Super Seraphine.
Cass, exactly as you pointed out before, the damage being stacked up on one side, though Ezreal, of course, loves to move that around the field. It's still looking very good.
Yeah, the Zed goes down though, and he doesn't actually get a stun down onto the Seraphine.
Oke, kena stun.
The backline are so spread out that Seraphine
Serosot. Seraphine-nya masih hidup. Ngumpul. Last stand ya. Masih ada last stand guys. Lucian bintang 2 last stand ay.
Lucian 2 ran to win Omen. Hope this is insane.
Now the position. Let's see how much value he going to get from this round win. Does he really want to clump up?
60 second sih juara ini guys.
And only give it to the tanks. It would be very good to analyze his positioning because it could be the difference between winner.
Masih slot 8 si Ryu.
Try to put on the side that Zhu tries to stack up. You see this damage? He's gonna try and track that.
Lawan Seraphine ya. Seraphine-nya digilir anjir.
Alright, looks like it will be the Ghost version. We'll keep our eyes on the left-hand side. 60 second. Gonna put this new board to the test. It should be extremely resilient, especially once we start getting to the brawling stage of the fight. See the center, Cass does start to drop off and gets knocked out
Kuat banget ya Serapinya ya. Gila. Kalah bro. Ada flagnya bro. Cina satu tusun, Cina satunya masih ada. Final nih. Serapin lawan Jazz. Cina dapat paling banyak slotnya apa ya? Berapa bro? Ngeri juga Cina, iya ngeri.
One of our players we were highlighting coming into this one as a veteran, a regional hero, to have made it to the top 2 in the first game. That's a pretty good look for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's arguably the best player
Dari akhir dia
who has not made a world championship. Right? This is the first time that he gets to come here.
Serapin ya ngeri banget ya.
We can see the position, you'll see him swap around, but realistically at the end of the day, his compositions.
Quad breakernya taruh siapa tuh?
Should be able to just steamroll through a Seraphine.
Well, let's see what it does. Everything coming together. You mentioned around there is
Akhir sih harusnya. Oh enggak. Oh enggak, diakali. Akalinya buat ngincer Luciannya ya. Alot anjir. Susah sih last stand sih. Last 10 ya. Last 10 save the game ya. Save the day. Last 10 save the day.
The heart steal, the rerolls, we've got 2 of each in the end of this game, and usually heart steal caps out higher. Now of course
kuat gitu Serapin. Iya, augmentnya juga augment spellware dia. Di support sama augmentnya juga. Ntar guys, aku makan dulu ya guys, sambil nunggu game keduanya.
Alright guys, well, stay tuned. We're going to go to a quick break before, of course, our analysts first come back to break down that first game and, of course, the results of all of round 1. So stay tuned. We'll be back momentarily.
ujung-ujungnya ada flag yang menang, emang combo rusak. Iya, tapi menuju ke situnya kan susah juga, bro. Makan dulu, guys. Ambil nunggu game 2 ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 1 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. We are just 1 game down, and we still have 5 more to go before we do start to cut down on the competition. But what a great first game that we were able to start off with.
I think it was a great
Berapa
showcase
game?
of what we have in
Nggak
store
tahu
for the
ya.
meta. We saw a lot of two-cost rerolls and 3 Heartsteel players, like Panda mentioned, that were going to dominate the meta.
Also, some low rollers. Unfortunately, we saw 2 big favorites
Standard lah.
from NA, Cheche and Dish Soap, playing great comps, great augments, but just the shops did not work with them. We saw Cheche using so much gold to try and even find the Katarina headliner. And when we see the endgame screen, we'll see that his board, when he died, did not have a single Z, which means that something went terribly wrong. That secondary carry to help Katarina really work out. And for Dish Soap, similar story. He was using that Jax headliner for tempo, then moved into the set, and then has a Nard 3, but nothing else. No Urgots were found, and all those rolldowns, so much gold was spent on level 7, could not really make that board work, despite finding Submit to the Pit, which you mentioned, one of the strongest augments in the game.
Dish Soap has my award for just
Makan
getting
guys.
Morgdog the hardest in this game. Nobody was contesting Urgot. I felt he played a very good early game with high HP, with the super fans in, but unfortunately that's the thing about rerolls and why some players actually want to trend away from rerolling and go straight for the Heartsteel.
I mean, if you can pull it off, of course we saw for Donnie it didn't work out, but speaking of something that kind of worked for some and kind of didn't for others, the ramping rhythm coming through on 2 players, I really loved seeing that from Volta, but then the second augment choice kind of had me doubting what was going on there. Rolled a lot of gold, was not able to find anything. Caitlyn Headliner was sitting on Donnie's board, Senna 3 come online for HSK, and so Volta found himself in a position where just nothing was really coming together. On the other hand, though, HSK really running away with it, able to cap off that augment and running with the Senna reroll that we have seen do so well, even in scrims.
I mean, I think all of the 2-cost reroll Ryans could be really valuable and super reliable in order to get those tough 4s if you can hit. And we did see that Yugo did a phenomenal job of that, being able to play the Seraphine reroll, had a KDA emblem, which certainly helps to be able to cap out that board and get all
Sambalnya
those trades
berminyak banget
online,
tuh.
but you can see just how powerful it was in order to keep that tempo going strong.
And a great early game, holding these items on a Corki with a mix of Deathblade and JG, and you're thinking, where is he going with this? When it's the Seraphine, as you predicted, Clement, it was either between that and Pentakill, really, for me. But overall, I think he really showcased his strength in terms of preserving HP early, slamming items, and then finding a way to use those items in the late game.
Absolutely. I think it's much safer to have these placeholders rather than the Cheche style of just going full open and trying to go for a 2-cost reroll that comes to you. As we saw, he rolled over 120 gold and didn't have a Z secondary carry.
Oh, it's so
Painful.
tough though. Like that Z was so contested when you take a look at a lot of the other boards when it go the 80 flexors.
Ada Semo nggak, Pu?
Hitting Z
Kayaknya
headliners
ada sih.
actually in that lobby, and so where are the copies of Zed?
Well,
All of them went to 62nd, and I want to say this guy really showcased what is so strong.
Idolaku
about
kak
Chinese
main
understanding
di
of the
ini
meta.
berapa
It's
ya?
called
Ini kan
Jazz
beda-beda ini
Warrior.
guys, lobbynya
Still, it's
banyak ini.
important, but only for cash out. You don't want to itemize too heavily into your Ezreal. You want the main item slams onto your Zed, and then your last capping carry onto that Jazz 3 Lucian. And he really played this game out perfectly. Good cash out in the middle, and then he also found that great Randuin's to give his board that extra juice.
and if you're
Oh,
looking
main win
at
streak
his
ya.
performance throughout the stages, you can see how much HP
60 second main
preservation
win streak.
was going on there, how he continued to stay in that upper echelon of the lobby bracket.
Not just that, but he was eliminating players without even proccing last stand, which goes to show just how strong he was getting coming into that late game.
It was amazing because you look at that and you go, well, wait, but the board's that strong already? Well, what is going to happen when the last stand actually activates? And
This
so
is not even my
wins.
final four.
Still has to go through the hyperbolic time changer, but is able to come out on top. And so 60 Second is going to take the very first win in this game number 1. So exciting to see all of these players in such an international lobby as well. We finally get a chance to see what that looks like, having all of these players clash from all these different regions.
Definitely, it just feels like 60 seconds is his time to shine. He's been around for so long. You know, his teammate Juan has been to Worlds 4 times now. This is his chance. He's always been a ladder warrior, and now he's ready to teach the world how to play a cap board.
Okay, Clement, we'll let you have this one. But that's not the only lobby that was happening.
No, it was not. Let's take a look at our standings for the other 3 lobbies that were taking place. If we do have those 32 players,
Tuh, yang ikut tuh.
see just how everything is broken up here.
And 2 favorites, Salvi and Bintum, not
Tuh, yang
having
ikut
great
tuh.
starts alongside someone like Volta, for example. So still 11 games to go.
Well, I personally am happy to see EMEA still be on top here.
Tuh, saya ada Egy sama Kejaos.
We're taking a first together with the Chinese representatives, Ice in 60 seconds.
Malecuyen.
Big news for them, but from my region, Southeast Asia, I want to shout out the Vietnamese players. Hopefully they can top YBY1, Lee Chuyen, off to a good start.
All right, Clement, maybe you were onto something with your pickup. I think you were telling the people.
Egy orang Indo ya?
I always do.
This is why
Okay, big
right
words.
here. We'll see if your predictions can keep going strong and if these players can continue their momentum as we head into game number 2 and we send things
Egy
back
katanya
over
orang
to
Indo ya,
our
guys?
casters, Casanova, Counterfeit, and Hupesong.
GG juga saya ya.
But yeah, what a great first round of play we had. You know, of course, as we saw from the table there, a lot of our Chinese players doing very well out of that first round.
Yeah, I mean, Ice being able to pick up that first place, we're going to head into that lobby and actually be able to see some more from Ice this time around. And 62nd, right, this is incredible, right, for CN fans. 62nd, somebody who I think time and time again people have said if 62nd goes to the championships, he might just win it all, and just starting the day with the first is always going to feel nice.
There's a sticker from Clement. I asked him for support for the pick'ems, and now I'm feeling good. Thank you, Clement. I got it, man.
He's so wise.
Yeah,
He's so wise.
For sure.
But yeah, I mean, you know, particularly we were talking about people who've had success. As was noted on the desk, Salvi, who will be in our next lobby, having an 8 to start off with. Of course, you know, there's still 2 days of play with no cutoff in between. But you know, if you're in that position, you're a player with a lot of expectation coming in, and you have that first game, not the one you like. How do you kind of reset up that and go into the rest of the day strong?
I mean, it is just a mental reset, right? You know you're playing a lot of games of TFT, right? A single 8th is not going to eliminate you from making the top 8. Yes, it's a harsh cut, but realistically, Salvi is a good enough player. We saw him take a single 8th in the EMEA finals as well, but most of those games were, you know, 1st or 2nd, right? So I think a single 8th is fine. Salvi should be able to bounce back. He is one of the best players in this tournament, and I think he's going to make it happen.
Yeah, for sure. It's 12 games. So we have day 1, day 2. I think there's some adaptation that can be done. And of course, the variance is very important in the short term. So we have now the lobby. So let's see our players.
Milala!
The second lobby will be stacked as well.
Oh, Kejaos tuh, guys.
Mentioned Salvi, but they're not the only ones which should be
Representasi dari saya.
Of course, is going to be Malala, right? First in TVO, first place.
Kejaos
in
server
KDA
Singapura
Cup
kan top
right after,
satunya.
and then after playing KDA Cup, he went and played the Chinese
Ntar, guys,
TFT, the Mid-South
cuci tangan dulu.
Invitational on the same day. So he just played another bunch of rounds, ends up 3rd in that tournament. He had 1 bad cup all season, tied for first with Dish Soap in the regional final, lost on tiebreakers. So he was incredibly close to just even having another win under his belt. And now he's at the championship. He's been on this road. For me, I've said it before, I'm going to keep saying it all weekend. He's the king of set 10, and he is here to claim his crown.
The most decorated for sure, and now we have the portal of 3 costs. So anyone who gets an Urgot will have an amazing, an insane early game.
Absolutely.
Well, we haven't got any Urgots, but what we have got are a couple of more Kaisers. Of course, we know the Pentacles will be very strong as well. A couple of Samiras, and a misfortune for Taro up the top. So, you know, we'll see how much this ends up affecting our players' overall approach to the game. But I do want to take a second while we've got the chance to talk about some of the other regions we haven't really gotten into as of yet. Mentioning, you know, Korea. We think they're not having the best of sets last time around. Bintum in this lobby, the brightest hope for them coming into this tournament.
For sure. The 3rd championship for Bintum, he's doing amazing on Scream, and he's highly respected from all the lineups in all the world. So actually, there's high expectation from him, and let's see what he can how he can
ada unggulan di lobby ini, guys.
Game, but for me, it's the same as Salvi, right? Like I think he will easily bounce back. And we look at Bintum, we look at actually KR as a region. They are the most dedicated when it comes to practicing, when it comes to the World Championship. When we look at the scrims that people are playing, when they get these World Scrims all together, the Korean players are playing way more games than anyone else. And Bintum had
Cina dapat 6 slot ya.
Far over any other player. He's very prepared, and I think taking one bad placement, like it happens. We've seen spots in these games where it's like, okay, this looks unsalvageable, and we don't even know what happened in that first lobby.
Of course, we've got to remember the snake seeding is in place and will kick in as of this next round. So while it may be a recoverable position for our players who've gone 8 to come back and get a good result here, it will be important not to
Coca-Cola baru saja memberikan 50.000. Malam bang, ngedukung siapa nih bang?
Malam Coca-Cola, dukung siapa? Ya dukung saya lah ya. Dukung Egi. Oh kalau yang lobby ini, kayaknya sih Milala sih kayaknya sih. Cinanya 2 biji lagi loh. Duplikat lah, udahlah. Oh nggak mau dia. Nggak mau main reroll, guys. Ih, Penta tadi nggak ada yang main ya. Lobby tadi, guys. Nggak ada yang main Penta kan? Nggak ada yang main reroll Kyle, anjir.
Is already being led towards, so we don't end up seeing that be the pick, and instead looks like Taro will commit to kind of this loss streak, not feeling very good about the
CP Jepang ya. Jepang hashtag 1, guys. Wih, ini juara Eropa nih. Wah, juara semua nih lobby nih.
The escort quest we can see from Bintum not working out this round, but has a lot of aggressive potential.
Yeah, for sure. Clear mind, they will go for simply trying to play a very efficient board and not trying to hold obviously the pairs in case the game
clear mind, pakai clear mind dia.
Won't be the most strength board unless they decide to spend economy to gain levels, cast, and maybe force a slight win streak or don't lose so much HP in the early game.
Gelap amat nih, OC 2.
Because we see how strong Salvi made his board, right? He slapped a crown guard in the early
main
stage.
monster ya.
Just how good it is in the early game. He has that Olaf, which is one of the best early headliners to play around. So we jump on with Yush, and he's playing around the submit to the pit. He does end up just having a Sentinel Cassante to try and make this board stronger earlier on. But making Econ instead of pushing levels on a comp that kind of plays around 3 costs is pretty interesting to me.
Portalnya Tricos Champion. Jangan ada portal itu lah, cok. Wandering Trainer anjir. Burik. Kok tahu yang pernah juara bang, ngikutin turni TFT banget berarti lu. Enggak, ini kan ada tulisannya tuh. Oh, ketutupan facecamku ya. Ku pindah kanan ya. Bentar. Tuh kan ada hashtag-hashtagnya tuh. Ini kejaos yang itu top 1 Singapura. Masalahnya yang Emeat yang NA tuh baru kemarin, belum lama. Nah, ini top 1 Singapura nih. Juara 2 saya kemarin. Tanya Egi, orang Indo tuh Egi tuh.
It will be the hit in there against the Moshers who aren't, as you said, online as of yet.
For sure, half of the lobby is
ini Korea.
So it's a high possibility of having this tempo.
Gold collector sih enak banget tuh. Mau B1 ya, Aisyahnya ya. Wow. Ini Binteum sih bisa mungkin win streak ya.
I think extra important he found that win because he had another loss earlier and he's playing escort quest. You have
nah dia pegang pohon ini guys, pohon pesugihan anjir.
How hard is it? Because
Dami pesugihan.
Keep pushing hard. So what? Less economy. What does that mean? He has to go for a simpler line, maybe reroll, maybe not think of a fast 8.
Yeah, definitely just playing efficient boards, right? He can no longer kind of play too greedy, right? He has to kind of build this econ back up. So just trying to find as low cost of a board to not lose too hard is kind of how I like to see these players.
Kele, CN hashtag 4 tuh ada tulisannya CN hashtag 4. Cina nomor 4 berarti.
To flex around and find the units in place. You mentioned before the only win streak for Salvi up to the top. Down the bottom of Yush and Taro, they both kept their loss streaks intact and also a good amount of gold in the bank.
Pakai HL, Olap, pakainya strik apa namanya guys? Lupa. Pentanya nggak nyala tapi kontrinya yang nyala. Itu Cina di gaming host ya seragam sama iya. Nih EMEA juga bang. Yang EMEA juga kayaknya udah dikhususin tempatnya.
Yeah, I think streaking like this with clear mind is really well done, right? Because the fact you can't really hold the pairs to kind of level up your board, but instead
udah ininya
your backline's so good, Kai's so good.
Ekspresinya udah kayak ngegolin aja kayak gini, bro.
And Evelyn actually, who's actually quite good at this stage, just getting KDA, but it just makes it so this board has been quite strong, and Salvi has been able to keep this 4 streak.
So we have got the collision course set here between Salvi and Bintam, currently both on the win streak. Of course, remember Bintam with the escort quest will keep trying to push up his board power. We've got a lot of players though towards the middle though who don't have those streaks and have had to rely on just accumulating gold the regular way.
Salvi going to level 6.
Aku takut kalau lagi lagi turnamen kayak gitu tiba-tiba ngantuk gimana, bro? Facecam-nya ngantuk anjir. Tahun gini pada milih porter yang low impact. Iya bener sih. Antisipasi sih. Ya hitungannya yang standar lah ya. Portal standar gitu loh guys. Ini udah jadi ininya loh, apa? Last Whisper. Clearman sih enak banget ya. Serius nanya pas lu main ada yang nawarin lu masuk tim gak bang? Main TFT belum ada TFT. Kalau Cesras dulu banyak. Jujur-jujuran aja, Cesras tuh dulu banyak bro. Mungkin ada 4 atau 5 tim yang nawarin.
It's pretty flexible honestly with the Urgot, right? Like I'm down for kind of anything. One of the things that we saw quite a bit with the Urgot was actually the Sterix in North America, and I think people like that quite a bit. But on top of that, red buff is really good, be able to spread that on everybody, get damage. And then you need healing, right? I think Hodge is really a good one that you want to see. I think playing around some crit can be very
Tapi
solid.
Menurutku
We've even seen some Quicksilvers just
sekarang apa ya?
Constant that CC
dia nyari HL apa tuh?
And then get some crit via that way.
Well, as we check in with Taro here from Japan.
Augmentnya apa sih guys itu guys? Aduh, nggak hafal aku Augment anjir. Waduh, pusing bang, pusing bang. Reroll lah bang. Khas banget ya rumah-rumah Jepang kayak gitu guys.
You can't really lose streak too hard at this point.
Oke, Kele ambil bar.
And trying to get some extra components as you go forward.
ALJs.
We could see a pentakill line, or we can see even just playing around Ari as a potential option. But we do see that, this is actually a Kula that we've moved over
Clearman apa bukan sih dia?
setup. So that's going to definitely be wanting to be playing for Heartsteel.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yang Clearman si Kele ya.
Very good for him. Maybe 3-1 is not the best, but I truly believe
pakai monster.
The Katarina give the items to Bard as a good possibility.
Dia TFT kurang Indo, iya kurang rame kurang. Baru kan hitungannya. Rekombulator.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I actually like that.
Bocil rekombulator anjir. Cuek aja udah ya. Milala ambil laser bro. Bukan ya? Laser ya bener. Di Indo pada Magic Chess ya. Remember your truth. Your root. Apa tuh? Remember your root apa tuh? Efeknya apa efeknya?
He just skipped it. Because I saw that, right? He actually would have been on 6 copies with Shuriken. So and hitting this.
Aisyahnya gold collector, bro.
But it does kind of fall off a cliff as we get later on.
This could be Executioner.
It is. It has to be. It has to be. You got Collector is actually such a good item for the Samira. So this is actually the Samira version of Executioner. You've got the Infinity Edge. You've got Collector. I think like 2 of her best items. And it's a composition that thrives when you are just like filthy rich. Because if you can 3-star just all of these 3
lupa ada technical meeting itu Nusantara Open guys. Bentar ya guys ya. Disambil ya.
It's amazing. No, he's good. The third cast,
Disambi, bro.
So it will be great to see if we get him now. Beantune also going for this possible line, and Beantune he has. I'm very concerned because Beantune also has a line that could possibly be Execution, and now we have the Lulu that maybe Taro will use as a holder instead of going for the Seraphim, or do you think he will stay with the Lulu? Because he has the headliner now. He didn't have copies previously, so it will be very hard to get a 3-star.
It'd be hard to hit the 3-star, so it might just be the Seraphine, as you said, with the Remember the Roots, but I also think the fact that there's so many players going for a 3-cost reroll, maybe he'll consider playing the Lulu.
Yeah, I do want to zoom us out slightly with Taro here from Japan. Of course, it's worth remembering Japan is our reigning world championship country right now. World title himself, the world champion, until this tournament is done, is not in this competition. The Japanese players, of course, looking to follow up his incredible success last set. That first place was absolutely amazing.
I would like to point out that we should learn about the Augment selection. For example, Salvi is getting uplink, but he's getting the silver one. That's the best, in my opinion. It's amazing the amount.
Cem yang punya trade yang sama kayak HL dapat 200. Oh gitu.
To get a good ult in very early in the rounds.
Yeah, I can help you hit those break points.
Kalau ikut tour gini harus top 10 server SG dulu baru masuk kualifikasi. Oh gitu ya. Iya sih kayaknya top server guys.
I mean, there's always potential of KDA, but it's not really, that sought after.
Yang kemarin juga top server itu kan.
That would, to me, kind of indicate potential of wanting to go.
Set depan lah ya. Murawi gak sih? Set depan Murawi gak sih top server guys?
There's a possibility as you say Kat, that he simply goes to 8, try to play the Dari in case he doesn't get any natural units of the copy.
Ice.
It could be.
Aela Pelios still we. Nih ke Jaws nih top 1 server Singapura nih. Udah kalau belakangnya tuh kasur gini udah pasti orangnya no-lab banget bro. No-lab abis ya. Gila bro.
And this is a long time coming for Chaos to be at the championship, right? I mean, this
gas.
has been around since set 1, playing mostly on NA because SCA did not really have
pakai AL
Chaos was kind of barred from entry for a very long time. And he ended up coaching a lot.
Hilang dong dikumpulin gitu dong. Hilang dong dikumpulin gitu dong. Waduh. Makanan empuk fake banget itu ya. Tapi masih kuat guys. Tinggal lah.
I want to raise the question here because one of our big
Rabadon anjir. Trot. Kalau dipisah menang tadi monsternya ya. Minum boba anjir. Dikit jauh.
This is the spot where heroes are going for the first time to Worlds with new players like Coca came from Latam. We have a lot of players. When we were seeing the list, we will have much recurring going to the championship. So TFT is actually opening a lot in the world. So this is an invitation also. If you're hearing this, you're trying to go in the ladder race, it's a good opportunity. TFT is the game where anyone can make it. If you're the best, obviously you have to best.
You don't start as the best though. I think all these players, these heroes that have been developing over time, they have had an enormous amount of patience and persistence to get to this point at all.
All right, now we're taking stock of some of these boards, right? We're on Malala right now. He is
chill banget ke Jaws. Ya, harus begitu sih, guys. Nanti tegangnya nanti ya. Kalau udah round 4 berapa gitu, bro. 4 ke atas roundnya udah sih. Tapi masih di atas ya ke Jaws. Darahnya 119. Dapat ini Titan dia aja.
But we have the Lulu, which I
Ini
think
kalau turni
is
begini sih
potentially
Tini
going to
Titan sih
reroll at this stage.
udah pasti diambil ya.
I can confirm what we were talking about before. The KDM has landed exactly onto Lulu, as he said, to spread things
Kele
around.
buang.
Coming from Kula.
Udah ke-8 dia. Weh, fast 8 bro.
He knows the Mosher is not the best, so he's keeping.
Wih, Lowy.
So this is amazing. He doesn't have to go now for the set. He has possibility to play around.
Anjir, 37 ya. Ini udah nikmat banget sih, guys. Lu kalau udah di round pas monster 37 begini udah level 8 sih cepet banget ya itu ya.
But unlike what we saw in our previous games, the HP total isn't quite as low.
Karena pakai clear mind ya. Oke, reroll. Ada trash. Woi, Bang, jangan diituin dulu, Bang. Jangan diganti dulu, Bang. Oke, nggak mungkin diambil. Oke. Wow, dapat Ezreal, bro. Exactly guys ya. Tambahin blue buff Ezrealnya guys. Kurang red buff doang anjir. Tuh ini ada flag idaman anjir. Langsung ketemu monsternya guys.
Obviously trying to go for the hardstyle line. He doesn't have 5, he has 4. So maybe drop one or include one more to try to get the additional buff.
Formasinya harus begitu ya kalau pakai monster ya.
So it's like a medium spot for him fighting against the monster.
Masih kalah, bro.
And it's not enough for him now. So
Wih.
he needs front line.
Wih.
He has good damage with the Ezreal, but it's not enough to make the win.
I was going to bring up here, we have an interesting Augment setup there.
Panik.
Oh, it's the best. Yeah, so you've got a lot of beef there. Oh, yeah, we're talking about the kind of matchups that's bad into. Israel taking the shot across the entire team. Seems on paper that should be bad.
Yeah, it is and it's not, because Ezreal only does that.
Last Augment, gold lagi.
And a lot of times the important
Little
units
buddies.
are actually going to use that Mosher regen and heal back to full
Little
after.
buddies
So it essentially
itu.
nullifies the big cast from the Ezreal.
All right, our last Augment's coming in.
Milala mana Milala?
Silver to gold once more. Anything leaping out at you?
Now, I still
Milala ambil apa Milala?
I like it. They're trying to reinforce what the archetype or each composition is. So, for example, here Ice, he needed items. He already
Kalau
has
pakai
a good
Augment
chunk of,
monster
of
core-nya
presence.
dicepit
He's
oh
He has
gitu.
a Elric King that will give him either HP or gold.
Gara
And
Augment tuh kali
it's
Bang,
tough
most
because
the pit.
he doesn't have an actual
Most the pit.
carry now.
Core-nya
He has like a
dicepit
good
gitu ya.
front line. He has the Kane, but there's no damage here.
Yeah, he's missing a lot of damage as he gets into
Salvi apa nih? Udah jadi Jess. Pakai Akali dia.
So at least he's got a bit more damage. He's got the blue buff, red buff. This
Nggak
wants
dapet
to be
Ezreal.
Ezreal. It does not want to be Akali, but is what Salvi has found for now. And he's just going to kind of rent that Akali in this mid game. Has that Lucian one with the last whisper.
Kuat banget Caknya. Pula item anjir.
And we can see that the raw unit quality here is very good, even with the heart.
Semengesalkan itu anjir.
The tanks finished off the job there. Salvi takes the L.
I still want that win.
Of course, it's worth knowing Ice taking the first place from the first lobby. These players are
Okay,
playing
so
against each other for the second time before the reseed coming in. So Salvi,
Cina nomor 6 nih.
to take Ice down a peg in this game.
Cari Augment apa bro? Cari Augment apa bro?
Low goal, he's looking for a new headliner, doesn't hit, and
Tweetnya nggak ada.
Let's see if the last goal is good for him. So,
Masih anak gue.
So this is
no.
I think he has to get this trash at least for now, and he does.
Terpaksa.
So let's see if it's enough. He has the Jhin, so there's also a possibility.
Item bang, item bang.
Front line for it to work.
He's loading up that threat with everything he has, the blue buff. And
Bang, item bang.
onto the Jhin to try and buy as much time as possible, clearing out the bench as well. We'll see if it's good enough.
Yeah, Yush on double keepers, so massive shields, but this is still an Urgot 1 item carrying all of the Urgot items. As he's
Kuat
only
juga
found
Thresh
that
ya,
headliner
nahan
and
ya.
nothing more. And so this Thresh is just invincible. Every cast hits the entire board and he just heals his full HP bar.
Tadi yang pakai cek itu kan?
Until that Urgot actually gets upgraded.
Well, talk to me about this double keeper setup there. Presumably, you've got these massive amount of extra shields. Got the
Belum ada yang tusun guys.
So I guess you've got to have the quality units to
Sisa 14 Kele.
to make that shielding really count.
Yeah, for
Milala,
sure.
ambil apa Milala? Masih di slot 7 dia.
You can delay the first burst of damage of the
Milala
enemy
pakai apa, guys?
is great because you have
Kontri.
a lot of units that will go for CC, go for utility, and it's not only the
Kontrinya
damage, it's
tabrakan,
the
anjir,
overall
sama
composition
Moser.
really helps. So it's great that you have keepers, and I've seen it not only in Disco, obviously here in Motion,
Urgotnya doang sih
also
tapi ya.
in lines of hard steel we can see keepers.
Tapi
because of the
tabrakan lah,
strength
guys,
it has
hitungannya, guys.
to avoid the first wave of damage.
Alright, on board with Chaos, he does end up having
Dia absen
true
sama
damage
Jin.
emblem on Ari. True damage Ari has been
Jin
a lot
pakai
more
IE sih
popular.
lumayan.
Caitlyn also works, but Ari
Ke
has been
Jaws masih di
incredibly
atas,
popular
anjir.
through that front line. And it's gonna go alongside
Modal
one
true
away
damage.
from hitting as Malala hits that
Udah
Samira
P3
3. He's
Samiranya,
gonna pick up
bro.
the spatula. I'm curious if he will just... He's trying to risk it for country.
Wah,
He's trying
nyari
to go
cloak
second
dia.
country If he can find a cloak on the next PvE round. But if
Nyari
not,
cloak
he does
dia.
have the fallback of Emo, and you see him slam the guard breaker instead of the Hodge because it allows him to
Nih
still
Kele nih.
have the Emo emblem,
Kele di
still
ujung
use
tanduk,
full
guys.
emblem for his board.
Dapat Ezreal tapi di ujung tanduk dia ya.
Smart play out of Malala. We check in now. Mikola, who is doing pretty decent.
Rosot.
Still ticking up the Lucian into the backline as well. Of course, that
Menang sih, menang.
Ezreal doing a fantastic job of tearing through the multiple
Tusu nih kayaknya si Salvi nih.
As Salvi takes another L.
Yeah, Salvi made a roll down. He didn't hit like a primary, a Brio headliner, but he does have the Akali. Akali can do a good work in round 4, but in round 5 it won't be enough. She doesn't have healing, so she's only doing damage. So let's see if he can find something else. He also has a Lucian, so yeah, and also
Weh,
he's
set dua.
so let's see if maybe Salvi's getting rapidly to level 9.
Kula hit a lot.
Minim item banget sih ini.
The secondary carry with the Zed.
Udah komposisinya udah lumayan ya.
Finding a lot of components and items off of the Heartsteel catch-outs throughout this game. So Ezreal's only on 2 items. Zed is only on 1 item. It's actually not incredibly strong. So we're going to see that stacking positioning once again. Try and concentrate that damage. So even though it's not entirely optimal, you can still get through a lot of units quickly.
Well, Bintam going for a slightly different approach here. 4 rapid fire in place, at least for the time being. Certainly echoes what we saw in Game 1 from Volta. We would have liked this to turn out. We do see that the front line is not going to be quite good enough. And we've even got the Bloodthirst there to try and discard damage and little buddies for a little bit more attack speed. Ultimately, it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, good value of little buddies. He got the Jinx, he got the Aphelios, so he has really using it well to get the synergies. Not working for him this time, and now the Ice is not working also. A good damage from the Seraphine accessing the backline with the AoE damage.
Yeah, and it looks like Tara ended up leaning towards that Seraphine instead. And heavily pushing for that, and still has not hit the 3-star. So the fact that Tara is still able to hold on to this much HP in stage 4 without finding that Seraphine 3, really, really good for him to be able to continue to do that while a lot of players are dropping very quickly.
You were saying, Cass, in the previous game that we won the 3-star 2 cost on level 4-1.
Yeah,
in this game, Chaos is very delayed. Also the Seraphine delayed, but it was because of the tempo. They were really pressured. Even the people with meditation.
Kualifikasi akan terbagi ke 3 round. Satu round bersihkan 8 player. Round 1 256 round bermain 1 kali dan top 1 setiap round bermain 2.
Tara, of course, with the 5 wins you can see on the right hand side. Salvi dropping down very
Anjir, top 1 doang Nusantara Open.
The very bottom of HP has turned the corner and is
Gila.
starting to try and push up the table again.
Salvi just used all that.
Wah, berat banget ya. Round 2 32 round. 256 player akan bermain 1 kali dan top 1 setiap round akan berlanjut ke round 3.
Segmented here. I'm curious if he can find an opportunity to sell out of this Lucian, but he does want to play around this 3 Jazz as he runs into Malala, who's been dropping a lot of HP recently.
He's got the 7
round 3 4 room.
And the Samira 3 you pointed out from before, gonna hit like an absolute truck. You see that with the hand of justice, she's shrugging off a lot of the incidental damage coming through. Almost gets nailed. For want of a single shot of the Samira.
She's alive! She's just hanging on forever!
Hand of Justice making his work there, getting a lot, keeping safe the Samira until the end, and it's good that he hit because he was lacking a little front line depending on getting that country, and now the Corcel de la Muerte, how we call it, the super Hekari, is now doing work.
Yeah, he's got it, and he's also 2 away from a Mumu 3. I don't know if you noticed that on the bench, but if he can hold that together, this front line is absurd. And it all comes down to, can incidental damage snipe the Samira?
Well, speaking of Muerte, we have got problems here for Salvi, down to minimal HP as well. We've got several players down to the 20s and 30s as well. It's only really Chaos up towards the top, and Bintam as well, who keeping ahead of the pack.
Yeah, Yush had to just accept that this Urgot wasn't going to happen. Ends up selling the Urgot 1 to move the items to the headliner because he just needed to get it done. And we still see the augments can carry this comp pretty hard. So this might be close, but the thing is, Thresh once again getting big stuns in the fight. However, the regen from the Moshers, this Ezreal and...
Main skor enggak, top 1 doang yang diambil.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tight.
3 round. Round pertama itu top 1 diambil. Terus yang top 1 itu lolos. Lolos kan ke babak berikutnya kan. Nah, babak round kedua itu diambil 1 lagi. Top 1-nya doang. Terus lanjut lagi kan ke babak ke round ketiga. Nah, dari round ketiga kan tinggal 4 lobby ya. Nah, itu diambil 2. Diambil 2, guys. Jadinya 8 kan. Nah, 8 itu yang lolos ke Jakarta gitu. Kejawas masih level 6, Sena nggak level 3. Baru level 3. Alhamdulillah. Alfie udah mati ya.
It's amazing that Ice is level 8. He already has the gene to stop.
Berat amat ya.
He's a believer. He's an actual believer. The front line is working for him, and he is able to get the full orchestra fighting for him. And now, final chance to get the itemization, to get a legendary, and try to finish up the game.
Well, Cass, you mentioned with the Jhin, of course, the front line is going to be very important. We'll see if Ice can pick up anything more there. But so far, taking a sneak peek off screen, Ice has put together a pretty impressive front line to make sure that Jhin can get the job done longer term.
Yeah, I mean, just the Thresh with 3 items is massive, especially in this lobby. There's a lot of clubbing.
Para komen tuh ngerijir.
Being able to heal up when that hook comes out, CC and healing. And so I think that this has just been able to stabilize, and this Jhin.
Kayaknya sih nggak left sih, guys. Besok, guys. Paling left cuma 1 game gimana, bro? 1 game harus top 1 anjir. Wah, ntar malam gua ini ya. Wah, training banget buat transisinya nih anjir.
And let's see what he does. Kelly is actually very strong. He has good front line. He has the double carry on the same side where we were talking about in the last round. So let's see if it's enough for him. He's going after Kelly. So Milala and Kelly in the double breakdown.
Yeah, Malala fighting up against Yush. It's going to be really hard to push through all these shields and the extra regen, but he's going to have to hold on. On the other side, it is going to be the Senna.
Oh, looking for the big booms with the crowd control for days. Color survives.
Wih, Milala. Wih, setnya kuat amat, bro. Wah, gila setnya. Wah, set macam apa itu, bro? 6 monster ya. Nyesek banget kalahnya sama set anjir.
By almost identical at the opposite end of the table. Malala goes out in 7th place, but down to a top 6.
She was tanking everything she could with the healing. It was actually amazing, but well, Kelly
setnya nambah darah terus.
In the top 6, and now.
Oh, tuh Augmentnya lihat, guys. Augmentnya tuh lihat tuh. Keepers ya.
And Ice are the ones that are stepping it up and with good position to get a good podium in this.
Nggak B3 padahal lo. Urgotnya lo.
On the performance of Huey and Tamura in the previous championship, it certainly had a very good first game against this field of very decorated players. We'll see if we can follow up and do even more here.
Yeah, and this game has been rough, not being able to find the Urgot. The Augments carrying through, double keepers, submit to the pit. Urgot 2 was plenty in that situation.
Tuh lihat setnya anjir. Oh, mati tuh.
Going to try and get through Bintum, right? We've got this Caitlyn firing away, and now this is the weakness of that Urgot 2, not tanky enough to survive that initial onslaught.
Yeah,
keepers 2 biji.
Absolutely terrifying. But the Ari punches through there. The color is going out.
Gorilla gonna fall in 6th place there. Yush has held on to at least equal Dish Soap's performance in the last game, playing Submit to the Pit, where you can't find the Urgot. still making it happen, and you can see the power of that augment. You don't even hit your comp, and you still end up can find a 5th. You'll take that.
Yeah, for sure. Taro is now in a good spot. He already got the comp he wanted. It's not like the best comp. It's not a winning comp because he doesn't have like Lulu 3, and he doesn't have the possibility to go to 9 to get like the zone.
Wih, 10 KDA sih ini. Taro 10 KDA nggak sih?
Go for the tempo and actually work for him in this case.
We can see Taro took
Tapi susah dia ya.
presumably is a player oriented.
Taro darahnya tinggal berapa, Taro?
To keep that medium performance, brewing for the possibility that one game you can come through huge and get the first.
Ends up hitting a blue buff there. I'm curious if that will be the 3rd Ari item that comes out, but we're going to jump on with Yosh. He's still looking for the Urgot. He's on 3 copies, or 3 extra copies, so he needs 2 more. Doesn't really have the gold
Nyari
to get there,
Urgot 2 biji.
gets very, very lucky in the next shop and finds both of them.
Kejaus tiba-tiba darahnya tinggal 2, kocak.
Adding shred to this board does actually meaningful increase the health.
Moving a little position and going a little to the back, forcing maybe the carries to move a little and have a little more access. So let's see if enough. The Ari is tanking directly to the trash. So this will be good. Good CC from him. Let's see if it's enough to get the battle done.
Keep an eye very closely on the Argot on the side, as you mentioned, Ari as well, going face to face.
MVP setnya sih ini guys. Srot,
The big thing, the Urgot, when they moved up, he got stuck on a
kejaus tusun tuh.
So his cone attacks was only a single unit of the front line
enggak ding,
instead
sisa
of spreading
2.
it across everyone. And so because he takes the front line one at a time instead of hitting them all at once, the Urgot's just
6
not
true
able to get it done.
damage.
We end up seeing Yush fall there.
We haven't seen the comp from Taro, and it's good that he only went tempo, good augments, and now he's in a great position. I thought it was like for top 4, top 5, and he could even got it with this. So final confrontation, final
masih nabung tuh. Taro mau 10 KDA dia.
But both tanks with itemization.
So with the compositions we've got left in play, what we're seeing,
10 KDA sih first place ya. 18 sih kuat sih harusnya ya. Minala tusun udah dari tadi. Pakai country.
Ari's being able to punch through quite a bit because it is true damage Ari, very, very strong.
Weh, ente kejaos.
Able to have all that extra gold from the
ente kejaos. Wih, Taro juga kalah. Lagi-lagi ada flag. 9 bang. Nyari apa sih?
Taro though on the lowest HP right now. He's still got a good amount of money in the bank.
Yeah, Ice looking to go back-to-back first here on a 7-win streak, 33 health remaining. Won the first game, looking to make it another. And
B2 ininya. Cina lagi ya.
I love the position.
Gila udah level 9 guys.
He has healing. He knows he will step away from the carry. So let's see if he's good enough to get
4 big shot
of the damage in. So now the double placement here and most of the final round right now.
A very nice little bit of optimization. You can see absolutely Ezreal staying.
Yoriknya pakai ON nggak ngaruh. Free hit Jinnya.
It's a beast. This thresh won't go down.
Weh, gila. Wah, anjir.
In the lead scene, very, very close.
Kelar ya? Oh, double kill.
So he got it.
Wih, Cina lagi, bro.
The orchestra make the difference.
Cina lagi, bro. First place-nya, bro.
Going on top of 60 seconds, winning that first game as well. CN, we can never count them out every single time they show.
Kalau nggak kesentuh kayak gitu, Jin ya.
Just absolutely dominating in these first 2 rounds.
Yeah, of course, in the previous championship, we did have 3 players from CN in the top 8. It seemed very, very likely we see them reassert and control. Of course, for any of you long-term viewers, you remember the period of time where it was just China win after China win after China win at the Global Championship. But there's still plenty more games to come. Stay with us. We'll be back after the break with our analyst desk.
Wow.
She just hanging on forever. The monster! No! The set onto the back line and it was too much! Malala with take this down, but that wrapped around and it takes Belajar out. Ice, one more shot. Caitlyn, no.
Tapi full gitu ya guys, itunya boardnya kosong kan?
Knocking him out of the park.
Biolanya 9 biji anjir. Gimana gak sakit? Pakai IE 4 big shot. Tuh, jadi ini Nusantara Open gimana besok? Top satunya doang. Mainnya 3 game ya. Tapi harus top 1 terus, guys. 2 game itu harus top 1 biar lolos. Nah, game ketiganya itu harus top 2. Top 1, top 2. Ya soalnya dicari cuma 8 orang bang. Iya cuma terlalu singkat sih guys. Kalau kualifikasinya tuh harus 3 game doang gitu ya. Maksudnya kan bisa 1 game misal top 4 gitu loh bro. Banyakin gamenya nggak apa-apa. Kalau yang dicari top 1 gitu kan.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here to break down that game number 2 that we had on the live stream. And with that, I have back with me on the desk, Max.
Lu prize poolnya 30 juta. Juara 1 berapa nih? 13. Juara 1 13. Ntar nih guys, kasih tahu ya rulesnya ya. Kasih tahu rulesnya nih. Juara 1 13 juta. Ini prize poolnya dulu ya. Juara 2 7 juta. Juara 3 4 juta. 45 2 juta. Juara 6 1 juta. 78 500 ribu. 500 ribu. Bolak balik naik kereta aja kagak cukup 500 ribu guys. Lumayan ya kalau top 1 lumayan bro, 13 bro. Fase kualifikasi selama fase online kualifikasi setiap pemain akan diberikan tenggat waktu 15 menit. Waktu tambahan dari random yang sudah ditentukan. Jika pemain sudah melewati batas, tambatan akan didiskualifikasi. Contohnya waktu start 17, pemain tidak join ke room di jam 17.15 akan dianggap walkout. Good luck. Sudah selesai untuk technical meeting, informasinya detail random menyusul. "78 sih nyesek. Ya tapi kalau lolos final ya udah bagus lah. Nih kalian lihat nih. Nih kalian lihat nih ya. Turnamen skema turnamen ya. Kualifikasinya akan terbagi 3 round. Ke 3 round. Satu room itu berisikan 8 player. Round 1 nih kan ada 256 room, akan bermain 1 kali, dan top 1 setiap room akan lanjut ke round 2, top 1 doang. Nah dari 25 6 room atau 25 6 lobby itu jadinya 32 doang round 2 nya guys. 32 lobby, 32 room atau 256 player. Karena satu lobby kan isinya 8 kan. Akan bermain 1 kali dan top 1 setiap room akan lanjut ke round 3 akumulasi poin. Terus round 3-nya kan sisanya 4 room ya, atau 32 player atau 4 lobby. Nah ini akan bermain 3 pertandingan. Nah ini udah 3 match nih. Top 2 masing-masing room akan lanjut ke babak grand final. Top 2 doang. Top 8 akan langsung menuju ke babak grand final offline di Poin Arena Jakarta. Gitu guys. Jadi masih optimis ke Jakarta. Aduh. Link skor turnya bang, kalau mau lihat link skor turnya. Link skor turnya, tur apa? Pertandingan akan berjalan dengan sistem mandatory. Player akan saling menghubungi dan janjian untuk open room. Lobby normal, bertanding sesuai rundown yang diberikan. Top 1 setiap round wajib mengirim bukti hasil pertandingan ke Discord sesuai grup masing-masing. Nah ini pakai apa nih? Buktinya pakai apa bro? Peraturan umum. Koneksi dan jaringan berkontak untuk bermain. Fase offline grand final device akan disediakan. Perilaku yang dilarang. Menghubungi nomor WhatsApp player yang tercantum di data player yang di blacklist. Rundown pertandingan akan dibagikan di Discord. Rundown pertandingan bersifat tentatif. Setiap pemain harus standby selama pertandingan berjalan. Udah tadi ya. Buktinya screenshot bang. Cara screenshot gimana sih ya? Lupa. Bentar bro. Cara screenshot gimana sih ya? Cara screenshot di PC gimana guys? Duh lupa aku guys. Cara screenshot di PC. Cara screenshot di komputer. Setelah itu pilih opsi window. Oh, picture. Screenshot mana screenshot? Tombol Windows, PRT, SCR. Mana kocak? Apa di sini ya? Guys. Ini lumayan ini nih. Kamera roll. Screen. Shoot. Oh ini. Kanan atas biasanya deket delete. Iya ya ada. Win PRT SC. Snipping tool juga bisa. Snipping tool gimana? Ini Win Windows kan, gambar Windows kan? Terus kok nggak bisa ya guys? Tuh nggak bisa anjir. Nggak bisa bro. Nggak masuk. Amin Discord. Nggak ada. Tur gacha. Tur gacha. Ya mungkin pertama lah guys. Pertama lah ya, dimaklumin lah. Pertama pesertanya banyak banget gitu. Dulu pas Cesra saja pertama juga 1 round doang anjir. Nyampe perempat final baru 2 round. Nggak ada. Pakai HP aja lah besok lah. Pakai HP aja lah bro. Foto pakai HP aja udah begini kalau bingung lah ya. Pencetnya harus bareng apa gimana sih? Alhamdulillah. Saking banyaknya yang daftar. Ya namanya turnamen official bro. Ya udahlah, kita ikut andil aja lah ya. Kalau kalah ya udah, besok set depan kita harus top 1 biar bisa ikut turnamen-turnamen gede. Top 1 server. Kalau menang berarti ya bonus lah ya. Anggap aja begitu, bro. karena 1 game lu harus top 1 gitu loh. Satu game harus top 1 kan.
Yes. when are we gonna see Wandering Trainer?
Milala ikut kayaknya juga nggak lolos ke grand final kayaknya Milala. Bareng men, kalau nggak cari sniping tool. Udah bareng nggak jadi.
We actually saw a couple of Wandering Trainer games in the NA regional
Sniping
finals
tool.
as well. It was a portal that I feel
Sniping
like
tool.
if you high roll,
Oh,
you
ini.
high roll and you become Mordog's favorite player.
Sniping
but
tool
some of
terus.
those emblems can be
New.
really tricky to
Oh
try to actually
gini.
synergize
Oh
with the
iya
board.
KSS.
Psychologically, it's all about breaking the flow
Habis
of
itu?
those players on the top of the standing.
Cancel.
If you see ice in your lobby, if you see 60-second, and you're NA who doesn't have a top 8 yet, you might just go for that wandering
Oh
trainer.
terus diseleksi.
Just had to throw that at us, didn't you?
Of course.
Cara nyeleksinya?
Our lobby for game number 3, a nice mix of regions. Of course, this is the World
Oh
Championship.
kayak gini, misal kayak gini.
Zidue, Chaos, Dish Soap back and maybe trying to make a
Oh
better
misal
game
kayak
than we
gini.
saw for early on.
Terus?
Tess,
Oh
Alunu,
iya
Tete,
anjir.
and Donnie to start things off here. Any big names that stand out to you?
Ini kesimpan di mana ini?
Chaos. I think this guy's style is so unique because he rarely goes
Butuh
towards the
hoki
hard steal. Less than 25%
rank tinggi bang
of his
kalau mau rank
games does he go for it. He mainly plays the 8
Ya sengaja
and
2
super
game lah
few
rank 1
lines,
terus.
and what he's so good at is actually transitioning out of those
Ini
lines.
lihatnya
He
di
never
mana?
tries to donkey roll. That's his motto.
That would be a very good thing for a lot of our players to take to heart as well, especially if you
You
want to
can
see a lot
save
of those
snipe.
reroll compositions. And we've already seen some players fail to make those rerolls happen.
Oh ini
What do
save.
you do in that
Save
situation? I
snipe.
feel like that could always be a
Oh
tough
ya
thing
ya
to
ya ya
find
ya ya ya
yourself
ya.
out of that hole.
Especially at Worlds with so much at stake, I think you always have to have some kind of backup plan. We saw from Tado in the last game where he was maybe
Capture.
anchoring heavily towards Seraphine. Reroll with itemization,
Okay.
with his headliner. Saw the natural clops were not there in stage 4. He was high enough in levels to say, hey, I'm going to abort this plan. I'm going to play into Aria Kali instead.
Control
But
S
third
bang,
was
yes.
first as
Di
well.
save.
So I think being able to adapt and flexibility
Okay,
is
thank
the
you,
key. Having
bro.
that plan B, maybe that plan C, maybe that plan D even in some of these lobbies because contesting will happen in a meta that is so
Oh iya ada
dominated by
nih.
rerolls and especially the stronger ones like Senna and Kale that so many players
Wih
want to
ada GG
This is
GG.
exactly what Chaos does, what Panda just
TY,
mentioned.
TY,
If
TY
you're
ya.
only sitting on your
Sniping tool.
headliner on 4-2, then trying to find 6 copies on average is going to cost you 100 gold. You're actually much better going level 8 and rolling on 50 gold and try to go for vertical KDA.
Coming to this lobby, we also saw that we have Yeduzor. Player I talked a little
Wih,
bit about on the
Cina
top
nomor
step.
1 bro.
Has had a breakout set.
Anjir,
He already
Cina
had,
6
I think,
besar,
a lot
3
of
orang,
spotlight
guys.
on him when he won the set 9 French TRC, the Hex League, which is the strongest region in the NBA, so it does mean a lot to many players. But this set, he had a breakout ladder performance.
NA mana nih, NA nih?
Both GSCs didn't perform
NA
well.
mana, bro?
Kind of showcase finally, hey, I can do well in a tournament in set 10 as well. And he started off with 2 very good results.
Sepertinya NA kebanyakan turni ya guys ya. Pergerakannya sudah dibaca.
Confirmation that you belong here, that you deserve to be here, that you could maybe even fight to be in the top 8 ahead of EMEA favorites like Solvi or Volta.
Absolutely. I think it's all about mentality in a best of 12 format because you are playing those 2 days. You want to hit about 30 points and feel like you're still in reach on day 2 for that. So for young players and for experienced players, getting good sleep.
Es berat 2 rank 1 yaitu gila-gila.
This is sort of like walking through a door frame. Maybe you forget
Apa
the
ya?
last 2 games that have happened and you're able to go into.
For Solvi, I hope so.
Yeah, I gotta go into this with a.
Apa ya top 1 2 kali dia?
With itemization, with his headliner. Saw the natural clops were not there in stage 4. Third, which was maybe that.
But Chaos worked much better going
Oh iya
level 8 and
88
rolling
anjir,
on 50 gold
16
and
sempurna bro. Wah anjir, bukan manusia sih guys. Nih kalau round 3-nya top 1 lagi sih.
Yeah, I gotta
Wah
go into
anjir.
this with a maybe fresh perspective from that particular instance.
And this is, I think, again, when you're winning, it's maybe easy for to do well, but players like Solvi really had a bad start, but I think bounced back a little bit in that game too. I think it's where the experience comes in. Solvi's been playing since set 1. Since set 1, he was a monster on the US ladder. Everyone feared him, even in NA, one of the most gaming players in TFT history before the competitor actually started. So this player's been around for a very long time. He knows what is necessary in the 12 games.
Aku pengen lihat itu sih.
Let's see the next 2 games from Solvi and from
Portal silver apa? Prismatic Symphony guys.
It's a game 6, a game 7 that you think there would start to be some mental fortitude you need to shore up.
I think overall you want to get about 62 points in the first 12 games of group stages. So I feel like the mental really starts to crunch on you when you can't hit that 30 mark on day 1. And for Salvi right now, since he only has 2 points, that does mean for the rest of the 4, he has to average a top 2.
We have seen big comebacks with players starting the day 2 on around 26 points. Sometimes the cutoff is as low as 59. Not always, but sometimes it is. There is that kind of, silver lining to hope for if you're Solvi. But I think the biggest one is the game 6, because game 6 leaves that taste in your mouth of either positive momentum or negative momentum. If you have an 8th in game 6, no matter what your points are, if you're in the position that Solvy's in now, for example, it's going to be very hard to come back mentally. Sleeping on that 8th, for example, sleeping on that, oh, what could I have done better in that final game of day 1 to be in a good place in day 2? So I think really game 5 and 6 is kind of the cutting point where it really matters most to get a good result.
And there's so many different approaches that you're seeing these players take. When you look at the fusion of all of these regions that are competing here, every single region has their own unique play style that you've really got to be adaptable to when playing around in these lobbies. A lot of people favor the reroll, but what if you are now in a lobby where they also really like to do those reroll compositions, or what if you're going against a region that's just really, really good at capping out those big boards? Does that change the tempo? And can players actually find that adaptation early on in order to secure that success?
So far, of all of the Chinese players that we've seen appear on our screen, they've all played Heartsteel. So it's very obvious that this is something that happens a lot at Worlds. They tend to find the rest of the regions a little bit slower than their old pace in the TOC, and they're willing to adjust and slow their game plan down and go for the max cap boards in the Heartsteel. Maybe EMEA has a bit of a different tempo.
We're just starting with the 8th and then the first come later on. You know, we're normally it's divided, first and 8th, then a first. Now we're just starting with
security.
Exactly. We're letting everyone get confident, and then we'll come back day 2. But Yedizor and Skip I think very good start. I'm curious what Skip has played. We talked about him being a very creative player. Had a first in that first game and had a good result in game number 2 as well. I'm curious if he's really bringing forward those kind of cooked up boards that are just so creative. You think, how is this guy playing this on the world stage against the best players in the world and making it work? That's just Capeus for you. Hopefully you see him at some point at the end of his day.
Talking about cooking, I also want to introduce you to Ziyue because he's the only CM player that actually played a Garen reroll board. If you want to see it, this might be the game. I will say he did go for a 6th, but it was fun to see.
Okay, I mean, sometimes it doesn't quite equate to the placement you think that board could still get, right?
Nah, kita berarti mainnya harus kayak S ya. Besok ya. 1-1 gitu, guys. Lolos, guys.
I tagged, he had a Garen 3 and he had a Caitlyn. I tagged his game as a Caitlyn flex board, and he DM'd me. He's like, wait, this is Garen reroll, man. Don't take this away from me. So I think you feel strongly about this tech.
It's not the Caitlyn 3, it's the Garen 3. Okay.
Wih, siapa?
Well, if you want to tune into the action that is happening in the other lobbies today, we have some amazing streamers and commentators that are going to be walking you through all of that action for lobby.
It's Stuart kayak pemain COC loh.
Lobby B, we've got Sir Black and Memo.
Itsu bukan sih
We've got It's Stuart and Lurimon. So
some context on Memo, a top German player, had a great set 9 that really broke him into that kind of A tier in terms of Germany, and that's the
Wih, kejaos, ke-shooting lagi anjir.
Ready to get loaded into game number 3. But a lot of the players we've been talking about up until now, a player we haven't mentioned too much is Kess.
Sabun gimana Sabun?
To bring the Poro legend back in the set 9
Top 1 doang besok.
That was a bold move for set 9 where we had Earth and we had all these different
Udah top 1 terus. Main lolos mari Jakarta.
That same flair, bring that same kind of personality to this game.
Talking about flair, we are starting it off.
Angel itu sistem poin.
Competitive player I've ever met really likes Augment payout because it's steady, it lets you play.
Bukan orang bisa. Angel.
Second portal, so go players in game 3. Good job.
Well, that makes it a very easy choice when every player is sitting on that portal. We will be playing Augment payout as we head into this third game of day number 1 of the Remix Rumble Championships. And we're going to hop on board with Jedusor and see what he's going to start.
Mau. Gila.
Look out for, of course, in this stage 1 is, do players find many natural copies of
mainnya si ping telut toh. Dua kali kudu juara siji terus round ketelune baru 3 game dicot loro. Dadi ini 8 kan. Dunia.
If we see someone trying to go for that, we could see maybe that BF sword being an indicator. Maybe Corky reroll. What do you think, Clement?
Ya tulanan lagi kon ora mikir iki pri.
Someone always hits a 3-star before 2-3 and they just play it to the end of the game. If you hold on to it for too long though, it could be to your detriment.
Well, that's why we have nice pivots out sometimes, being able to get rid of that Corky and put those items on something like the Caitlyn instead in the late game. But we're starting to get some nice loot here from all.
Gak boleh pakai itu sih guys, udah harus pakai deflect dah. 2 game yang juara deflect mulu ya.
Is that a rule?
Iya kan? Terbukti kan?
If you have Heartsteel, you play Heartsteel. If you don't have Heartsteel, you roll for Heartsteel.
That sounds like a set 10 rule to me, Clemens. I follow it as well in my ladder game. We'll see Jedusor will follow that as well. The player that likes playing usually
Tadi augmentnya apa aja itu si Ace ya?
Open for too often, but with Heartsteel, as you mentioned, and with a good augment, especially a 2-1 that leans into the lose streak, something like what doesn't kill you, something like Metabolic Accelerator, that could definitely be his game plan.
I feel like you can still play Heartsteel though from a win streak position as well in these early stages, because what you're really looking for is to just get some amount of value, and then you can lose streak later on after you pick your second augment. But the first augments that we have up for grabs are going to be gold.
Oh, I'm really looking for some of the econ augments
Clutcher
for
mine.
Heartsteel players right here. And we have Jedusor plus Ziril, both starting off with Heartsteel ones.
Metal
so
hit.
if they can find more gold injections.
Metal hit, bro. Wah, metal hit kan? CC main penta. Saya nggak lihat lo penta gaming lo guys.
It looks like for Jedusor. Metalheads over here for Soapview, it looks like.
Oh, I think it was a little bit of a mistake. I think it was from
Healing North for Yasuo.
Metal
If you
hit.
find 6 Yasuos and a BF sword, this could be the game plan you go for. It looks like Cass is fairly committed for now
Wih,
onto the Yasuo.
Star Arboran ya
Hasn't
itu ya?
done so
Oh,
well
bukan
in
ya?
the world in-houses, but we've seen in China especially can do really well if you play that.
Yanto 2 biji bang.
Exactly. If you have a player like Achen, he really likes to play this line, and the way he does it is he actually holds on to the punk unit and then tries to double up.
Wah, diterbangin mulu sama Naminya ya.
Before level 4, it's a huge boon. But of course, this looks like more of a full lost streak angle.
The lost streak is also okay just to be able to try to grab that economy with those changes that they made to the win streak and the lost streak.
Kejaos konsisten tapi ya dia. Di 4-5-5 mulu dia.
Value from going for that lost streak versus the hit you're going to take to your health.
We're seeing Dish Soap is bored here. Olaf Headliner is no surprise.
Sabun pakai apa sabun?
In stage 2 and has been for really half of the set at this point. Olaf alongside Vi, I think the two standout melee / DPS / tank / do everything on your board in stage 2 units that we see so often.
And this is the Dish Soap style. Out of all the players here and out of all the compliments I give to
Dish Soap style. Dish Soap style.
He is so fun to watch. His style is all about early tempo. He will sacrifice a little bit of economy to make sure he has the strongest board, and that allows him to play later stage 4 cash outs.
And what's really exciting to see how Dish Soap is able to play those big cash out boards is how high he can cap them. That is something he is so good at, to be able to find those different angles in order to have like 9, 10, just very luxury units on the board.
Well, on the opposite side though, Jedusor has picked the Duplicator Augment in the end, Heroic Grab Bag, so curious to see what reroll he commits to, especially this early on. You usually only pick this Augment if you think there's a reroll line in the game that is so strong that just hitting it already places you in the top 4. We saw it back in the Yone meta a few patches ago. We could be seeing it now again. What do you think that might be, Clement? What are you angling toward with a Heartsteel start?
Oh, with the Heartsteel start or the reroll?
Both. The combination of the two.
The combination of the two. I think obviously he's going to go for a reroll with those champion duplicators, and I think the best one is definitely Senna. The most consistent will be the Katarina, but in the way the CN region views the meta is the ones that can tech in Jazz are usually the strongest.
Do we think that's going to be a problem, seeing that Dish Soap did have the Senna online to be able to find some of that true damage value?
It's potential. We'll have to see how that pans out. And players scouting really in stage 2 especially. But look at Jetse. He is fully locked in. If players scout him, they know the exact direction he's going for. Kill on his board, Rage Blade, Slam, Metalhead's picked as an Augment, and a win streak for now as well. I think there's no one that will be trying to contest this kill board unless they want to handhold into that 7th and 8th place positions.
And I call it right now, Cheche has already secured a top 4. I'm fairly certain of that. He's hit a Kale 2 before the headliners with the correct item, with the correct augments. It's going to be very difficult to even go into his lane or even try to play a win streak for anyone else.
And as you mentioned, he has Punk online there as well, so he can be rolling for 1 gold across his stage 2 and stage 3, trying to find those extra copies of Kale.
Let's see what the 3 costs are here. There's a big echo with the AP item right here, so that's going to be good for a lot of the reroll lines.
Jedusor has picked up a Spatula, he has the Duplicators, and he has the Senna. Clement, I think you were correct in your analysis that he is going for the most consistent reroll comp in the game, Senna reroll.
Absolutely. This one is so strong because you can get
main penta Kayla apa bener? Kayla sih.
Those are really strong stage 4, stage 5 champions that can just kill warriors out of nowhere.
I feel like we see true damage already a lot to be able to just help bolster up that
Tapi
backline and provide that extra sustain.
late gamenya kurang Kayla.
Found this uncanny headliner with the double spell weaver.
We know what's happening here, Clement.
You do?
He's going into the forbidden technology.
Doni,
the disco
Doni.
opener with keepers,
Oh, no.
slamming items for TF. We're gonna cross our fingers and hope it works out. But Disco, of course, is a comp that after the nerfs that came in a few patches ago, has dicey results. We talked about what Juanmi said. If you can make it to 9 with Disco, you should be maybe playing something else in the first place. But if Donnie makes it to 9, that allowing that Zig and lane,
14 dia poinnya.
top 4, maybe even win the lobby.
Maybe we have that one game quota being used up right here. And I do want to tell you why the Disco board is, why people avoid it. It's because it's so hard to find the correct headliner on level 8. You're usually only rolling for Twisted Fate or the Blitzcrank. And on level 8, even when everyone is picking something else, it can be difficult to find.
Does that chance get a little
Kalau
bit
Kayla harus
easier
bintang
if you're
3 sama
able to
Mord.
find something after
Iya,
the
kalau pengen
80
kuat
bullets have
sih.
hit? Where are you in tempo with that?
It is usually uncontested. That is a good
Tapi
thing.
kalau lu
It's,
pengen
the funniest thing is when Disco's contested
jelas
and
juara
you
1 ya
why
pakai
also play
Vigo
Disco
3.
and not play Disco. That's actually the common
Kalau
problem
enggak
in
kartus
Stage 4.
3.
I hope that doesn't happen in tournaments. Russell's quota is completely incorrect.
Kalau enggak 10 penta lah.
For Donnie, as I mentioned, if he finds that
Udah itu ya.
gets a little bit lucky.
Lu main AL apa aja kalau 10 penta ya udahlah.
TF headliner and he can go
Pasti
9
kuat,
off of
guys.
that with enough strength on his board. And it's a good start as well, right? He has a Lulu already, he has the Bard, he has the
Ini pemain-pemain Jepang tipikalnya kayak permainanku ya.
We'll hope it works out for him and for Cash, who's
Mainnya tuh yang
Yasuo's
penting
already. Ooh, 30 gold. He's looking good. Just hit those Yasuos naturally into
Yang penting tuh jaga income gitu guys. Wih, Yanto EON nambah darah mulu bro. Wih, menyemangati diri sendiri itu namanya ya. Tapi ingat, Cina punya AD flag. Ingat itu bro, Cina punya AD flag bro.
But we did have a kill reroll somewhere, and that's Cheche.
Ini Cheche metal hit ya.
Only 3 for now. Has found already the Mordekaiser as well. So
HL-nya masih Vigo tuh, masih fit tapi dia.
Level 5, 27 gold, get a gold injection, a rejuice here from the Krugs. So yeah, not in a bad spot at all. I think he's going to have a lot of time to roll with the Punk included, as you mentioned, Clement. It's a great tag when you're playing reroll, especially the 2-cost rerolls, because you can find those natural copies, even if you're getting that Punk roll.
Mereka solo semua atau duo? Solo, nggak ada duo.
True. I think he is in a very comfortable position, probably the best one in the lobby so far.
Ini nungguin Yanto sebiji anjir. Iya, kagak ada. Iya, kagak ada. Nah, tuh ada tuh.
Talented TFT player Yasuo 3, almost natural at 3-1, just a few rolls to do it. A great Edge of Night already, but no other BF swords on the item.
AOJ sih itu.
Yeah, usually you do want the IE plus Hodge combo. That's the most classical one. But it's also okay to sell for things like the Giant Slayer as well. However, like you said, all of them do revolve.
Kailannya sih udah banyak banget ini ya. Yang metal hit guys.
Oh, take a look at this. We've got a double IE rapid fire backline for Chiche. Is going to be going up against the Kale reroll, hoping to see this. Look at that. Yeah, Almumu, what do you think he's going for with the backline like that?
Well, the even shot slammed, and with the loss here especially, I think Almumu is locked into, not a Mumu, but into the Heartsteel comp. We saw 3 per lobby, you mentioned, Clement, in the first 2 games. Right now, it's looking like potentially we're going to see 2 in this lobby. We know Mumu is definitely one of them with the double IE that can go on Ezreal. We've seen it a lot near the back end of the set.
True, and we did see Mumu with that build. It's going to go for Ezreal for sure, and with double IE, a lot of times you can just kill whatever carry doesn't hit 2-star.
Kok jauh clear main ya?
Got some other augment choices here. See what they can find in order to help boost up that comp. Kess actually took you out my sword, so we'll be able to get another sword component, which will be great to help itemize that Yasuo. And is even able to put a Hand of Justice on there as well. So it should be fully itemized very soon.
We were wrong.
Jadi 8 bit. Oh, nyari Riven.
The sword already open. But instead going to angle towards playing maybe Riven, maybe just Caitlyn Flex with the 8-bit emblem, but I'm going to assume he's going to try and at least go for that 4-1 roll down to try and find 8-bit Riven.
Sabun bingung sabun.
If he hits the emblem in stage 4, it could win out.
Yeah, and you also saw some of the item slams there as well.
Main Serapin kah?
The Infinity Edge that could also make great Viego items if you want to be able to have a secondary edgelord carry.
Oh, Cheche is just high rolling here. He actually finds the Nico, and this is good even if you're going for 2-cost rerolls. A lot of players have been rerolling a little bit slower, going to 4-1, and then finding their 3-star 2-cost carries.
Ooh, Dishop's gonna take a bit of a hit there.
Sabun bingung mau main Sena apa Serapin.
To be able to re-roll fully, but you're also gonna get a nice upgrade here into the Senate 2, and still has a lot of gold to work with before trying to make that board fully fleshed out.
And this board
Mau main Sena apa Serapin.
Which is flexing around different 2-cost superfan carries and not just one. He has a Senna, he has a Seraph, and he's open to both. If he naturals 3 Sennas in the next shop, he might pivot into that Senna reroll instead.
Cece masih 100 guys darahnya guys. Bang, lu main dari set kapan? Aku yang aktif pokoknya set ini doang lah. Dulu main cuma sekali 2 kali doang, bro. Wah, pecah ini si Cece nih. Win streaknya pecah, bro. Lawan Disco. AL-nya si set pakai adaptif. Ya, pecah. Enggak ya? Yang mana sih ini? Kocak. Oh, masih 100. Ya Allah, salah itu.
No spatulas on the carousel.
Spektatornya ngantuk.
No TFs, for example, for Donnie. We're going to see a lot of Pentakill units, though. Really, all of them. Diego, Akali, and the Karthus all on the stage 3 carousel.
Nobody wants the Karthus. I would take the Karthus.
He had his time in the meta.
Yeah, I really did. Even with the changes, though. I feel like even with the changes, like, Karthus might have a place here, but I don't know if Cheche is actually taking the Karthus for the Karthus. Maybe.
He did in the end, and now we're looking at Zeria's Heartsteel board. He did have an early Heartsteel cash out right here, and I really like the 3-country line and also the amount of Yones that he's put on the board. I don't think so, not with these items.
Let me believe, Clement, please. Give me at least 2 rounds of hope before.
Wah, deflect gaming, bro.
So I just wanted to tell everyone what happened. It was Panda pointing at those Yones, and they're like, hey, maybe.
Yeah, Yone reroll?
I just want someone to nod for once at my crazy wishes.
Iya, Yono reroll nih, mau Yono reroll dia.
To see Yone reroll. I truly believe that Yone can be a strong 3-cost carry if you get the
Pakai itu masalahnya yang critical ya. Critical change ya.
Includes Infinity Force.
The reason Yone isn't really seen is because in all these lobbies,
Ih, kuat banget metal hitnya, bro.
And all of them typically do hold your Yones. That's also the reason.
Pentakillnya kuat banget, guys.
And it's very similar to why Mordekaiser 3 as a wing condition for Kale is so hard to hit. Everyone is trying to play Mordekaiser on their board with different Pentakill variations, so it's always much more difficult to find these ultra-contested 3-costs.
And Cheche is still streaking
Tuhan, AL-nya malah di sini tuh. AL Kaila anjir.
With the rolls right here, and also we saw him get that 25% chance after 3-cost.
Yono susah di kontes pemain HS. Yes sih. Oh, ini Riven nih. Pusing dia nyari Riven, guys. Darahnya masih banyak kan? Judesor 49. Aduh, udah panik sih itu sih. Udah mulai panik sih. Pegang jidat mulu tuh ya.
I think he's not going to be playing as first or eighth as usual, but I think he knows that he's in a very good spot to play for the win outs. So I think he'll take that risk. If it was Volta, I had a much more clear answer because Volta played like half of his games were Riven the world, and he was so good at always finding 8-bit Riven in 2 rolls. Jedusor, I'm not so sure yet.
He is on 46 HP, so maybe not that much leeway.
Yeah, what I was gonna bring up is you're getting a little low here by Wolves, so the HP
Saatnya dari Riven.
is gonna start to make
nggak diliatin lo.
But Cheche is so close to being able to get that Riven 3 online. It's just 2 copies away from being able to do that.
Itu momen penting, guys ya. Reroll begitu anjir.
As soon as he hits that kill 3, Viego hopefully going to be found. And Mordekaiser right from the orb. A great start. Wants to try and finalize that kill item. Doesn't find a sword for Gunblade, unfortunately. We'll see these few.
Kailenya kurang 2, CC. Reroll CC.
He's able to hit the 8-bit ribbon we predicted.
Benar.
Still 5 left in the pool. Can he get them? Another big thing about this line
Ih,
is that people have been
di-skip.
checking in the Ari for 3 KDA and burst against the ribbon sort of warrior type of champions right here. So
Itunya
both of
di-skip
those
tadi,
really
guys.
good, but he's rolled down and has not managed to find a single copy. He is going to use the
Lah,
maneuver
dibuang. Enggak ding.
Yeah, that at least is able to allow you to put that second Rage Blade onto the headliner Kale and give you some chance to be able to find them later. But you don't want to
pakai
roll
itu
too
dia
far
ya,
past
magnetic
that
ya?
goal because otherwise you might start to tank your own economy. But Cheche is going up
Kartusnya nggak diambil tadi kartus.
Donnie, and Donnie has actually done a great job of preserving that HP through these earlier stages of the game. Still has 75 left, but needs to look for that TF.
Exactly. Numbing that back line.
Metal Head sih udah kayak pakai Augment anti-CC, Augment
I just want to say
lifesteal.
disco games are completely fake. If you don't find that Twisted Fate on stage 4, you're still not going to preserve your HP. You're going to bleed out.
Augments picked here for the 4-2 roll down players. They have to pick quickly to find as much time as possible to roll down, find their 4-cost headliners, and assemble their boards for a crucial fight where a lot, maybe the entire lobby is now spiking even further.
Well, I'm really paying attention to Jeruso's board because we did see
Ini Augment payout ya portalnya ya.
We just need to find that 8-bit headliner in the ribbon and then you'll be able to hit 6.
He's still 2 copies away with the 2 duplicators. He does have Diego with the 8-bit emblem already, so that is a great board.
Cece ambil apa Cece?
Okay.
Oh, best friend.
So that is feeling pretty good.
And it is 8-bit, 6 8-bit online.
Ah, ini udah dapet tuh.
I think this should be enough with a Diego.
Nah tuh, pusing lagi lu ya.
You can buy more time and kind of half slow roll for the last few ribbons on level 7.
There is one thing to point out, he's not going for the standard items of using the Quicksilver. Instead, he has the Edge of Night here. So this is an improvement, I would say, into some compositions, but can cost you dearly in others. He's going to have to be careful.
Nggak ada Quicksilver tuh.
I think this comes down to him not really planning to play Riven from the very start. He was angling more towards the Akali items alongside Center Reroll and then pivoted halfway through stage 3. So trying to adapt and make the best of it.
Yeah, there's definitely ways that you can
Oh no, Donnie.
Oh no.
Tried to bless you in stage 2, but he's rolled down to 0 gold.
23. Kejaos, paling bawah kejaos.
He found 1 TF, and this is the problem with the composition. TF is a massive fraud. He comes when he wants.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, just after I said it.
Oh, disco.
Yeah, it's still the TF, but at least he finds.
Oh, deh, ujung-ujungnya disco.
But again, level 8, 9 gold. So hard to recover your economy here to make it to level 9 and talk about to try and cap out and secure a top 4. He has a lot of HP to work with at the very least.
And Chaos is looking in a very perilous position here. 5 lost rate, 22 HP, and that's because of the lobby tempo. There's so many rerollers here. I got my wish, but not for my region.
Zed fully itemized.
Apa ya, Bun?
Ezreal in this case, secondary carry, which I think is correct here with 2G. Decent items, at least the Giants there can poke some damage here onto the Blitzcrank, who's just healing higher and higher with redemption. Ezreal usually a big counter to the TF, but not enough damage to one-shot in this case, despite it being a TF1. Could be another round win for Donnie. This is a crucial stage for Donnie. If he can win out this stage 4 with this board, maybe he buys enough time to make level 9 in stage 5.
Tuh Sun nih kejaos anjir.
Super impactful, just not dying.
Kejaos tuh Sun ini guys.
For that Twisted Fate, that lonely 1-star Twisted Fate to be able to make it work.
Second TF?
Yeah, let's see. Okay, not too bad. Still need to find that final one.
Oh, for Chaos here, this is so painful because both of his carries are still sitting on 1 star. He has another big crash out coming out, but if he doesn't hit it in the next shot,
it's gonna be a tough one. We're looking at a couple of different components that I feel like can finish off some of these items, but honestly, for the most part, when you take a look at the front line, they're pretty itemized here, so everybody's looking quite strong in that regard.
Oh no, Cheche still has a lot of gold to work with, but no kill 3. We saw him in game 1, had a terrible game of Katarina reroll. Not his fault, he just couldn't.
Masih nyari revenge nih, sebiji lagi.
Can I bless you as well, my French Patriots?
Yeah!
Still has 2 duplicators, but can't find the natural ribbon he needs to make that ribbon 3. He's still stable though.
Satu kali roll.
These 2 fights are going to be crucial because he only has 34 HP. If he loses both of them right here, it's going to be super dangerous. But he does have a 2-star Viego with the correct items to lifesteal up, and long distance pale is one of the best augments for this one. You have plenty of AD and then rapid fire in the back.
Wah, repainnya si Rese ya.
Stack both attack stats onto your Rivet.
Woi.
But this is such a difficult
Woi.
one to go up against.
Woi,
You have that
gila.
copy with the blood
Masih
booster
hidup.
that's able to just siphon off HP,
Woi.
and the Ezreal's gonna be able to deal that hit too. So Jetasaur is starting to look
Gambling banget sumpah nyari repaint bro sekarang bro.
This is a downside of playing for Heartsteel. We're seeing
Ini nasibnya kayak aku ini. Nah, akhirnya ada repaint di sana guys. Akhirnya B3.
Still so far away from level 8.
He had to sell his 2-star Garen in order to be able to do that too. So you're taking a little bit of a hit to the front line, hoping that that Riven is going to be enough. But Chaos is also a player that is knocking on that elimination door.
Ya deflect juga nih. El Mumu Korea
He
hashtag
hit, but it was a little too late, and he only has one item on his 2-star carry right here. Let's take a look at Kess's.
Wah, Yantonya si Rese ya.
Yasuo. He does go for
Yantonya si
the giant
Rese itu bro.
just the best offensive item we have in the meta into the stage for late game. He hasn't done the critical caps though. Those are going to be Apollo 2, Lucian, and also the York. That's how you cap out your Yasuo reroll board.
And the Zap stun was huge in terms of stopping that Yasuo right in the middle of that fight. We did see Live for Danger picked up for Kess. Is that an augment you think pairs well with Yasuo reroll? You think it's an augment that
Big shot.
it's a synergy, you just go for it? What's your opinion on Live for Danger?
I think it's great on most of the
Wih,
melee
Kejaos masih
edge
kuat
lords,
loh.
but pretty bad on the kills. So you want to avoid the kill, but everything else, I think it's definitely a decent one. It also helps him stack up quite quickly.
Well, looks like Zuyue is also somebody that is starting to take a couple of losses. Now, I think is 10 HP. Maybe the
Ezrealnya sih
Raptors will
perfect
do a little
item
bit
ya.
of decon or a couple of items.
What a lobby complexion. All 3 Heartsteel players on a single life. Every reroll player in the top 4 with just Donnie stuck in between there playing that disco board, currently 4th in the standings.
And this is what I was saying about
Titan lah,
augments.
Titan.
If it's a triple gold board, that is the least economy you can get from augments.
Red
and
buff,
it's
red
very bad
buff.
for the Heartsteel players. They need all that gold to level and then find their legendaries.
Yeah, well, I mean, making a couple of upgrades here has one Alawi, but is looking for just something
Lucian's
else.
big.
Lucian is
Oh,
huge.
Lucian
Try to slot
too.
that in, but can you get the final copy? And does he have enough life to be able to do that?
Lucian pair is big and maybe slam the red buff. It looks like there's no anti-heal just yet. It will be on to the Ezreal. And the TG onto the Z.
Oh, Yantonya. Wah, hilang sih sama Yanto bro.
Massive Ezreal ult across the board. Yasuo still alive and kicking. Can he 1v9?
Where are you going?
Surely not. Yasuo, he's down.
Oh, that was such a fraudulent fight. I honestly felt like Kez had that, but unfortunately the Yasuo went backwards.
Well, the Mordekaiser also got kicked to the
Kejaos
side,
tuh, Sun.
so he was also nowhere to be found in that fight.
2 out of 3
El Mumu tuh, Sun.
Heartsteel players are out of contention in this game. Number 3, El Mumu from
best
Korea
friend.
and Chaos from Singapore.
Nggak pakai
from
KDA ya.
Unfortunately, not the best game 3 for these 2 players.
And this is
Best
the
friend
danger
nggak
of
pakai KDA
committing to
nih.
Heartsteel lines on 2-1, which is both what Chaos and El Mumu did. If you have those high rollers like Cheche and Kez in your lobby, they're just going to tempo out so fast that you're going to start playing the game on basically 10 HP for Chaos and only 20 for El Mumu.
Kayen.
Well, the lobby is also starting to get way tighter when it comes to HP. Zuyue and Donnie are also getting really low along with Jetasaur, but at the top of the wall, Dishope is streaking.
The Yasuo targeted.
Running into him.
The
Wah,
Yasuo
hilang
down, one
Yantonya.
of the best counter matchups to these Riven melee carries, especially with echo stuns happening. They can just get bursted down by the Senna, who has so much single target. And really
Senna tiga,
but a
coy.
single clump kind of. And Dish Soap 6 win streak, definitely bouncing back after that 5th place in game 1. Playing one of the strongest comps alongside Cheche, both playing the
Oh, mau ke 9.
They hit on tempo and they're
True damage-nya mau ke 9.
massive margin, 40 HP gap between Dish Soap and Cheche and the rest of the lobby.
I gotta say, Dish Soap is chilling. He has so much more tap to still go for. In this lobby where you see the rapid fire, he still can't go for the 6-2 damage with Kiana. And in this board, in the later phases of the game as well, you can swap into a little bit more of that. For rapid fire is a good cap with Lucian as well.
Yeah, you can look at how far along he is as well, just holding a couple extra copies of the Nico and the Echo as well for when people start to fall off with those. He can start to soak up all those copies. But with the KO reroll on the other side, this is truly the battle of the two cost rerollers here between Dish Soap and Cheche.
Kaila versus everybody.
Echo soaking up the damage, Akali coming in behind him to damage that front.
Ngebres banget ya, true damage anjir.
And Senna making sure to clean up with their AoE damage we saw at the end. Dish Soap is just too much to handle in this current lobby. Donnie and Yetuzor both down for the fight.
Cina udah jadi tuh.
TF1 we talked about it. You have
Ada flagnya udah jadi Cina, bro.
To try and make that top 4. And Yetuzor, despite hitting the Riven 3, couldn't top 4.
Exactly. I think a big problem was the QSS. There's a Zag and 2 Echoes in the rest of the lobby, and without the QSS, the Riven just doesn't get the chance to get through the front line.
It's really unfortunate when that CC is going to be the bane of that existence, but we do have some really big changes.
Tapi slot 8 ya.
I love the play from Dish Soap. He picked up a Punk Emblem. I was thinking, why is he picking up a Punk Emblem playing center reroll? But he has Salvage Bin. He's going to break this up and try and go for the next big cap, which is having that true damage emblem to continue capping out his board.
Alhamdulillah.
Stages, Senna 3 into Akali 2 into what can I do to actually win the game with a reroll comp.
Gotta keep thinking ahead. We also have another salvagement player. He is also going to be running that, so it's nice to know that you can also flexibly kind of play around with items. I don't know how much extra value he is going to get from that augment now, but we're going to see Dish Soap and Ziyu go up against each other.
This is really surprising because Ziyu has actually managed to stabilize. A big thing about this board is he found the Ilaoi on level 8. That allows you to play against a lot of the AoE 2-cost rerolls inside of the lobby.
Not just that, but to stabilize with Heartsteel, you need the help of some combat augments, and he's found that. Inspiring Epitaph and
Rivennya di 5 ya? Yang megang Riven.
Scale into the late game with the amount of units you have on your board, especially when you go level 9.
Is Ziyu gonna carry CNG?
Penabung handal sabun.
I almost don't want to see it because it's so formulaic, but it's just so good meta.
I love the fact that Kess snuck his way into the top 4 as well, showcasing that Yasuo can do well when you hit it naturally, which is what Kess did this game, of course.
Maybe Live for Danger is good for that comp. Maybe just maybe.
Statistically, definitely one of the best augments for that one. Let's see if they can scrape over another win. This is when you see a lot of the Kale composition starting to fall off because they don't have the front line anymore. But look at that Viego. Maybe he could find a good angle onto the Ezreal.
Ezrealnya masih free hit.
Dash away, but it's going to leave it vulnerable for that Mordekaiser to jump on it. So that is going to be a hit and an elimination as Ziyu is knocked out.
Kali ini ada flag bau, guys. Kali ini ada flag bau, bro. Tidak ada flag di top 1 ya. Ini pertarungan true damage sama pentakill, bro.
Into a very long 20 or 25-second fight.
In terms of EMEA, would you say which one of the 2-cost rerolls is your favorite?
I would say Senna, just because how good it is in terms of positioning. I think it makes the late game very interesting in terms of how players try to avoid the AoE damage from the Senna itself, and how the Senna player tries to make sure he's having the best big clumps going into these late game fights. They can decide fights against militaries especially, so we'll see if that's the case. For Dish Soap, who is going level 9, Akali 2 is found, Ilaoi is found. What more do you want?
An RE2.
You really want that?
That's an actually realistic ask. Thank you, Nick.
Dia mau pakai emblem true damage.
Okay. I want Ilaoi 3 too. I would love that.
You're a very realistic player, Nick, right? Like,
Piana, last roll Piana, that's a huge one for him. Allows him to go 6 true damage with the Spat Slam on Ahri.
Not just that, but remember your roots as well.
Jujur cepet banget tangannya ya.
Give potential to all these damage carriers, Ahri included. Once again, the rematch between the 2-cost rerolls. Senna up against
juara 1 sih ini.
Look at the Mordekaiser melt with that 3-pronged attack.
Sabun juara 1 sih, guys.
Breaking through clumps.
Tinggal jalan doang kalinya, anjir.
And now the backline DPS. Kale is no match, although she's lasting much longer than I expected.
This is just such a bad matchup for Pentakill. Historically, true damage ignores damage reduction, and it is a burst-focused composition. So Pentakill, without that Mordekaiser's 3, very hard to last.
We see why Disso was so happy to hit the Akali 2. He's trying to deny an
Si
Akali 3 on
28.
the side, and depending on your pick-ups, I don't know if you want to see more or less 3-star forecast this early on into day 1.
Akalinya nggak mungkin B3.
I think it's fun when you see the 3-star forecast personally, but it just might not happen this time around.
Kiana 2 could be a big spike for both players. Cass and Dish so both on that true damage line.
Augment
currently
bagus
first and second in the standings.
itu, tapi susah banget
This line
pakainya.
is really
Augment
good.
yang
Both
mana?
of them rely on burst, so it's all going to come down to positioning here. Maybe Yasuo can slide in to the Kale position. No, he runs
langsung
away.
hilang mordenya,
It's the kill you want to hit.
Sama
Yasuo.
Yanto,
Doesn't
bro.
matter, though. Looks like it doesn't. The healing's enough to outlast the Senna damage just barely. Nikali is still there to clean up. With the Morello, might seem like a weird tech choice.
Jadi
but actually
debo,
AP on
pentakill,
the
guys.
damage is very good to reset her mana, to have her casting more often.
Definitely. I would like to share my best build, which is blue buff plus Giant Slayer. That gives you infinite cast until all three.
Pentakill jadi debu.
Infinite is good.
It definitely is.
To infinity and beyond. This, I think,
Ya
is
bisa
what they
pecahin
would say
item
here,
itu. Oh,
but
salvek,
still
salvek
looking for
bin.
that Kiana and still the RE2. Dish Soap is feeling really good though, and not bad when you also only have a 1-star.
Susah gimana
with,
pakainya?
Lilia.
See what this Yasuo can do if he can sneak in. He's on the opposite side of Senna, so maybe good positioning for Cass to try and have that Yasuo dance onto that backline, move onto that Lulu, and then potentially the Senna. But no, just the Echo Stun and the burst damage coming through. You're not building QSS on the Yasuo like we see with the Riven, which means that he can't really chew through that Echo as quickly as he'd like. Big win.
Kayla versus everybody. Wih, menang Kaylanya.
Cheche just
Wih.
barely able to win out there.
That is a ghost board on Cheche's side. And
Masih
I just wanna say
bertahan,
Jisoo,
bro.
Great protection, got the Ari and the Lulu in the back line. No way Yasuo
Penta
was
tuh.
making it in.
No, it looked like there was no target focus in that fight.
Iya,
It's very
dibegal
hard to take
pentanya.
on
Oh,
one
enggak
side
ding.
when that is the case. But big emblem pickups here for everybody.
Bishop is considering, can he actually break down an emblem? I think he can. He might not have an open sword to actually try and get 2 true damage emblems and go
Punya
for the
salvek bin
vertical.
ya?
Gonna go for Pentakill instead here for Cheche. Great emblem for him. Doesn't have solid bins, but just going for the emblem itself because he's playing a Pentakill comp.
Akhri penta.
Yeah, and we do have to see if he can maybe tech into Kane right here. That's usually the best way to kind of round out because he doesn't have the Edgelord headliner. That would be the best cap. Of course he's on 2 HP, but one can dream.
Wih,
Actually, if Bishop had
Kiananya
any other
dua.
PS on a different unit that isn't a Kali, he could have considered that game plan, but he can't sell a Kali because that gives Kess an avenue to get a Kali 3 and also just sells one of the true damage units he needs to have if he wants to go for that vertical.
So I think Adaptive Helm is okay in this case, and Dish Soap is going to be able to get that 2-star Ari online, so it's going to be providing even more damage into this fight, as Dish Soap is going to be going up against that Pentakill board with that new Pentakill emblem on that Ari. But as the Karthus takes the cast, this
Anjir,
backline is
Yantonya.
not going to falter with a single target
Goodbye,
damage from the Ari. The Karthus is
Pentakill.
down, and so is that Kale. That is a big knockout.
This is a big reason why Senna is considered the most consistent and best of the 2-cost rerolls because she fits with Superfans so well. If you're playing Superfans, you don't have a front line, but that doesn't actually matter with true damage. You're playing Burst anyway, but Penta is trying to play for stall.
I'm going to inject some narrative into this last fight. Kess asked the Japanese player to get Dish Soap's autograph at TBO, and now in Game 3, they're facing off against each other for the win, both on the true damage line. Does it get any better than that?
This is going to be an explosive fight, that's for sure. I'm particularly looking at an executioner.
Backline Yasuo.
Yeah, backline Yasuo, but also the execution.
Aman kan
It's
Yasuo?
going to be back there, but as this Yasuo starts to walk forward,
Ail
it's gonna be
Yasuo.
slashing through
Ah,
this
kali
front
hilang,
line.
anjir.
Just with so many units
Anjir.
going, Yasuo was able to get onto the Ari. This Senna is still alive, trying to dish out.
Iya, oke banget anjir.
Go down in second, and Dish Soap wins the lobby.
And Dish Soap showcases why Solidrin is so strong
Lulunya
in the
nge-skill,
hands of the
anjir.
best
Oke
players in
banget.
the world, and why Senna reroll is so
Sabun
strong as
akhirnya
that
top
2-cost
1
Superfan reroll option,
sabun.
but overall,
Congrats,
big win for true damage and Kess
sabun.
able to pilot Yasuo reroll to a top
Guys, aku
2
masukin
is
motor
impressive
dulu
as
ya,
well.
bentar ya.
Definitely, he started out with 7
Sama
Yasuo,
buang
so I
sampah.
think he was kind of given in that line. And I do think that at the end of the day,
Ntar,
Dish
bro.
Soap will give that signature to Kess.
Well, listen, sometimes you just gotta take what you can get, and if that's gonna be able to pilot you up to a top 2, that is definitely one way to help extend the momentum that you've had early on. So what a great start for these players.
I love the showcase of positioning as well between those 2 comps at the end with the Yasuo and the Senna moving sides across the entirety of that stage 6.
There's so much action we get to break down here, but we're gonna leave that for our analyst desk. So we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we've got our analysis desk, and then game number 4.
Oh, that's such a fraudulent fight. I honestly felt like Kez had that. But
Ntar, guys.
unfortunately, the Yasuo
the Remix Rumble World Championship. And of course, we are checking in already halfway through day 1. My name is Mix and I'm here with the presence of Casanova, Counterfeit, and Country Hoopason. Yeah, we're getting it already. He's showing it off, but getting to by perfection. It's okay, we're getting there. That last game, though, some very interesting stuff in there. Personally, I was really excited to see how the Heartsteel pair up against the rerolls. We're going to get to that in a second. But the other thing that got us excited was players kind of locking into their lines very early on. And notably, Donnie is a player that's set that sometimes he locks in a little bit too early. We're all straying away from the disco, Peter. What happened?
I think we had such big hopes. Donnie definitely came as one of the lower points players, and making that commitment with the items as well as the keepers. There was a world in which that went a lot better, and it was absolutely the key to victory. But I think JJ, chose the road a little bit more traveled. I think that's why it went better for him.
Yes, for sure. He got the KO too early. He got the metal heads as an augment. So it was an easy path for him, looking for like a real projection for that comp, but he didn't got the Mordekaiser 3. So a third for him was pretty good.
It absolutely was. I am getting distracted by that banjo that you're having on your lap there. But, of course, the big thing in this game was how Dish Soap maneuvered through these boards with the Heartsteel players getting knocked out.
Yeah, he piloted reroll incredibly well here, keeping high tempo throughout the game. I think Salvage Bin was really cute in how he used the Punk Emblem to find true damage later on. But the big thing I wanted to talk about was the Heroic Grab Bag. So on 3-1, if you looked at his board, he actually had 2 pairs of 2 costs. He had the Sennas and the Seraphines. He was keeping himself open, and instead of taking over a strong combat augment like Jewel Lotus, he instead goes for the Heroic Grab Bag, because then if he finds the headliner and just 2 more copies, he's there. He has the 3-star. We saw this a lot in North America with people hitting on like 3-5. With Dish Soap, he ends up, playing a little bit slower, econing back up, rolls down again on 4-1 so that he can find the Senna instead of the Seraphine. Even though he was only 1 copy off of Seraphine, he wanted to play for the Senna because he had better items. This locks him into such a good composition as he gets to those late stages of the game, makes some really big plays, and finds the win.
I do want to bring the attention to Kez, though, who came in second in that lobby with the Yasuo board as well.
Love it.
It's a great composition to be based around the 1 cost as well. Of course, there's Edge on the augment in play. For Kez in particular, who really got overshadowed in the last championship by Tyson winning the entire thing, to come into a tough lobby and do that well, I think it's fantastic.
For sure. 3 players playing Heartsteel, it was not what they wanted. And even though the early game was not amazing, the mid game and the late game only made for Zero to get a possible 4th place. So it's interesting the high volatile that we could have in those comps.
The big thing was the rerollers hitting so fast, right? We had Kale 2 very early on, and Kale 2 can sometimes even be a little bit stable in late stage 3, early stage 4, and then the Yasuo reroll being hit so incredibly early made the Heartstealers lose so much HP since they had on stage 2. It was way weaker than everyone else.
And then part of that is also 3 people just going for the Heartsteel, right? You have your players that find early damage, and you have your players that are playing open.
Udah lama kamu sih?
You have 2 other players that are holding hands, that are looking at
Ya,
you.
top 2.
Spider-Man meme all over again, where they're pointing at each other.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty rough in that spot. I think that Heartsteel can support 3, but it is still very tough for them to do so.
I had hopes for the Riven, 8 very early into the game, but it wasn't enough. Even though he had 2 duplicators, the Riven came a little late, and it wasn't enough for these high-tempo 3-star lobbies and 3-star comps.
Just want to draw us back to Dish Soap for seconds. We've got the readout from the game. Managed to keep things very strong, but let's look at the overall standings as we've got all the results in.
Yeah, and of course this is the half.
851.
Just a quick reminder, there is going to be one more.
112. Top 1 EMEA-nya malah di bawah anjir.
But of course there is
Wih, oh pecah dia.
Unfortunately, they're at the very bottom.
Nggak top 1 lagi.
Also Ice at the very top.
Yeah, one I actually wanted to call to because I think that as North American casters, we didn't really give a lot of representation to him is Degree. Having a very good start here in the top 4. Degree, somebody who was
Saya mana saya? Egi nih. Ini orang Indo guys, Egi guys.
And he helped them a lot.
Indo apa Singapura guys?
And now they've helped him get a lot better at Heartsteel, and I think he's way more well-rounded.
Sayanya top 16 1 doang anjir.
Players that have been to the World Championship before, that know the ropes, that probably have some pretty good recommendations on how to handle it, and Degree just playing really well as well.
I want to give a heads up to Relic. He got the first place for Latam in this round. So go Latam. Wow, Relic, he made it happen. So we celebrate the little things. We have to.
No, I don't think it's a little thing at all. As we said, snake seeding makes getting those first places really tough because you're trying to take the first places off of the tournament leaders.
That's absolutely correct, and of course they will get harder as time moves on, as more and more players are fighting for those top 1 finishes. The competition just gets more cutthroat, but our casters are ready for game number 4. So here are Necra, Impatches Panda, and Clement.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. That was a great introduction to the halfway point that we have here at the Remix Rumble Championships, and I'm so excited to be jumping into this 4th game.
Necro, what did you have for lunch? You seem like you hit.
I had a growth spurt between the last 2 games. Yeah, no, I had tortilla española.
Muy bien. Perfect pronunciation, Necro. I see you're really adapting to the environment here in Spain.
Sure, I'm trying.
I'm not going to ask what you had for lunch, but I'm going to ask what you think about our next lobby, because we have some big hitters, but also some players trying to mount a comeback.
I think Ice is going to be very surprising for a lot of the CN fans out there. They did have their heavy hitter in 60 seconds, but Ice is my player to watch because he is so damn fast. He was actually able to play the disco line against Yone and Riven players and outswap them. This is how blazingly fast he is.
It's only if you hit the disco TF though, right?
Top 1 EMEA-nya underperform.
Ditch the line.
Oh, ini ada S, guys.
Sounds like a CN player to me.
Okay, well, you know what? That's just too bad, isn't it? No, but still great information to have going into this game, especially when we're taking a look at our options. Nobody wants Tack Crown.
No surprises. We're going to go maybe Augment payout again. They're really trying to make me win the pick'ems. I love it, players. Keep it up.
How much did you
Yay! Well, it's my 2nd place portal, so don't pick it too much. We need the 3-cost champion to go a little bit higher instead. Starting things off though with this lobby, we have 2 players who are on thin ice. 3 games of the tournament, Salvi only on 4 points. So it was an 8th and a 7th, unfortunately, that last game. And Mai as well, ex-MOBA player turned TFT player. His first ever TFT tournament was this set's Japanese regionals, qualified to Worlds in this is his 2nd ever tournament, and he's playing against the big dogs from the international competition.
Yeah, I don't think his confidence level was that high when we did interview him, but hey, if he can do it on mobile, I'm pretty sure he can do it here as well.
And Weird as well, known as the 1st or 8th player in NA Necra. He's also having a weird midterm, so a tough schedule to really fit in all the extra practice you need to do well on the international stage. We'll see how he can do in this game 4.
Yeah, and it's especially interesting because Weird doesn't necessarily have a study group either. So this is a type of player that does a lot of his own cooking by himself, and you can see that in a lot of the ways that he likes to play this game. But he is going to be gifted an Olaf headliner start, which feels like only the
Freezer.
Here.
Does that cooking include Olaf 3? What's the possibility on this one, Clement?
I don't think it's going to be
not again. Let me believe for at least 1 more round.
We got the Yasuo 3. Maybe we get the Olaf 3.
All right, I will give you a condition. If this one Augment ends up being too big to fail, then we can go for it. But otherwise, not really.
What if he finds 5?
Kenarnya nggak diambil tuh.
Is that a condition as well? Okay, thank you.
You'll go for it.
I have 2 out.
Okay.
Diambil.
I'm gonna keep my eyes on this next shop here.
Oh.
Metal
No, doesn't even give an Olaf.
Are you sure?
Thank you, Necra. Thank you.
Are you sure? Because like
2v1. We can win this one.
Yeah,
Nggak mau metal hit dia, bro.
No, it got rerolled.
Salvek Bin sih lumayan ya, early game. Bisa bikin item sesuka hati lu.
I would angle for something that, gives a bit more late game power.
Weird played a lot of Heartsteel in the NA Regional Finals, so he is incredibly
Tapi
good
kiri
at that
juga
line,
bagus,
being
guys.
able to find those Heartsteel starts or even just get to those Heartsteel
Kan
counts.
Salvek Bin anjing.
Right there, though, 2 players going to the library. Patient study for Salvi and for Degree. NA and EMEA trying
Bikin
to rush that
AOC.
level 8. Play for something like the Heartsteel, play for that huge cap we've seen so many times
Bikin
before. For now,
AON.
a great Pentakill/Bruiser board for Weird.
Yeah, and I definitely like the way he's building his items. He's going for the bruiser
kan?
items first, but he does have the salvage bin, so he can go back to Infinity Edge and Blue Buff.
Anjir udah kayak coach gua ya.
It does look like a 3 Heartsteel
Udah kayak
start
coach Samin
over here
Mutuar,
with
guys.
those patient studies.
Going up against Ice on the other side does have the Annie, so a very interesting headliner to select early on.
Augment pertama Salve Bin.
Wand as well, so this is gonna be looks like a lean to an AP board.
Could be any reroll even. We see 5 natural copies. We saw the Gusco reroll last game. It's time now for the other viable Gus carry. It's the wrong player, man. Give this shot to Ice.
Yeah, and Ice does play a bit
Super
of that
fan tuh udah
anti-reroll
dapet.
style. It's actually quite good on the 14.4 patch. After the
Summer
Spellweaver
Pit.
did get that extra +1. We're not sure which headliner she did get, but Spellweaver is also playable.
Si S padahal CN 6 dia ya. Cina nomor 6, bro. Poinnya paling tinggi tapi.
You know, a lot of players opt to go for the Emo Annie versus the Spellweaver because you can afford to
Annie
have
reroll
Annie by
kah?
itself, but it also opens you up to these angles where you can actually tech in for Emo and make
Annie
some magic
reroll
happen
kah?
that way.
Of course, you're going to want the blue buff for that Annie in that case, and have, as you mentioned, Necro, the forward emo online. A player that actually mentioned Annie reroll as his secret tech coming to the tournament is HSK, one of the Brazilian reroll players who play a lot of hard to qualify, but loves playing Annie reroll as well. We'll see if he can do so at some point in these first 2
Latam
days.
satu,
For
Relic.
now, it's Ice on that line potentially, and for Relic.
Kalau
similar to the
Latam
player, Cheche in the
Brazil
game,
Argentina ya
aiming
Latam.
for that kill reroll, one of the strongest rerolls in the game, as we mentioned and saw live in that game 3.
Yeah, so far we have a lot of people already settling into their compositions, and we do have Qingtian on that, what is that, Twin Terror composition as well. So most likely going for the Executioner angle.
Oh ini nih CN satunya
In those
nih.
cases, do you like going for
King
the
Tian, bro.
Twitch or the Vex? Do you feel like, because like historically, you look at this composition, you're like, oh, you'd really love to have the Twitch headliner, but Vex feels like the more powerful unit right now.
The composition is much better with the Vex 3 and the Amumu 3 up. And we do have Ice here looking at his angle. And I do want to say, even for the Punk line, Vex 3, Amumu 3 is still the star.
Okay, well, so that's what we're gonna have to keep an eye out for. But on the other side, we've got Salvi, who is starting to really find his groove here with the patient study. You've got the country online, and you also have that Vex. So that fight, Vex is gonna be a little contested. You want to lean into the Executioner backline for the country as well.
100 masih 3 orang.
Salvi did start his game off with 2 countries on his first 1-2 shot. So I think this is a great way to continue his win streak.
Olap!
With patient study.
Nggak mungkin kalah
So
anjir
he's
Olap.
playing country for the strength in stage 2, but he's really playing it to give me a nod so that I tip my cowboy hat at him. He had that EMEA
Nggak mungkin kalah Olap anjir
the
liga.
capture blessing if he wants to turn his
Full
performance
item
around
gitu
for the rest
anjir.
of this day 1.
I do think country is slightly unplayable without the emblem, and there are no spats here. So
Even with the emblem, we saw it from Malala, despite having great conditions to find success with it, in the end, it was a butt for in that game 2 that we saw on broadcast. Ribbon, maybe tempting a player like Weird, who before becoming a Heartsteel 1-trick was a melee 3-cost reroll hard trick, was an absolute menace on Yone reroll across most of the set until he was kind of gutted and Heartsteel became so prevalent, and also on Ribbon as well, leading into the NA finals.
Yeah, sure was. I think that we'll have to see if there is going to be a little bit more development on that side of things. And it does take having access to multiple different lines and ways to be able to approach the game in order to actually find those wins.
I do want to point out we have a very divided lobbies, 3 win streakers and then 3 loss streakers. What this means is that for the middle of the pack, it is very, very difficult to continue. You're just going to be behind so much gold. So we're going to find out if one of these players can make it to the end right here. But if you're in the middle, you usually want some of those matchmaking to go in your favor and see those streaks being
Olap.
broken.
Nah ini nih kelemahannya nih. Fake-nya udah B2.
Is going
Gila.
to be one of the win streakers.
Wah, mati
which
sih
is
Olapnya
gonna
sih,
be
guys.
Warden, is going to be running into Weird on the
Mati
other
sih Olapnya
side,
sih.
who's still on this
Kalah
Olaf.
Olapnya kalah.
But take a look at those items. Feels really nice to have those, plus the salvage bin.
Enggak,
As you
anjir.
said, you can break them later, but
Anjir,
Salvi
what?
is going to get his win streak broken. There you go.
We talk about him being a headliner we'll see very often in stage 2. Also very important in the
Dalam
position.
hatinya,
If you have to
anjing.
play as much Olaf
Fake
in
gua
stage
ada
2 as
2.
local players in this lobby,
Bintang
you have to
2.
know you want him on the outer edges
Masih kalah
of the
sama
map,
Olaf,
so he's
anjing.
able to get some damage, become a mana battery, and be able to attack faster and heal more as he lowers his HP. But Salvi, who needs a big comeback, already has 4
Oh, dia mau twin
Vexes
terror ya.
and 2 Twitches in stage 2. Doesn't have twin terror, unfortunately, but he can make life a little bit miserable for Xingtian if he wants to contest his comp.
Salvi Twin Terror
Means
kah?
someday, but I think there
Uh-oh.
might be some clouds over him because
Gonna
his
start
opponent, he's hitting a little bit too hard. This Vex 2 on stage 2 is incredibly good, and part of why this composition is strong is that it's not picky about items whatsoever. You can win streak with it, and as long as you have a mana item, adaptive, Shojin, all of them are fine for the Vex. You can continue to win streak without fearing that item difference.
Oh, look at how impactful this has been. That Vex 2 is such a huge upgrade, and maybe you look for filling out with a couple more executioners. We can definitely see that angle with something like the country. But it's been a while since we've checked in on how Yush is doing. Does have the KDA on
Poor loss streak, but won that last fight. Unfortunately, came down to that 1v1 between the Aphelios and the Kaisa. Not a great result, but we're looking at the Annies now. One away from Ice. Can he do it like Kess did in Game 3 and find that natural copy before dipping under 30 gold? One more roll to do it, Ice. I believe in you.
Oh, he's already used up his punk roll here as well, and he's just going to stop. He still has another round after the PvE round.
Nyari
He's still
Ani nih
just
dari
getting
tadi nih.
here, so you never know. You don't have to go full send right now.
I think that's the point. He's really min-maxing. I think it's something that I love to see
Ooh.
from players on the world stage.
What?
And he finds a tome along the way. Thank you, Krugs, very much for your wonderful
Jackpot
donation to my game plan.
tuh.
This is absolutely huge for him. If he can get an emo spat and put it on someone like the Sona, that's one of the highest caps you can have in the game.
There it is,
Ani
the
3.
natural Annie 3, 40 gold, level 5 now. Rolling a tiny bit more, it looks like, just to try and find, what, potentially a super fan?
I'm a little bit sad about this result because he doesn't actually have to showcase his speed. He just naturals it.
I'm
There's a
just
lot of
bored here.
different options that he could take here, but it was maybe trying to find a way to get hard.
Tuh suratnya belum dibuka, Bang.
For the tome pop
Buka lah,
next.
Bang, suratnya, Bang.
Took me a while to get there. I'm like, what is he doing with his board? Does he have heart steal?
Can you explain that a little bit? Like, how are you maximizing
Nggak ada
your
itemnya
odds?
nih.
So you want to have at least 8 traits here, active or inactive, to try and get some tailored results with your tome. You'll have 2 tailored options at the very least. And as you mentioned, Clement, you're not trying to hit just any random emblem, any random trait. You want specifically something like Emo, for example, to make this really pop off.
Yeah, there are a couple
Nggak
of
mungkin
good options
kalah,
here. You
Olaf,
can settle for
anjir.
something like the KDA. Unfortunately, this is not Spellweaver Annie, so there is no chance to get that legendary 9 Spellweaver online. So I think Emo is the most likely one he's looking for.
And because he kind of butchered his board here on the way to trying to tailor this, unexpected loss. He was on a loss streak anyway, so
Doesn't matter whatsoever. I think it's
Rekumulator.
exactly what he
Beneran anjir.
never mind.
Do you think about it? No. How good would that have been?
Ambil apa itu tadi? Ah, kambing lah.
Unfortunately, I mean, you're gonna go into a 2-cost 3-star without having any synergies or any game plans. I think it's not gonna be a very good option.
I would not recommend it.
Do it for the fans.
Ambil apa tadi,
That's
guys?
an augment, but also a game plan. Yes. For Relic though, on the kill, reroll still.
Oh,
trying
masih
to
milih.
find What? Oh, we're back with Ice actually on the Annie, and he did pick up.
Oh,
a
ambil
couple, I believe,
Jess.
item bench on the left there. We don't see it just.
Dia
yet.
main Ani 3 tapi
Mai is doing the reverse dish soap. He actually found the Urgot 2 on 3-2.
Anjir, masih reroll apa dia, bro?
Jazz emblem instead for Ice. Now, how do you fit this Jazz emblem onto the Annie board, Clement?
Well, I'm trying to think about it, and I don't really think it fits, to be honest.
This is like a TFT challenge. You load up.
Do you
It's
go-
like like mini wandering trainers.
I think you have to go through the Bard into Hyperpop on the
Say,
Ziggs.
Ziggs.
Yeah.
Like, you have the Lulu on the bench, so you can already take in the Lulu in order to help
Transisi sih kayaknya ya.
and then you go into the Ziggs if you're able to hit like level 9. So
It's not a hard Mord dog. It's a little Mord dog. That's what I would call it.
you can make it work. You can maybe make it work there. We're not gonna write that off quite yet, but we still have a lot of options to go for here. Just picks up the Caitlyn naturally in the shop. That is another unit that maybe you could put the Jazz emblem on.
Ooh, a big problem here is he really needs to get those
Nyari
tiers
Bard
later
kah?
on. Annie, still in the emo setup, you do want to find that blue buff, and later on, also a Gunblade is usually what you can do. You can throw away the super fans into the late game, but those are the champions he should be looking for. Let's look at his HP. He's 62, so he should be able to find that tier in the next carousel.
Now going up against this KDA board.
Jur mainnya metal banget sih Ice ya.
Giant Slayer as well as the red buff. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on where those items might go.
Oh, it's a KDA board, but not for long neck, right?
Yeah,
I believe with the
that's what I was
even
gonna
trout
say.
plan, this will be transitioning into some version of a Heartsteel later on. And we have to really start scouting and seeing how many players are actually trying to angle toward Heartsteel. If no one is, we'll have a much easier time finding the Zed headliner, the Zed carry, even the 2-star Zed naturally. Let's see if there aren't also any Katarina players in this lobby.
I actually think he's going to go for a Riven board. It's open right now, and he does have the sort of augment setup for it with the long distance pails. Is there a tier here? Okay, so Ice does find his tier. That's huge for him.
Also Riven. Also an MF, so a lot of Jazz options here available. A Twitch for any of our Executioner players. Who we saw, of course, Salvi had that very early Vex, has a very early Akali as well. Salvi, maybe this is the game he needed to finally bounce back into the competition, start that win streak.
This is going to be a huge roll down. Let's see if Qingtian can actually find a way back into the game, because they are running head into head with those
4x.
And there's also Ice taking away the emo champions like the Amumu. So we actually have a three-way collision course in that corner.
You hate to see it, happens to me all the time on the EU West ladder. Hopefully, I expect it would not be happening in a tournament like this. The world stage, you have to be scouting and trying to find those plan Bs, as we mentioned. For now, it's just Twitch, and not a single natural Vex has been found. We talked about being the priority over Twitch in this comp, Necra.
Well, I wonder then, do you just try to go for something like a 3-star Twitch and maybe hope that you get like 2-star Vex at some point? You definitely have to start thinking about your other options. I would even look at Samira in this case as just anything else to help tech in for the Executioner, but that's also going to be a little contested. We've got Mai that has this Urgot online.
I do want to say Qingtian has a trick up his sleeve. He's holding on to all of his rolling for days stacks, and he's willing to go all in and maybe race Salvi. I don't think he's
dia pakai 9 gratis reroll, guys.
But when he goes is the big question.
The first of hopefully many Vexes has been found. But we talk about these are sometimes
rebutan itunya.
Good augment, a good direction. Things start going.
Twitch-nya rebutan sama si Salvi.
Pivot in your mentality from I want to win this game, I want to top 4 this game, into I want to try and at very least save and get a 5th or a 6th and get some points at least into the standings.
Look at that. Scouting away. Holding out on buying this Vex until the very last second. So you know that's going to be a Vex that is now out of the pool, and maybe a little bit less intel for the opponents that were also scouting on that side.
This is really interesting.
Twin Terror.
He knows that he cannot go for that line, likely looking for something else in maybe like the double.
Feeling ko ni mau main Twin Terror dulu. Gak mungkin kepang sih dia.
Up against Degree, the econ lost here, but taking a little bit more HP than you would like. Twitch cannot clean up these last few units. A big loss here at the very end of stage 3, and now we're moving to stage 4, where everyone will start spiking, especially the Heartsteel players. We see Degree's bench is all lined up, ready to get those threshes online.
And it's really interesting because Degree is not known for being a Heartsteel player. You heard Casanova talking about
Kayaknya
it on
buang
the
kan?
analyst desk that Degree is one of those players in that Malala, Wei Iverson, and Replay study group that actually brings the reroll intel to the table. But he has shored up his ability to work on those 80 flex lines, so I'm excited to see what he can do with that here.
That's the big benefit about being in a study group. Degree was going for reroll, Weird going for Milala going for more Heartsteel, and with the two of them together, they can flesh out both of those areas and be strong together.
Wih, sabar bang. Jangan ngutang-ngatik mulu bang, jangan nonton pusing bang.
Xingtian is trying to roll here. Is he maybe
Gak mau dia, mau lulu dia. Mau lulu dia. Gak mau
Of course, this was the other line, but it just escaped my mind for a while. I feel a little bit ashamed of that one.
We take your apology, Clement.
It's okay.
We forgive you.
Lulu will forgive you too. But take a look at that. Like, she's really, really good with the blue buff as well as the Rabadons. She's going to be casting really fast and also putting out a ton of damage. You do have this Nico in the front line to at least help make sure that you have a headliner at some point when you are going to end up selling her and try to find
Kalau sama Kayla reroll.
It's not a BIS setup. There isn't that blue buff and that Chosen that Lulu really wants, but we talked about it. It's the plan B, the plan C. You're trying to find any way to, instead of an 8th, get a 6th or a 5th in this game.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a placement game from him right now, while Salvi is going to hold on to the Executioner line. He's already sitting on 5 Executioner. Let's see if he can find extra items, or definitely the best one is just the...
Expose weakness.
Salvi udah turun.
A little bit too late for Twin Terror in terms of how you're itemizing your units. You want that knowledge a little bit later in stage 3 at the latest, I would believe, for Solvi, but checking which item, or which augment rather, is the best for his current position. As you mentioned, I think items are going to be the most important thing to try and have as many executioners as possible activated. He has 5 right now in the traits, and he's just 1 more. I believe it was a Karthus that had that 6 executioner online.
You've got the Jeweled Lotus there, but it's going to be teaming up, where you're going to be
Teaming
able to
up.
get extra units. And that
Run away from the back
feels
attack.
pretty
Satu
good.
lagi
You got the
fake-nya.
Eco as well, just as another frontline presence, but yeah, very, very close there to being able to hit that Vex.
Hit a good support item here as well. Will make his backline cast faster, which does mean he can go through the front line.
And Relic still on that kill. The same itemization we saw from Cheche in that game 3. Rageblade, Gunblade, a few kills on the bench, still fairly far away from that kill. 3,
Gila,
but
Kylo.
not important for this win in stage 4 for now. He should be able to just still coast
Kiananya udah
with
2
a few of the
biji
wins
tuh.
here with healing orbs and the metalheads especially.
And he can roll slowly. He's in no rush. He gets a free roll
Hmm,
every single time.
nggak dicari keluar.
Slowly, it's Solvi who seems like he's found every Vex without really rolling at all. Only 20 gold spent on rolls, and he has a Vex 3 already.
Wow. And that's exactly why we're going to end up seeing
Oh,
Chicken
dapat
hit the
Lulu.
Lulu as well. I saw that on the sidebar, and so that's going to be a huge upgrade.
Lulu Twin Terror.
And now you do have those 2 Lulu, which is going to be where you really want to see that hologram.
Twin
come,
Terror
the
Gold
Terror
tapi
come into
ya.
play.
Pops off the Nashers as well, so now he has the BIS, Blue Wolf, and Shojin. Again, perfect example of why these players are
Kita
the
lihat
best
guys,
in the
kekuatan
world.
Lulu Twin
Chance to
Terror
adapt from the clear
lawan
game plan of
Vigo,
Twin Terror executioners
AL.
to Lulu instead, and be in a fairly good spot despite the
Thor.
second loss streak. Now he's found the Lulu 3, and he's found the Ari as well.
Thor.
I think he can take this spot into a top 4, though it will be a
Thor.
little bit hard if the Viego jumps the right way. Something about the Lulu board is I really like the positioning of the Lulu. Sometimes you can get cross-map snipes onto the backline carry, especially dangerous against something like Kale.
And the final augment, Crash Test Dummies as well, going to buy a little bit more time for Lulu to do her thing to get that CC online onto the key units. Talking about key units, Lucian on the carousel. Any of our Heartsteel players, their eyes have opened up. They're racing to try and get it. If Donnie was here, that TF would be fantastic to hit the TF2 last game. But no Disco players in this game 4. Our quota is being met, Clement.
Thankfully, I don't really enjoy watching the disco. We have 2 Heartsteel players so far in the lobby, in Degree and Yush did stick to that Heartsteel line after hitting 2 early Zed. So, you know, I thought he was a little bit too low HP to play it. Zed always saves the day.
And we'll see if the Lucian can save the day. Talking about Yush, we saw him playing that Submit to the Pit Urgot board. We're seeing it now from Mai as well, a player that needed to find a good result.
He's only 1 Urgot away as well, but still needs to find it. And
1%
there's
chance.
not a whole high of a chance here.
Never tell me the odds is what Mai is thinking as he continues
Urgot
to roll
sebiji.
and escape Yush in the game we saw when he was contested by Malala. There is no...
Iya, nggak ada, bro.
Never mind, there was Salvi, but he went into the Executioner, so there's no one contesting the Urgot outright.
I think there's not much you can do here. If you're already at 10 gold, you might as well start donkey rolling for the last copy and go into a win streak. However, he still is rather healthy, 66 gold. I think he should be able to enter stage 5 with that 3-star Urgot.
Urgot
Maybe he
sebiji.
could have waited and not rolled under. I guess he's still above 10 now, but maybe saved a little bit more gold, got a bit more interest thresholds to try and guarantee he gets the Urgot 3, considering he has so much HP to work with. But again, everyone is spiking at the end of this stage 4. I think the lobby tempo we're seeing is really high with players really spiking in stage 2 with the Annie reroll, for example, the Vex 3 from Salve that came naturally, the Lulu 3 from King Chan who rolled down.
Ooh.
There's the Urgots.
That feels really good, especially after Mai had to sell
Urgot
a couple of
3
duplicates on his
star.
board in order to actually make that 10 gold to still have Econ.
Namun,
But on the flip
sir.
side of things, Yush is trying to stabilize, took another
Ezreal
big hit in
2.
that last fight, but finally finds the Ezreal 2. With the long distance pals, you're really hoping that the Ezreal and the Zed are really going to help each other out, but this is it. Yush has got to get it done here.
It's awkward because it divides the even
Lawannya Lulu
both the Zed and the
Twin
Ezreal.
Terror.
Oh, and yeah, I think this setup is a little bit suboptimal. He had the 2 Zeds early on, but then had to swap into a Zed headliner and throw away some of his tempo. But against a Lulu board that also low rolled quite heavily early, he's still going to be able to make it to stage 5.
Ada flag ya, bro.
That being said, just one life for the OCE player. Any mistake in positioning,
Pakai aneh nih.
and he might be out of contention for top 4 in this game, number 4. Ice on the Annie, we were talking about
Penasaran nih.
possibly cook up with the Jazz for now.
Dia masih pakai HL Ani tapi
on the board, but it will be potentially on level 8.
ambil chase tadi ya.
For now, I think he's just throwing it onto a true damage unit, get a little bit more stun
kali
value from maybe the
Tiananya
cannon.
B2.
We'll see where he goes from that.
Tiananya
This is
B2
our
guys.
second Heartsteel player in the lobby. Oh, also a Zed headliner, very nicely hit.
Very different story though. Degree was sitting on 50 gold, ready to go 9, ready to add in that zig, ready to continue spiking the board and playing Heartsteel as ideally it should be played when you're trying to contest for that first place position, adding in those legendaries.
Salvi, on the other hand, though, is on a bit of a hot streak when it comes to having a 6 Executioner online. Is able to pick up glove, so
huge
that's
spike.
feel really good. Look
Pantheon
at that.
2.
Let's
Woo!
go.
Good front line now.
On stage 5, definitely when you want your Pantheon to be upgraded. And a lot of frontline items as well, as we can see here. Is it true, Clement, that sometimes you just don't need frontline items with Executioners because they're so bursty in how much damage they deal?
No, I think that is untrue.
Okay.
I think
Still
as always, Clement, just shooting me down. Do you hate me? Should we have ironed out our personal...
I
He
just
doesn't want to
don't think
entertain it.
Amumu 1 is a good headliner, unfortunately. So he did low roll a bit, and I think a big part of that was Qingtian was holding a lot of Amumus until later on.
Deflect-nya apakah akan tusun?
On the out, so may be knocked out in a couple
Oh,
of
enggak,
rounds.
anjir,
Be
kuat
econ
ya.
for them a little bit later. That poor Karthus never
Item
even get a
set
chance
pakai
to get
Titan
that
bagus ya ternyata
ultimate
guys.
up and running. On the Kale, on the other hand, is just really in
Wih,
her
Kailannya.
lane.
It's funny, the bottom players with the least HP slowly starting to come back into the game.
Ani
while
reroll mulai
players with so much HP in
panik.
stage 4 are now slowly starting to lose HP.
Wih, colokin juga dia guys.
Another 3-star. Samira joining the Vex.
Namexe.
party here. Still, the front line is not ideal, but could this be enough for the Akali, the TG? Samira only an IE though.
Ideally, you
Nah,
want
Max
solo
nggak
take the
ada
Amumu with
Augment
the
X.
Gargoyle Storm Plate. That's the best setup because you avoid a lot of the AoE. But since he doesn't have the Amumu 3, every front line has to be bunched up.
Degree has Ziggs too. He's level 9, 10 gold to work with. Lucian on the bench rather.
Yeah, 39 HP is actually very healthy for a stage 5-2 Heartsteel, and we saw that he was over 50. Hit the Zed early on, and Pentakill just doesn't have a good answer versus the Zed until they can find the Yorick 2.
Tinggal jalan doang setnya tuh.
Look at that. Yeah, you're just going to be an easy takedown here. And Degree still has ways to cap out this board. Has not itemized the secondary carry yet for the Heartsteel comp. And so we'll check back in on that a little bit later. Mai, though, on the other hand, has finally hit the Urgot 3. So that's going to be a huge piece of the puzzle put together. But you're still looking for a couple more upgrades.
This is the same problem that Salvi is facing right now. He just doesn't have the front line. Usually you're looking for a double Guardian front line in something like the Thresh, Amumu.
Jacknya nggak diambil tadi tuh.
Right now, he doesn't have any Guardian on his board.
And the secondary carry, there's no Jax 3 as well. You're only seeing on 6 Hops. You saw the donkey roll here all the way to 0 to try and stop the Lusri, try and stop maybe the 8th place. Mai is now down to 7 HP, fighting for his life with a submit to the pit, which we thought was one of the best performing augments in the game. We saw Dish Soap fail with it, that 5th place in game 1, and Mai potentially going down that same road. The Jax trying to heal, the healing orbs coming through, but not quite enough. Got surrounded, but not by his teammates, and Mai taken down.
Ngantuk gue guys anjir.
That is
Nonton doang
definitely
ngantuk
a
ya.
low roll because he had a 2-star Urgot before headliner on stage 2.
Tusun.
Couldn't find the rest of the copies.
Monsternya tusun guys.
Is it time to show us your
Metal hit tuh, metal hit
running into
penta.
the Zac and picking it up for yourself? Look at that APM, look at him go. Wait, he almost missed it.
That was intentional. He wanted
He
to add
calculated
some
everything,
suspense.
right.
Yeah.
Ice is just that good. He's winning the tournament, but
40,
also giving us a show
39, 23, 20, 15,
Yeah, that's the
11,
that's the we
9.
would have liked to see. It does have the Bard as well as the Misfortune, so you've got the 3 Jazz. That's going to be really interesting to just have online as well. You got the Ari2. Qingtian has hit another huge upgrade. Then Nico is going to provide a lot of sustain in that front line. So speaking of front lines, there's now a nice one put together here for Qingtian.
Yay, Twin Terra Lilia. I think all of our front lines are somewhat sus this game.
What do you mean? This Lilia Twin Terror is a secret tech. You didn't know from China?
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
I picked up on it.
Yeah, it's great.
I picked up on it last month. I climbed to rank 1 EU West just off of that tech alone. I'm kidding.
I almost believe you.
Yeah,
Wow,
you could've fooled
Clement,
me.
you think so much of me and my level in TFT.
Ooh, now going against Yusha's board.
This edge roll cast doesn't kill anything though. The Vex stays alive. Can she cast one more time onto the big clump? She can't. Solvi another hit. And how did this happen? From dominating the lobby in stage 3 and most of stage 4 now down to 4 HP. 7th place. Solvi needs to come back in this game 4. He can't have a 4th bot 4 in a row. That would really spell disaster for his Worlds run.
Min gua channel yang asli udah ku jual. Udah ku jual, Mas. Patemo. Dua chest. Anjir, ekonya B3. Kuat kah ini, guys? Duh, bikin kopi lah ya abis ini. Mulai ngantuk-ngantuk gaming nih, bro.
It's Yusha's board. Okay, yeah, because I see the long distance pals as well, but it's still going to be a two-star Ezreal in the back, just being able to blast through the back line. This Echo is holding on, but
udah buat Bang Represi buat main besok. Udah dapat belum?
Frontline, magical thing when that's actually up.
Si bingung gua.
Stunning the Zed, they went to the opposite directions once that front line split. Still a big win for Ice, who we have to give props to for really navigating this into a great spot.
Ada flagnya kalah, bro. Gila nih. Kuat juga ya nih reroll pakai 4 emo.
So hard to hit in a meta where you have the super fans, where you have the center reroll, where you have just the Yasuo reroll.
Ntar kita lihat lawan Lulu ya, menang mana ya.
In this late game.
I will say that this was a bit of a high roll game coming in from him. Lots of Annie rerolls, Tome, and then because of the contested Amumu, he actually got another emo spat, so he doesn't have to play the doesn't have to fish for the 3-star Amumu.
I mean, it was a Jazz spat though.
Jazz and emo, he got 2.
He did, but I was like, oh, the top was the Jazz one though. I don't know. He definitely had to pull the emo one out from good fortune. But that's gonna be 3 country just attacking in that Tom Kench in order to have that extra trait and that extra unit in the Dreadsteed.
I said with my outfit for this day 1 that I would give a yeehaw if Tom Kench was added to a late game board. So here goes my best yeehaw.
Hellsteed is frontline. Tom Kench's front line, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Walah, pantesan, iya.
In the country without really using much more gold, he had exactly enough to go level 9 and try and fight for his life up
Lolo lawan Executioner.
Can this Vex do enough? But look at the
Menang mana, guys? Menang mana, guys? Menang mana, guys? Menang mana, guys? Menang mana, guys?
And that spells disaster for Saudi, a 4th bot 4 in a row for a player coming into this weekend.
Twin Terror sih ya.
Means to him as well having
Text speednya nambah.
like that, but there is still more games on the docket, and hopefully Salvi is going to be able to pull it back after this one.
Nih ALV Go-nya masih bertahan.
And just taking stake of the lobby because that knockout onto Salvi could have happened to anybody because there is not much HP in between Qingtian, who is sitting in 2nd, and Weird, who is sitting in 5th.
Jadi permen iya.
About like backline sniping for Weird, he does have the Akali Karthus combo on.
Nih Ani juga kuat nih Ani nih. Liatin nih.
Onto some of these big carries like the Lucian and Annie.
The only player
File Yorick, bro.
10 HP.
Pakai ON ya. Wah, ekonya sih. Waduh, jadi debu aninya, bro. Luciannya B2. Slot 10 anjir. Level 10. Wah, udah sih juara sih ini, guys. First place ini udah nih.
As well. So that just speaks volumes to just how powerful these boards are for the final 2 players.
Hah? 10 penta kah? 10 penta?
He only has 1 emblem.
Oh, 10 penta, bro.
He doesn't have Olaf though.
And as well, he's missing the Olaf. We're in the same story we saw from Taro in that game number 2, where you had the chance for 10 KDA but could not find the Evelyn.
Oh, he's laughing right here. Relics, where is my $1 billion Olaf? Where is he?
Well, it's so fortunately not going to be on the board right now as Relic is
Full
going to go
penta
up
versus
against
Jess.
who is on a bit of a hot streak with those 2
Ada
wins.
flag.
You see this Lucian in the back just being able to snipe
Tapi
down
Yorick ya.
the front line for from Degree swarms to the back. That Kale is not long for this
Nggak
one.
kuat
Lucian's
tetep
gonna hit
gua,
all
anjir.
of his shots. Relic is out, and Degree is on top for this fourth game.
Level 10, bro.
Oh, what an incredibly exciting game. We saw a lot of players
Enggak, kalah,
actually
kalah,
figure out
kalah.
their destined lines and then
AL
find
Yorick, guys, AL Yorick. AL Yorick, Luciannya B2.
Also swept a little bit over, less successfully, and also Qing Tian moving over towards the Twin Terror.
Masalahnya penta Kiana B2. Lawan Lucian bisa apa, bro?
For an NA player that was considered maybe an underdog, but had a great prep group with Malala, with Replay, with Wasian in his corner, able to find success.
Ini berapa game sih hari ini sih,
Can't
guys?
sleep on some of these players that are being considered underdogs right now because they might just show up and win your lobbies. That's going to do it for game number 4. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, game number 5.
Udah ada flag kayak gitu, udah slot 10, guys. Udah paling bener anjir. Ada flag slot 10, udah, bro. EMEA 4. Paling banyak Cina ya? Tar, bro.
Climbing up the ladder.
After, but had a best in the
Because they break.
NA 4. Eropa 4. Korea 4. Brasil 3, Latam 3, saya 3, Jepang 3, OC 2, Cina 6 anjir. Kadang stabilin boardnya susah, bang, mainnya deflect. Iya sih. Mau kalau udah jadi emang bangke dah. Lucian 2, Israel ada. Cina kok banyak banget ya dapat slotnya ya. Point carry over top 8 advent. Oh, ini berarti berapa game nih? 6 game ya, sehari 6 game. Berarti 12 game. 12 game nanti diambil 8 doang. Terus final gitu, guys.
Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Remix Rumble World Championship. Game 4 just happened, and I feel like this specific lobby, there are a lot of comps that we didn't really expect.
Gua main ada flag full jadi semua kalah lawan 10 pentakil. Ya mungkin pentakilnya gedut-gendut. Tadi kan pentakilnya nggak gedut-gendut, guys. Cuma jadi doang pentakil.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly did like, as we saw here, the patient study players.
Anjir tuh orang pakai kumisnya tebel banget tapi pakai ini anjir apa? Pakai bulu mata anjir.
We're losing the 3-star, only Relic played it with Pentakill, KL3 with a good second place, and the other Pentakill player was also pretty good. It was weird, and he actually had a different early game. We were all talking about him, with finally getting a 5th that is not
Tadi
the best.
pentakill
Maybe
kurang
the
Olaf.
reason we are not seeing pentakill so much.
Hah? Emang tadi nggak 10 penta?
Unfortunately, also the submit to the pit that we had a lot of.
Oh, nggak 10 ya tadi ya?
Really well earlier on
Kira udah
throughout
10.
the day. Now for mine, not really coming together. The Urgot kind of coming around a little late. For Salvi, a similar situation. Front line just wasn't there. But of course, we do want to talk
Nggak
about
10
something
penta.
very specific. Because
Coba ntar lihat tuh.
in that game we had Twin Terror, and now Twin Terror has kind of been here.
Tadi
and
boardnya nggak
here
di
with
itu
where people
spectate-nya.
see it, whether
Nggak
or
ada
not it's
flag-nya.
good or bad. But because we're so kind, we do want to educate on how to play this Augment. So Cass, if you would, go on over to our Telestrator for our technical breakdown presented by HyperX and teach us all a little bit more about how to maneuver that Twin Terror line.
So, the first thing immediately that we're going to look at here is this 3-6. We see
Wih,
that
analisis.
Xinjiang is playing around
Analisnya
the
nih,
Twin
guys.
Terror, and he knows he's contested because Salvi has already taken
Kalau 10 bisa
executions.
menang.
So, Qingtan is starting to hold
Nggak janji juga sih ya
units for
defleknya
Lulu
begitu, bro.
instead, because he knows that this pivot is imminent. And as we go forward, we're going to see that he's going to make it to the 3-7, and he's going to end up in a spot where he does need to go for this reroll. The big important note is that Twin Terror is very good for Lulu because multiple copies of Lulu on the board means that she's spreading Hyper Pop across to multiple. So we get to this spot here, we're going to see him sell out of the headliner so that he can start looking for the Lulu. And it's very, very imperative that he's able to find this as early as possible because all these other boards are spiking their rerolls, but he knows that Lulu is open. So 4-1, he's able to go to level 7, have all of this extra gold, and he's able to roll down and find the Lulu by holding onto the rolling for days, knowing that he was in a contested Augment. So that is kind of how you have to play around the Twin Terror when you end up in a spot that is contested. You have to be able to find your outs, and Qingtan really showed us this by playing around the Lulu and holding those extra units.
I really love that. Thank you so much, Cass, and thank you, HyperX, for presenting that tactical breakdown to us. I hope we all learned something today. I sure did. But of course, with that, we also kind of want to see where the standings are. The day is approaching its end, and
Gitar
getting
pentakill
closer
tuh,
and
guys.
closer to actually the halfway check mark of
Gitarnya
our
Yorick.
first phase of the World Championship.
Yeah, it's going to be again reseeding after this one. So again, with the snake seeding system in place, yeah, we've got players like Salvi who maybe didn't have the best game. They had a little bit better, but these games will continue to be very, very hard for our players on low points to pick up more points from. I think we're going to get a pretty good idea by the end of day one what our day two is maybe going to be looking like.
Yeah, they're looking for. We're seeing a lot of hard steel, a lot of tool rerolls, but we also seen like consistent top 4 plays where people are playing tempo, playing Ari, for example, with good results. So maybe they're testing a little the waters to see day 1. Day 2, I'm pretty sure it could bring a few surprises.
Yeah, me too. I am very good and keen on surprises. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we will be back with game number 5.
We will be back. Game number 5. We will back. We will back.
Mungkin untuk sekarang tuh aku sedikit bikin aturan yang mana aku selesain dulu jelasin dari awal. Nanti setelah semuanya aku jelasin, kita buka tanya jawab di channel tanya jawab. Jadi setelah aku
Target,
teman-teman bisa bertanya, aku sambil jawab di voice ini. Oke, kita mulai ya. Oke, jadi yang pertama itu adalah ini major timeline. Dan so far kita masih on track ya, technical meetingnya di hari ini walaupun sudah telat. Besok itu tuh kita ada kualifikasi 2 hari, tanggal 2 dan 3. Kemudian di minggu depannya kita akan ada grand final offline. Oke, kelihatan nggak guys? Nge-lag ya?
Kelihatan.
coba jelasin untuk skema yang kita pakai. Ini nih sebelumnya aku coba menjelaskan karena
nggak ada suara ini kan? Ini lagi technical meeting guys.
ini kan 8 ya satu room ya, jadi aku mengakali skemanya seperti ini. Jadi total teman-teman kita yang sudah check in tadi sama kemarin itu ada di 1048 player. Jadi sebenarnya ini keren banget karena banyak banget pendaftarnya, banyak banget yang antusias. Jadi tujuan aku bikin skema check-in itu tadi sebelumnya adalah untuk biar memfilter lagi nih mana yang benar-benar mau main, mana yang hanya ikutan mendaftar. Makanya yang dicantumkan di IG itu memang benar ada 1228 player, cuman setelah check-in finalnya itu ada di 1048 player. Jelas teman-teman suaraku? Jelas ya? Oke. Kita coba aku lanjut dulu teman-teman, bisa disimak dulu, kemudian nanti kalau ada pertanyaan baru dijawab. Oke. Jadi untuk round 1 ini itu tuh terbagi menjadi 131 room, yang mana satu room itu terdiri dari dari 8 player. Oke. Nah, jadi di round 1 ini kita cuma bermain satu game. Ini sebenarnya untuk penjelasan skema dulu, jumlah gamenya aku jelasin di setelahnya. Jadi round 1 pembagiannya itu 131 room, top 1 setiap room lanjut ke round 2. Yang mana untuk biar kelipatannya tetap 8, jadi aku bikin skema ada namanya wildcard. Nah, di 131 player ini yang dari round 1 yang masuk round 2 itu tuh masuk 128 player ke round 2 dan 3 player wildcard, yang mana nanti kita bakal memilih player wildcard ini melalui spin wheel live. Jadi aku udah bikin juga di rundownnya, ada skema kita melakukan spin wheel live. Jadi bakal ada 3 player nih yang terpilih menjadi wildcard. Cuman kita lanjut ke round 2 dulu. Jadi di round 2 itu ada 128 player. Oke, 128 player itu ada 16 room. 16 room ini yang menang top satunya itu lanjut ke round 3. Jadi di round 3 itu langsung ada 16 player. Jumlah matchnya nanti aku jelaskan ya setelah ini. Jadi ada 16 player, yaitu ada 2 room.
Tuh manip lagi di depan.
Sorry, teman-teman nge-lag semua apa beberapa orang saja? Aman ya, berarti mungkin yang nge-lag itu dari jaringan mereka ya. Mungkin bisa dicek lagi jaringannya mas. Oke, aku coba lanjut ya. Oke, di round 3 itu ada 16 player, yang mana itu 2 room. Nah, disinilah skema wildcard itu ada. Jadi yang 16 player ini ada 2 room. Jadi top 3 masing-masing room lanjut ke babak grand final. Jadi udah ada 6 player total di grand final. Nah, untuk wildcard ini 3 player tadi main bersama sisa player dari round 3 tadi. Dari 16 player masing-masing roomnya itu lanjut ke babak grand final top 3 nya. Jadi bakal ada sisa 10 player
Ya udah
dari
diem
top
ya.
16 tambah 3 player dari wildcard. Jadi totalnya ada 13. Kemudian di wildcard ini ada 13 player, kita bagi jadi 2 room. Jadi ada satu room itu yang terdiri dari dari 6 player, satu room lagi terdiri dari 7 player. Oke. Nanti untuk melengkapi isi roomnya itu admin bakal masuk ke dalam roomnya. Jadi admin bakal
Kedengeran kah ini?
untuk melengkapi, cuman admin akan AFK. Jadi yang main tetap teman-teman, main satu game, top 1 masing-masing room lanjut ke babak grand final.
Oh boy, you can see the edge roll creeping his way around the outside.
Halo, dah guys, udah kelar guys, technical meetingnya guys. Egi dari Indo, iya kayaknya tuh Indo tuh, si Egi tuh. Indo bukan bro itu bro, Indo apa Singapura tuh? Mirip-mirip Singapura ya.
You're looking towards the top at players like Saka and Ice, and they're just so happy and healthy up there.
Yeah, it's very comfortable. You're amazing. There are like 4 players fighting
Yuk.
the final 5 places.
Ini udah round 47, belum ada yang tusun.
Also getting the binary and also having already multiple guys in multiple tanks. Let's see if it's enough for him. He's not as bad as the rest in terms of HP.
Binari laris banget, Binari.
He now needs the Viego 2, he needs to find also the Yorick and try to access a new win condition.
Yes, Zedru, UA, Salvi and Sophia all roughly in the same point in the middle
Viego
of the table.
B2.
They have been able to keep a decent amount of gold going as Salvi finally finds what he was
Kragasnya 3 bro.
Jediso, of course, who pushed Salvi out of his line of play with the 3-star Gragas, the 2 healthy. It's not a ball we see too often in these parts.
Well, no too healthy. He rolled that one away.
he didn't
want to go for it. I understand how you
It was
got there, though. I also wanted to believe in that dream of the 2 healthy, but we are in a position where Jigsaw has the disco comp online. I'm very curious on how it does, but we are going to keep watching our players who are very, very low in overall stats. And for Salvi, it's quite unfortunate he just found that Senna to try and get him back into the
anjir, nyampe 100.
Who's on a 13
Gila.
win streak, arguably dominating this lobby and going to take another loss, knocking him down to 1.
Duitnya 100 bro.
Any argument there, that's an astonishing performance and also a massive amount of money left in the bank for
langsung level 10 sih dia.
Not having to invest it into keeping that streak going.
Jediso in a bad condition, he tries to roll down for Disco TF or Disco.
Dara masih 89 ya.
I guess the Sentinel maybe a possibility for him. He doesn't have anything else.
Dapat hologram.
Maybe try to find a spot for him, but he has to stay good front line, so not the best position. Let's see if he can make it.
Boy, I mean, at least
Eko ya udah bintang 3.
I have to say, this makes fun.
What do you mean?
Disco? Yeah,
Eko.
you're not trusting Disco.
Just not
a little more faith in the comp, please.
Sorry. It is not good, and it is going to be a battle between the players from EMEA. They're both wanting to get further here. Jedusor, of course, way higher in the overall
Kuat nih Sena 3 bro.
I don't think was his.
Jadi debo Disco. Goodbye Disco.
I mean, it really reminds me of what we see for the Seraphine comp, as Jedusor will be our first player eliminated, despite having the
jadi bubur.
The center AoE, much like the Seraphine,
Ini ada flag nih. Israelnya udah 2.
We find Ice now trying to make the roll down, looking to change his comp at Lemonade, and he gets possibility of legendary, and he has an angel in his back.
I mean, there's a reason why he's on 27 points right now.
Oh iya, Ekonya 3 anjir. Lah habis duitnya. Perasaan tadi 100.
We're gonna see a little bit more from it. Cheche here with the
Kenapa nggak upload aja?
Strong, but can the Ezreal survive?
All in buat Lulu dia.
She is trying to find him on the right-hand side. Both of these units, heavy AI, always a little bit of moving.
Salvi.
The left-hand side, we're seeing Eddie's board eliminate Salvi, unfortunately.
Oh boy, our EMEA players tear each other down and then falling out in short order. That is a rough showing. We're really hoping to see Salvi turn things around, but does not seem to be on the cards.
Cheche keeping it alive for Latam with a good victory again. He has been with 1 HP since a lot of rounds, so this is a good possibility for him now, ensuring 7th place with a great board, trying to get to the top 4.
We certainly got all the component pieces.
Udah slot 9 belum ya?
Drop in place with multiple carries up and fighting.
Level 8
on Cheche's board as well for an additional.
Jiroki banget. Tuh yang tadi dapat AL Jin level 9.
Giant Slayer there. Would have really liked it. Would have really liked to take something from Saka for sure. But I do want to point out Saka still hasn't found
udah pecah win streaknya.
All that domination that we've seen so far is on the back of Lulu 2. And as I said that, the Lulu comes online.
Like, she's just hiding the whole time. To surprise us and the lobby. But yeah, it's brutal.
Lock lah.
Such good boards coming
Israel 2 bro.
Our tournament leader right now, We're seeing a massive collision here.
For sure, massive itemization
Yoriknya
for Cheche
2.
with good damage for Ice. Cheche wants to finish this as fast as possible before the Jin
Sakitnya biolanya, bro. Trot. 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 Trot.
Just a few more seconds. The answer is no, and Ice is going to take a huge hit.
Seneng banget tuh.
This is the cash out for Cheche, Peter. Let's see what he had. Oh, a little goal. Not bad. Not what you're looking for. You want an item for that. Lucian, he has like a bow ready to assemble, but he has a good item.
Nabung dia buat 9.
So that is being enough for now. Making sure he gets as much value as he can from the
You're a little bit reliant on getting the good items through them. You can see, Cheche has going for maximum utility here, has used the individual components to basically give up an item slot on his units for immediate power.
Okay, now he goes against the Kale 3-star. Let's see if he knows. Kale 3-star, we've seen good performance, but she needs to cap out with more the calcitry to make the difference. Cheche accessing to the
4 orang udah tusun. Ya. Ya. Enggak kuat.
She's very fast, but this is coming up for him.
Anjir. Kyla. Wah, gila Kyla save the day, bro.
The world, and she will remain.
You can't scale without scale. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Look, I know you're an educator.
Egi main revenge.
He's a deleter.
Egi masih bertahan tuh. Sisa 1 anjir. Main revenge dia. Udah punya Jess tapi.
Playing around that, playing very risky, even picking up that Yone, thinking about it, and then being kind of boxed out there in the end, making it into the top 3. Bio and Saka still up there as well, and it could go.
Tapi mukanya kayak bukan orang Indo. Singapura sih kayaknya ini.
Who's your favorite, Peter? You have a favorite?
Oh, I mean, I'm here for
Wih, Catherine B2.
Coming in as
Do it for the fans.
Do it for the Eggies.
Nyari apa dia?
I don't know what Eggies fans are called, but
Nyari apa dia?
little Eggies.
Nyari apa dia?
No? I'm just putting it out there. I'm putting it into the world.
Speaking of doing it for the fans, I think you should rather be in Bio's team because we're running the 5 super fans. We have the emblem here, and
Ini pakai binary juga ya.
Before she is strong.
Yeah, with the radiant item because of those 5 super fans means she's an
Sojin lah.
beast. We've even got the potential longer term. I don't know if we're even going to be going up to a higher level because the individual damage, she's right onto the Kale. Kale's right onto the Riven immediately.
Oh, she's going to the back lane. If she's managed to kill the Mordekaiser in time, she's getting it. She
Wah, gila.
goes again, and I think it's not enough. The Kale is trying to hit, but the back line is already half fast, so it's
Oh,
good.
kuat revenge-nya, bro.
One more life for him. Bio is heavily hit, and now it's for everyone. Sokka, very healthy with 75.
Kayaknya juaranya Lulu dah.
Last life.
There is a chance that this next round is going to be a double elimination, depending on whether or not.
Oh, super fan-nya 5.
We know that Bio has Saka in the match pool, but who does Eggy have? We're gonna find out in just a second. But just one more time, look at this beautiful.
Duitnya 60 lagi anjir.
Because we already confirmed with
Nyender udah nih.
Saka and Sobio with the actual fight.
All right, we'll see what the actual fight ends up being. The HP turtle of Saka is just absolutely ridiculous. Doesn't have metabolic, doesn't have tiniest Titans, just has an absolute
Riven di mana Riven?
game.
Riven di mana?
So very quickly.
Oh, Lulunya mati.
And on the left hand
Woi,
side,
ekonya
we're
mati.
seeing the Riven actually finish off Saka's come Eggy able to hang in
Mirror
there
tapi ya.
as Saka knocks down Bio. It is going to be the top 2, and of course,
Wah,
it
tinggal
was the
positioning
copy
doang
on
ini.
Eggy's side, but can that Riven do it again?
She surely can. The thing is,
Lulunya nggak bisa positioning, guys.
fast enough
Udah mentok kayak gitu udah.
CC, the crowd control that she will get once the CC immunity falls down. So if she's capable to access in the backline, eliminating rapidly.
Ini kuncinya di Ahri sih. Kalau Ahri itemnya dapatnya bagus, tip glove-nya bisa ngebunuh Riven-nya, coy.
We'll see if the Riven goes up and gets stuck.
Last second
Nah, ini depan ini.
changes on both sides. Saka recognizing that
Echo-nya juga pakai tip glove ya.
into the backline, moves the Echo to the other side to try and slow her down, but she says nah.
Wah, mati si Riven-nya.
Nah,
kan?
will not succeed, and with that Saka is going to claim
Sulit.
one more lobby here in game number 5.
Saving HP for the
Riven kalau udah oleng-oleng ya sulit.
I'm pretty sure he gets a bonus HP. You can put it on layaway. But I mean, that was, you know, that was a huge
Udah kalau udah
result.
ke belakang, kalau udah ke depan ke belakang lagi udah tuh. Tanda-tanda kalah tuh Riven tuh.
That opens up the rest of the field as well.
Honestly, I really loved seeing the prismatics come in and then just recognizing, oh, I have hologram
Lulu
offer,
ya.
selling off the Seraphine, just eating into the Lulu, finding her as well. Can that Riven do it again?
Augmentnya gini doang sih ya, hologram aja.
Avoid the CC, the crowd control that she will get once the CC immunity falls down. So if she's capable to accessing the backline, eliminating rapidly the 6 and the Lulu, she could have a real chance.
Well, looking at Saka's board, we've got the one big tank in the Echo, but all of the other tanks are
Oh,
relatively...
pembagian grupnya udah nih guys.
Off the Seraphine, just eating into the Lulu, finding her as well. So cool and really exciting. But of course, our analyst desk is
Pembagian
going to
grupnya
tell
nih.
you more
Bentar.
about that. We're going to hear from them in just a little bit, and we want you to stay tuned so you don't miss any of it. We're going to be right back. That's not a... What is going on?
It's not a two-way contest. Apparently, we had it all wrong. These players, they
Itunya
know
di
what's
mana,
up.
Kocak?
Three-way contest all the way to the back.
Try and find the loop. Will not succeed. And with that, Saka is going to claim one more lobby here in game number.
We do have a few surprises for you though. So 14-5 will not be a small patch. We've got an exciting
Daftar ininya di mana anjir? Gini doang kan? Nama-namanya.
Crab Rave needs buff.
Kok di sini gesernya? Floatingan mana tadi? Ini kah? Oh, ini nih guys. Kita lihat siapa aja bro. Amin Murawi. Enggak ada anjir. Amin Murawi. Mana anjir, nggak ada bro. Ay. Delapan kali 30 berapa? 200 kan bro? 8 kali 30 240 kan? 33. Oh, grup B. Pelan-pelan guys. M Arif Al-Fajar Didit. Ini enggak ada. Kontrol F buat apa? Halo bang, jangan lupa kalau turni pakai pentakil kartu siap. Kontrol F Murabi. Di sininya gitu apa?
Welcome back everybody to day number 1 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championship. We are now past game number 5, and this is where things are going to start to get really high stakes for our players as they look at crossing that halfway point for that best of 12.
And for my region, EMEA, not a good game to look at. Yedizor was coming into in the top 8. Pick character is chosen as an augment. It's a good augment, 2-cost reroll meta. You hit Senna, you play Senna. You Katarina, you play Katarina.
Apa Murabinya aja ya?
You sometimes get baited into playing Disco and you go 8th. And that was the case for Yedizor. Could have maybe just used the Gragas for Econ, but instead tried to go down that line, did not want to give up on it. And we've seen Disco fail many times.
Oh, di grup ini nggak ada kayaknya.
Unfortunate 8th. For Solvi playing Senna, much of the same story. Hit that Senna 3 in stage 5, which is obviously far too late tempo-wise to hit your 2-cost 3-star. And 5th bot 4 in a row for a player that was a favorite coming in. It happens. You have some bad days of TFT. It's just unfortunate it happens on maybe the biggest day of Solvi's TFT career.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate to see those roll downs miss for some of those players, but there were some players that really got a chance to hit, and sometimes with a little bit of help from those super fans.
Yeah, no, I mean, Sobio able to find Kale relatively early on, but the big thing that was unique about his position is he actually found a Tactician's Crown and a Super Fan emblem. So it allowed him to actually play all 5 Super Fans on the board, and that Radiant Ginsu is so incredibly strong on Kale that he used that to kind of tempo save a lot of HP and only lost to the biggest, strongest boards out there towards the end of the game.
Oh, ada nih. Ini bro, nggak lihat anjir.
At the end of the game, so he could keep that Mordekaiser 2 rolling on.
And fights get even faster in that late game where you don't have enough time to get the value from 2 scaling Rage Blades. Instead, you need that healing, the upfront healing to make sure your kill survives. To even have 1 Rage Blade, it was a really good move.
Yeah, and the other big thing of it was he had binary airdrop. So on top of this, he's got the super fan item. He only has to put 1 other item on Kale, and he gets the extra item from there. So it allows him to itemize all of his pentakills, itemize the stronger super fans, such as Nico with additional items to make the front line better. Just overall, it was a really cool utilization of 5 super fan that we really don't get to see very often because you just don't have enough unit slots to play it, and you're not going to play super fans.
Maksudnya didn't even have the super fans online, was playing one of those 80 flex boards, but you saw how much value that binary airdrop was also providing to that board, and we can see just
semangat buat turnya.
80 flex boards can be when you have all of those items at your disposal. But what about some players that, okay, they hit the reroll, but maybe not the one that they were expecting?
We saw a cool transition from Eggy where he had
salah,
but then sold them all and moved it back into Riven reroll. For sure he had the QSS, which is the best item for the Riven.
No.
He keeps on getting away with this. This is a very first or 8 line in the Riven, and it actually is his most played in the road to Southeast Asia. I don't really recommend it, but if it works, it works.
Talking about Saka as well, because I think that we found Mordog's favorite.
Moja streamer Will Rift kalau nggak salah. Moja yang mana?
60 gold. Hologram Lulu we talked about top of show is one of the strongest enablers to make sure that Lulu can actually win out, which was the case there. And also the Ziggs able to go 9 with so much gold still as well. Just everything worked out in that game.
It was crazy because on 4-1 he actually finds Echo 3 before he even has a headliner. It's his 4-1. Then he
I guess it's a Lulu game. That seems pretty good. Rolls a couple times. Oh, headliner Lulu. All right. What's next?
Sometimes it's just not fair how favored some of these players can be, but there are a couple of players that need to figure out where that fortune is going to lie as we look at our
Moja.
bottom 16.
Mana Moja?
Even
Oh,
though it's hard to
ini.
say that, knowing that all three
Bodoh
32
lagi,
of these players
yang
are
penting
still
top 1.
incredibly good, but
Ini top
even
satunya
with that
doang.
win, Saka is just on that cusp of that top 16.
And big favorites like Bintum and Volta also need to mount a heroic comeback in this next game and all of day 2 to try and make it in that top 8.
I think the biggest thing here is that there isn't a single North American player on the graph we just saw. So, go NA!
Yeah, I mean, look at Degree at the very top of the tables. We kind of had him in as an underdog for the region, but the practice and the work he put in coming in has really paid off. We got to see him play lines that he was not very successful on previously throughout the season, and I think that's been the big breakout for me, is that he's become this all-around player for the patch, whereas before it used to be he had more weaknesses, and we just haven't seen the weaknesses yet.
50% first place rate for Degree so far. It has to be by far the best player on day 1.
And shout out to Relic, second place in the standings in his second World
Room
Championship.
9 ya?
Now in TFT, this guy is really making history.
It's amazing seeing just the type of mark that these players are now putting on these lobbies, and the players still have one more game to go in the lobbies that we had in game number 5. So for the final game of day 1 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships, we are sending it back over to our casters, which are Counterfeit, Makes, and Hupisong.
Thank you so much, Necra, and thank you, Analyst Desk. I hope we all learned something. I sure did, and we're ready for one more game today. Can't believe the day's already over.
Yeah, it just gets away from you so quickly. I mean, it's such a huge event. So, such big consequences for our players, but moment by moment, these games go past. And, of course, we end up with our players in such different situations than each other.
Yeah, situations that normally are atypical, like Hologram, for example, making a good play, going for the Lulu. We saw meta head from Cheche. We have seen like a specific Augment working, and some that really hasn't. Like Twin Terror, we saw like not the best performance. I'm still waiting for Binge out. I want the true damage Augment. I want the possibility of going that vertical and really stomp onto it. And with Senna giving such good results, I think we will see it promptly.
I think so too. I think Blink Down maybe hasn't shown up so much thus far. It's definitely something players lean into with how good Senna is. I will say though, the Twin Terror board was a little bit of a weird one due to some contesting. It was definitely not what we would have expected there normally.
Susah ya begini ya.
Honestly,
terlalu banyak orangnya.
Players, being with this is the last game of day number 1. They've still got 6 more games to come. But I really want to see, particularly some of our players who came to this one with a lot to prove here at the championship, really get a good finish and try and push towards the mid-table, even if you can't be like NA and finish out with all of your hopes and dreams of arriving at once.
Looking at our lobby here, we're actually going to see Scapeus, which I'm very excited for, but also
udah pada ngantuk apa ini? Ini terakhir ya?
For Japan, as well as
Ini terakhir kah?
from Korea, getting a good slice of everything, really.
For sure, CN with 62nd, he started the day today with a good first place. Coca-Ken is not having his best performance. Their third representative, the second representative for LATAM. And now we have a start, and I'm starting to see Disco. I'm seeing this Dari.
Okay,
my eyes are
we're
glowing.
not calling Disco if there is one unit. Hope it, get with it.
Okay, we've now 2 units.
Now?
Mending add ranknya aja enggak sih? Add ininya aja ya, ID Riotnya aja ya.
Previous game, you saw everything you needed to see. You learned everything you needed to learn about Disco. We do not.
Bodoh banget pada di
Disco.
Discord kayak gini,
not
cuk.
allowing it, and Tara knows it. Looking at this, says, yeah,
Ah, pusing gua lihat Discord, guys.
Play it, but I'd rather play other units.
Guys, ku bikin kopi dulu ya, guys.
And now he has the Nami too, and also has the Tariq. So maybe as we were saying,
iya langsung add di Riot aja. Iya biar nggak ribet, kocak.
Is obviously well performing and then pivot to another thing that actually makes sense
pada
and
ribet
have
amat.
a better placement.
Well, I know, of course, you have great affection for the O's players. Can you tell us a little bit about Donnie being, they're somewhat newer on the world stage?
So actually, I was expecting Donnie to play a lot of Heartsteel today, and I haven't seen it, at least not in the games that he was on broadcast for. I would say, despite Donnie coming in as first seed from O's, the favorite is Yush because of how much history there is, because of his prep crew. I think people are giving more credit to that. But I would like to be surprised by Donnie. It just hasn't happened yet. You mentioned it before, the disco game. It's just not quite where I would have hoped it would be. And we're going to get a start here with Prismatics.
Great augments here, the possibility of getting a good direction in the rest. We have possibility of sprint, getting a good reroll, trying to hold those reroll onto level 8, trying to go for epics for that Ezreal great composition and great augment to go for the Heartsteel vertical.
Looking at some of the ones which got locked in, we've got double shopping spree. I really like to see that again, be able to push towards the rerolls. The extra bit of gold is always nice to see. Buried treasures up in the top left for Taro as well, to get some aggression in rather than waiting for later power.
Definitely interesting. I'm personally staring at the top right where we're seeing that Freaky Friday comeback that we saw in the previous game from Scapeus. And I'm curious where we're going to head with this one, because I think he had an Urgot on board, if I saw that right. So might be that we're looking for yet another Mosher board.
I like the spot of Donnie. He gets a great item, a Gambler's Blade, getting the possibility of getting a lot of gold in the early game. With Disco is amazing. You get the boost of speed with the Disco Ball. So this is a great start. It's not an item that you want to get in the late game, so probably he will reforge this item when he needs more combat, but for now it's a good start for him. Yeah, Disco, as we've mentioned in previous games, certainly in the early going getting some power in. Bear in mind, we've mentioned the double shopping spree, the double living forge as well. We've definitely got players who are playing for the longer game.
And speaking of playing no disco board, we're going to be hopping over to 62nd, currently very high in the overall standings as well, and is running that Evelyn headliner, which is also something we're seeing a lot in the early stages because of how good it is. It gives you that KDA if you're doing everything right, or even the, Katarina is online here. You see a lot of units being held on the bench. And I think this is a very nice and open play that we're seeing.
Well, Huve, we mentioned we've got the shopping spree, we've got the living forge, we've got long-term commitments in here. For 62nd, bringing out something that gives you the immediate power on the board, and the Evelyn headliners makes us saying, how does this kind of play into if you're maybe one of only a few players playing aggressively? Yeah, he has to leverage. Not only if you want to play aggressive and really punish, you need other people to play aggressive, at least 3, and there you will see the significant difference. If not, I think he will only save HP by himself and try to go for a reroll. He already have the skeleton of Superfans and KDA. He slam a Titan, so it's not like the best item to be flexible. And now we have the possibility of Kokaken in the screen, praying for Heartsteel, playing with roll the dice, not slamming this item makes. He's trying to go for a full lose streak and go for first away.
Yeah, and you can see why, because we're also seeing Taro lose streaking thus far, so you're really making sure that you're as weak as possible. You don't want to lose this one, specifically with Heartsteel and Knight, and Taro does come around and doesn't even have Heartsteel. It was just lose streaking because apparently the board wasn't strong enough. We're going to see whether or not that is going to be the case, but I think Taro can take this one, and that's going to be good for everyone involved here.
Yeah, I mean, having the buried treasures means you have to wait a little bit for all of those components to come through, but certainly it's more immediate power, especially when Kokaken is not playing his items so far, hoping for that first initial catch-up to be as powerful as it can be.
Now we're going to have the first carousel while Kess is winning a good round. So a carousel that will improve will give us some 3 costs that could be interesting for some of these players. The Echo in all the lines of KDA to try to have a tank in the early game, but we see that they are producing more tech components. Tayo with the bow, and some possibilities here. And in terms of comps, I think not much commitment so far.
It's nice to continue picking up the Yone there, but of course we're going to have a Heartsteel player, so they'll be able to find those 3 costs just a little bit earlier than otherwise, even if the component isn't necessarily completely ideal.
A lot of Disco, a lot of Punk, a lot of Heartsteel in those early stages. Double Mordekaiser pair here for Kess in the shot. Is that going to be picked up is a question. I think you're much rather looking for the Zena. You're trying to stay on that 2 damage line potentially, but it could be an option. Mordekaiser pair early on is pretty strong.
I mean, certainly you're saving up these rerolls for a while, so you at least get to take the temperature of the lobby and see what's going to be practical. But Scapeus, if you're talking about things that are practical, that's not really a thing that applies to him.
Right.
He's a totally different player. I love his gameplay, and he has actually shown us very creative tables at this stage, either something that you don't normally see or something that looks very... bad or not very gold-wise in strength, but actually working out. For example, this Urgot making the difference and accessing a good win against Donnie.
And that is something we say about Scapeus a lot. You'll look at his board and you'll think it's kind of mid, right? You'll think like, what is this? Not really sure what's going on, a little bit of everything, and somehow he wins with it.
Yeah.
And the funny part is that other players try to replicate that, and they cannot get it done. It is a Scapeus only trick.
Well, like we said in the MEA regionals for Scapeus, he said himself, the trick
guys,
is
bikin kopi dulu ya guys.
good positioning.
Habis itu kita main guys.
A mid
Kayaknya
board
terakhir
to
ini
much better
6 game.
board. But Scapeus isn't the one on top of the table right now. 60-second is.
Udah ngantuk,
These
bro.
early slams in. You were saying before, Huve, maybe
Hologram
long
ngeri,
term this
bro.
may not pan out because there's not enough damage being done to lobby overall.
But he can go for the win streak. So if he ensures this win and goes a little further, now with the changes he has to go for 6 win streak, the gold generation will generate a snowball. So it would be very, very good for him. As you said, not the penalizing, not canceling the rest of the game, but actually a good position for himself to have a good goal for the roller and be flexible.
And that's exactly what's happening. 60-second able to keep that win streak. Cockercan able to keep that loss streak. All players happy here. And I just want to say that this dummy is so good for what's happening here.
No, I love to see it, and it's particularly, it's always interesting to see the Banshees combined there with a Locket. The Locket, a very frontline item, but we'll take a break from that for a second. Cockercan has raised the stakes. So Cockercan coming into this lobby, one of the players on, in fact, no, the player on the lowest amount of points overall. If there's ever a time for a high stakes cash out, it's here in game 6.
Yeah, he wants to go big in the 6th round. He knows that he's now not the favorite. He's very bad in terms of points, and he needs this win also for morale. Getting to day 2 with a good win, knowing that he can perform with the best players of the world, I think he needs that, and he's going for it. He's going for this.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you are going to expect from the players that need those high finishes. He is the lowest in overall point in this lobby. Not overall, I think 13 points still puts him in that lower bracket, but is going to be not overall. We are approaching one more Augment round. I'm very curious on what this one is going to be, but there will be one more fight. And actually 60-second opting to sell off that Evelyn, finds the Kale headliner and says, you know what, much rather run that one. It does a little bit more.
So, I mean, this was what I was trying to mention before. We've got the Banshees, we've got the Locket. So, presumably we're going to try and find a way to bring these two together to get a maximally effective composition. And honestly, right now, I'm not sure what it is. I mean, presumably Pentakill could work.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking Pentakill is not ideal, obviously, but it's good. You have the Viego ensuring you will have to get the Yorick to get the maximum value of having that front lane with immunity to CC. We have the front lane with a little shield. And I think that's the possibility. He's holding Katarina, maybe a possibility also.
Oh boy!
I'm seeing a hologram offered to 60-second. Are we going to pick it up? Are we going to repeat what Saka did in that previous game? Is it Lulu time despite just having picked up that Kale? And the answer is going to be, yeah, we're going hologram.
All right, I'm here for it. I mean, honestly, it makes a whole lot of sense at this kind of point. You're in a very volatile lobby, so trying to find something which you've got to work for you before makes all the sense in the world.
You see, we have also Lucky Gloves, binary early for Dumosi, having the difference 2 binary player. Harmas is also bulk and new recruit in case of Cockercan. Cockercan is trying to go fast 8, trying to get a significant board here, and he's still looking for the lose streak. He will try to maintain a good lose streak until 3-5 after Carousel, and then hope and pray to the gods that they will help him.
Absolutely. We'll see if the gods are gracious this time around. Double binary being picked up specifically for players that already are getting extra items. We do have the buried components and the living forge, so making even more value of the portal as well as their existing augments. So really nice play there from Tara and Dooney, just playing to what makes the most sense despite being pretty general and open.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, yeah. It does mean that we've only got the one player in 60-second really like locking himself into any kind of path at all. You've got a little bit more flexibility across the rest of the field. Donnie, though, with the KLs, I think we're very happy to see that the opposing KL player might be moving out of line, but I do want to note, as we come to the midpoint of stage 3, those streaks at the top and bottom especially.
This is what you want to see about Donny. He ensures the front line with the Mordekaiser, trying to go now for Super Friends to get the Guinsus. He actually needs that speed. Now he has the time to get that to work, but he has to put it in, and there it is. He put it in place, the Super Fan, and now we have a KL with good tank, and he should start performing very good until now.
Yeah, that was really good. Finding that Nico was not guaranteed, so being able to pick it up. But we also saw a little overlay there for a second. Not many kills left in pool due to how popular she has gotten. And if I see correctly, Tara on the other side is running a Katarina. I will say I think this one is a temporary one, though.
No, honestly, we don't get to see enough Katarina reroll.
Info Murawi room berapa? Tak kontes pentagil. Room 9 gua.
We do see some of those KLs you mentioned.
Grup A room 9.
Knocked down here by Yash, who's managing to
Pentagil, emang gua mau main pentagil.
Yeah, he's looking for the Seraphine now close to her. He has 5 copies, so a little already far from getting it, but with good possibilities. Now the set
prismatic lagi nih.
The Mordekaiser also to deepen into the KL composition.
China seneng banget hologram ya.
Gonna be seeing what everybody goes for. Notably, 60 seconds still on 100 HP. Really playing board strength, really playing HP preservation. Something we've seen from the Chinese players in general a lot, but specifically from 60 second even more.
Chinese
and
player.
we are going to be checking in with Kokakan as there is going to be a cash out.
Okay, we have some gold, we have the Anvil. Let's see if he pops it up now to try to go for a win stream from now on. He shouldn't surprise me. Yes, he should. He has lost a lot of HPs. He's only at 33. So now's the moment that if you lose, you want to lose by 2 champions maybe, and try to go for that roll down at level 8. That is where you get the power spike.
I have to imagine it very much missing the presence of just one more heart steal to get the 5 hearts and get the extra stacks in, however it ends up playing out, especially when these boards are always threatening, as you can see here, to hand those losses.
Sama bang, gua room 9
on the other side, once again, the
anjir.
Katarina from Taro. It is going to be the Hecarim that comes through. And Kokakan, I don't think we cannot stop the bleeding here with what we've gotten. And that is going to feel bad. You need to kind of rely on something to box you out of it.
Kalau yang nggak ada 2 item ya.
Yeah, it could be a possibility, but he needs to roll, and he doesn't want to roll at level 7. It will be like putting a gun to his head. It's not what you want to do, but he doesn't have the HP to get to level 8, so it's pretty hard for Intaro for now, using the Katarina as a holder, using the Jax 4 now, trying to get the goal, trying to use as much as he can the binary airdrop.
I mean, I want to kind of open up the broad question to you both here, because we are getting through the group stage of the competition. This is, of course, the last part of the first half. How comfortable are you now seeing players who are struggling more in the tournament overall, switching to a more aggressive, high-risk style?
I mean, I think that's to be expected, right? The positive thing is, as long as not everybody is playing that way, there is a chance where it is able to work, right? But it can also turn out how it did for Kokakan, and I'm not really seeing the out right now. I'm really hoping that there is something that can help him, but it sure doesn't feel that way. Checking in with Yosh, we are collecting Seraphines here.
Yeah, for sure. Seraphine, a comp that is not in the highest prio of 2 costs, but it's actually been performing very well, and it's very likable when you know other people are also re-rolling for 2 costs. What you saying, Peter, about the high risk, high reward? I think today some of the players like Kokaken will try to go for that, but tomorrow we'll have a feast because a lot of players will be in that dangerous position and will try to access the top 8 for the day 3.
Well, I mean, while we wait for the PvE to finish off, just to follow up on what you're saying there, what makes it different? If you're trying to play first or 8th, if you are in that position tomorrow particularly, what is it for players that can help separate it from just being a coin flip?
Yeah, you have to commit early. You have to not embrace the variability, embrace the randomness of the game, and try to commit and hope that the game rewards you for the risk you're taking.
See, like we've been clowning on NA for writing their comp in chat and claiming it, but they are doing well. So maybe that's the I'm just saying, maybe that's what you need to do. We're going to be checking in with Kokaken and 60 Second, both players rolling down here, trying to find what they're looking for. For 60 Second, the Lulu was the one we really wanted with this comp, but it doesn't come together.
No, you've just got to take whatever you can get, and sometimes whatever you can get is just one place higher overall. Particularly if you're a player who's low on points, it's going to be a real heartbreaker. Hosh day tomorrow beckoning as we start to see the Katarina board starting to fall apart. The backline damage is good. Katarina is known for clutching out rounds, but I think she's out of time.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for 60 Seconds. I think he will cook. He's in a position that he will need to do something different. So I wouldn't be like crazy to say he will do like some crazy hologram move. Let's see what he does. But Kokaken, in his side, he's losing. He found the Lucian, it was not enough, and he only have 1 life left.
Very good for Kokaken that on the other side, the roll down hadn't happened yet. That was a very favorable matchup with the Seraphine 3 not actually being online as we move into gold augments, and that could be the last saving grace for our players.
And we're seeing some inspiring epitaphs coming through, and the Heliums as well. We can really see our players are pretty much where they want to be for the most part, just trying to put the final finishing touches to boost the power of what's already there.
Now we're in round 4.
Last
It hurts more when you lose. You need to be very, very careful with positioning, and Kokaken doesn't have more life. He has to go for the win. He has to roll down. He doesn't have economy, but he has faith. And I know that's important for him. I think he could get out of this one, but he actually needs a better headliner. He only has the trash. He's pretty good, but he lacks a lot of damage.
Gonna be seeing whether or not that is enough. There is definitely a lot of CC going on here, and Kess on the other side hasn't really hit a full board just yet. The one big thing is the front line for Kess that could allow the Ari to just chew through, but the Thresh is helping in trying to slow down that backline.
Yeah, I mean, I think just not having the backline itemized for Kess may end up costing us. Will be able to find a little bit more. Actually, slam in, trying to keep the streak from falling away. Seeing the chance to make an elimination here, of course, pushes everybody else in the lobby up by a single point, and sometimes that may be all you need.
Yeah, 2 HP and 1 dream for Kokaken. He managed to get the victory here against Kess, and he's still dreaming. He's focused, he wants to go. He gets the 6, difficult to implement, maybe take out the Jazz, and now the Seraphine is here, and this is great news for Josh, who needs to start winning now and improve on his win streak.
Something we've also seen during the Augment round is that 60 Second, the hologram player, has a Katarina 3 online. That is going to be the carry for now. Didn't find any of the Lulus. Instead, found a lot of Kata, so that is what we're working with for now. With players that are hitting their upgrades like that Set 2, like that Seraphine 3 that we just saw. The matchups for Kokaken, they don't get any easier here.
You can see from the camera, he's not having the best time of his life in this round. I think he's just waiting for the hammer to drop here, because every one of these boards is a potential out of the game as the Ezreal rips through every hope and dream Kokaken had of a last-second reprieve.
Yeah! He had to do it. This is a top 8 for Kokaken, making it very, very difficult for him in this last round. Day 2 will be mostly like this. I think for tomorrow he will do the same. He will go for high risk, high reward.
He has to. If he wants to have any chance, he has to. And of course, with that, I also kind of want to bring to the table that your finishing in the last game of the day is going to stay with you, right? If you have a bad finishing end of day, you'll feel very different to if you have a good finish. And that is something players definitely need to pay attention to and check in with themselves, make sure they're not letting that get to their head.
I mean, this is the global champion. This is the real test of players in more ways. It's not just about being able to play good TFT day in and day out. It's about coming into these kind of situations and finding a way to reset in day 2. Even if you've got a 1% chance, finding a way and making it happen.
For sure, Kes finding the Yorick in the carousel. He's playing on this pentakill line, so pretty good for him. Let's see what he cooks. If he wants to go for a more vertical pentakill, if he wants to stay and look for the Mordekaiser 3-star, that is the most recent and what will give him the most power spike.
So
Kes was the player that was kind of being boxed out of the KO reroll by the other people who were finding it, still has the items for it, has even the Superfan, but it's not really working out right now. Is playing the headliner on the Mordekaiser instead, and just trying to play around and trying to find the kill naturally, which would still work. You can go around the kill comp this way.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it multiple times, the KL2 can definitely get some work done, but yeah, the backline is not quite there. Yorick has at least got a lot of itemization to be the ultimate damage, or alternate damage source instead. And it will actually be enough this time around. Multiple hits, takes down 60-second.
Yeah, I had a dream that 60-second could do well with the hologram Super Katarina, but actually it's not working.
Super Katarina.
I wanted it to work. I wanted the meta to shift, and maybe people will start thinking, oh, Katarina, but seems like it's not the correct idea.
So I will say this is a country Katarina of all things. Normally, if you want to try and cap around Katarina reroll, you'll see the Katarina be a crowd diver, you go for the full crowd divers, get as much going there as possible, and I could see the hologram work there. Of course, not as great as with the Lulu, but we have even seen hologram boards around Asena or other 2-cost comps. It's surely not out of the question.
Yeah, I mean, 60 seconds certainly can get up to the next level and throw in at least Crowd Diver 4 to make the Katarina a more relevant damage source. But we do see, you know, it's a decent setup here, but it's always so close to the edge. The Katarina healing and dealing damage in great numbers, and sometimes those numbers add up.
Yeah, he tried to go for something else, and the game gave him this. And with the HP he has, I think it's a good strategy, because even though maybe he won't win in the game the first place, he's actually winning rounds. So it's not the worst composition, and it's what the game gave to him. So good adaptation, and let's hope it works for him.
Zuni here on that set that he found earlier. First seed coming out of Korea, people kind of rated him behind Bintum coming into this tournament. That really must sting, to be honest. Just like going through games and being overshadowed by Bintum, who you've beat before.
Well, I mean, I think the best revenge is a tournament well played. And certainly Zuni is doing that here. 25 points is not shabby at all. It's definitely in the upper bounds of what we'd be expecting. I think getting a win at the end of the day also helps, as you say, leave the day on a high and make sure that you go into the next day optimistic about your chance.
Yeah, and Taro is the one who's contesting him, both with the harsh line, both trying to go for Zac, for Seth, for Ezreal. And let's see if it's enough. This Caitlyn should be good for him. And let's see if he pops the amble and try to go for itemization.
Okay, I saw it there, the Ezreal with the red buff, with the blue buff. You really wanted to play around that, but takes him out of the board. Instead, slots to Zixen and says, my Ezreal dream is no longer. I'm now playing around 6. I'm playing around Caitlyn because of how contested I am. Let's see if it works out as he is going up against Kes on the other side. Definitely putting in a lot of work, but the Mordekaiser just doesn't want to die.
Yeah, I mean, Ziggs is the Ezreal we have at home. He's tried his best. Unfortunately, Caitlyn at this point, doesn't have the 8-bit in place, so doesn't have extra damage. We don't really have a way of deleting single targets in the way we would like. So I think if we're up against balls like that Mordekaiser ball, we're always going to have trouble.
Yeah, we see now the Kale try to go for this treater. He's not getting there, but actually Donny has done a great job using his item, using his augments in his favor. He doesn't have more 3, he doesn't have Kale 3, and he doesn't have a BL1, but he's actually pretty healthy and doing pretty well.
Donny here with that pickup on that headliner of the Blitzcrank, trying to make moves. Kale not really fully online. The Ari is RE1 with no items, but is that maybe enough to try and beat out Scapeus on the other side? We are seeing that he's still true to the true damage line. He's actually currently running an Akali headliner. It will not be enough from Donny's board.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly at least making the attempt, if nothing else.
Sentinel lawannya true damage.
Of course, out of commission. Taro down on 14 and Kez on 9 or 8. We are starting to get into the position where we could have ourselves a top 4 before too long.
Kez trying to roll down again, going to zero. He needs
so close.
Yeah, so close, yet so far for Kez. This hurts. It's every time you try to play this comp, the Mordekaiser slips away, only a few copies away. But let's see if he get it. He actually
tinggal
has only
14. Ya,
9
masih 2 kali
HP
game
left,
lah.
and this is the reason why he's not capable to hit.
And for this comp, even more than for any other Kale comp you've
Ini ada
seen, because
title
Mordekaiser
back-to-back
is our
champion
headliner.
lah.
We want him to be even bigger than. We could have dealt with the Kale too, but the Mordekaiser is what's hurting so much here. You can see him try to tank as much as possible as Israel collapses onto him. Good positioning, trying to keep that Kale safe, but it's just not going to be enough, and that is going to be a knockout.
We lose him, we lose Kez, and now from the other side, Taro also.
Oh,
so it's a double kill. We lose Taro, also from Japan. So we have now confirmation, Kez, 7th place Taro with the 6, 62nd with the Kata hologram, now fighting for that 5th place, maybe 4th. And Josh, with a high win streak, he's on fire.
We have got Skippeus landing directly onto that true damage element, but I just want to touch back on what we saw at the end of the previous round, because it really got to me actually. Seeing the players' cameras here, of course, lets us connect to them, but it also lets us connect to them at the moments where they're at their most vulnerable and most defeated, coming out of a round in the result they didn't want. It's very, very tough, I think, for our players on such a big stage to have those kind of losses, especially in the last game of the day.
It surely is, but I want to direct your attention to 62nd, because we saw it so well in that previous game from Saka, finding the hologram, finding the Lulu, just snowballing through that lobby, trailblazing, even if you want to call it that. 62nd not able to replicate that. Stuck on the Katarina, has been bleeding out for the entire stage 5, and is soon fighting for survival here. Definitely something we'll need to keep in mind, as that country board is just not too hot, y'all.
Rata itu sama Serapin itu.
Very low 6 HP. Also Josh against Donnie now. Donnie with the possibility now to get the kill, since the competition has died and the units are free now into the pool. So let's see if the Fressing has access to the backline. I think it's enough. It's going to be a pretty good place. So Josh will continue his win streak, and he's in a great position to take the lobby.
Yes, 7KA certainly delivering for us here. I mean, yeah, we've got the itemization already nearly completely there. Of course, Seraphim, the super fan item. We've got a couple of items on the Ari as well. And now with the Thieves Gloves coming in, we're really multiplying up those stats that KDA give us to make a very strong board.
And I was speaking about Donnie earlier, and I said Yush generally, I think, is more perceived as the favorite. I do want to point out that for Ost, this is a great lobby. 2 out of 2 players in the top 2. That's exactly what you want to see if you're already getting both of your players paired up into the same lobby. So really, really cool. And Yush just absolutely dominating here. But Skippeus with that true damage emblem could put in some work and mess that up.
But needs to. Skippeus is also relatively low HP, like a lot of the lobby are. So these rounds become much more crucial. The Akali, though, with all that true damage, extra damage, rips through Donnie G's board. Skippeus not out yet.
62nd, hopping over to his board. Elimination time has come. Katarina could only throw those daggers so far.
Yeah, hologram is amazing on Lulu. You get the extra mana. He decides to go for Katarina. I think it wasn't a bad decision, because he got a 5th with a comp that normally anyone who plays it will probably go 8th. So he took the decision, he got a 5th. He's already good in the competition with points. So I think he's just trying out a few things, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely take your point there. You've definitely got that cushion if you're up towards the top to take those losses and not be immediately in major trouble. But we're down to our top 4. Of course, one of the things we were talking about much earlier on in the day is if you are in the lobby with these high-scoring players, if you can take them out, you can make the top of the table drop down and make it more possible you can hit the top 8.
Absolutely right, and that is exactly what players like Skippeus are trying to do, Dunizuni as well. You are seeing more and more upgrades pop up as we are moving through the boards. Josh, notably, finding an Echo 3 to enable this Seraphine comp even longer is of course a little bit tied to Seraphine's hoverboard, as we like to call it, as it comes to the positioning. So you cannot really have units kind of boxed in and try to get the best positioning for the Seraphine ults, but it'll do. Echo 3 is pretty good.
Now let's see Donnie against the Nuzuni going for the win. Now with the set trying to access that backline. Crowd Drivers doing a little CC. Ezra doing a lot of work. Let's see if the Lucian does enough. And it looks like it. Cain falls. And now the front line also falls. So good victory. And he's out. He's out.
Oh boy.
Ah boy.
Definitely frustrating at this point, but it also gives us our top 3. Heartsteel player Dunizuni. We do have a little bit of everything on Scapeus, as I like to call it, and Yush with the reroll on the Seraphine and the Echo. Pretty cool comps, to be honest.
I think one thing I like about this is, we mentioned in this lobby, we had a double shopping spree coming in for Yosh being able to have that trickle of money in, and when he goes up to level 9, having his extra rerolls, I'm sure is why we're seeing the 3 stars coming in.
Ooh. Yeah, Seraphine is a comp that normally you get the Seraphine 3 and you're good for a top 4, but you need something else. And now he has the Echo, now he's looking for the Dari 3, so he has a win more possibility, and now he faces Dunizuni. I always get that like Dooney. I'll call him Dooney for fun, and now let's see if it's enough for him.
Dooney fighting for survival here, potentially 15 HP, and Ezreal tries to clutch it out, but the Seraphine is just so strong in the back there, and it's not going to be enough.
Scapeus losing as of that last round as well, but still staying alive, if barely.
True damage,
Wait, can I tell you that I really like your metal, boys? It's not.
That's true, we've been practicing our metal backup chorus.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I do want to call out Skip's board here, because we are seeing the true damage, we are seeing the jazz, we're seeing a little bit of everything really, and if you looked at this, you would probably think like, yeah, okay, I guess a top 4, but he is currently fighting against Yosh and trying to take down this behemoth of a unit builder that Yosh has become.
Yes, Scapeus on the single life, Yush with multiple left to go. The economy gets a measly nailed out. It's exactly what you don't want to have happen. Zed is still alive in the corner though, but he's going to shoot through multiple backline carries, and it's just not going to happen. Yush with an astonishing showing here for Irish will end out the day 2 games with a win live on stream and a board worthy of a day 2 finish.
KDA bro, tuh bro, yang bilang KDA jelek tuh.
Anyway, taking down game 6 for Yush 4-0s. Really great to see. Those are the finishes you need if you're in that spot.
He got a good praise. It was amazing the way he used the Seraphine early. He hit when he had to hit, getting a little lucky, but then he managed to go for the win more. For the Echo 3, trying to go for the Dari just in case. He didn't got it, but he didn't need it. He got the first place.
Yeah, honestly, I'd love to see more of that, though. Yeah, our players really playing towards the very bleeding edge of what these comps can ultimately be. This has been a fantastic day 1. I can only hope to see what we get in day 2.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited for all of the comps that we have seen thus far.
Aku memilih game. Reng. Aduh, panasnya ya Allah. Oh, ini belum kelar. KDA kalau nggak ada endgame load aman Sentosa. Endgame load kalau lawan kayak gitu juga ente juga, bro. Akhirnya udah wanita udah tuh. Gimana hasil meetingnya? Iya besok main jam 3. Thorson TRS. Thorson TRS. Oh ada ya. Ranknya apa? Oke. Udah di-add semua kah? PD first nggak Min? Nggak tahu. Kabarin aja kalau udah full. Nanti gua add semua. Sip. Oh dia pemain ini ya, pemain League of Legends anjir. Hancur hati ini. Skrim-skrimin. Skrim-skrim sama yang ketemu besok gitu ya. Ini rank kan skrim juga bro. Lebih skrim malah ini kalau rank. Aku memilih nenang. La 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 la. Let's go, let's to the goal, let's go, let's to the goal.
The worthy survive.
Best friend. Take speed ya. Besok lag nggak min turni? Lag nggak ya? Satu game doang guys, malu gua kalau ntar langsung tusun. Tuh 24. Bingung main apa guys. Aman, nggak ada yang anvil and free ya. BO1 doang, iya BO1. BO1 round pertama, BO1 round kedua baru BO2. Cuma yang diambil satu juga. Tuh 345 kurang guys. Malah menang. La 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 la. Yang penting nggak diatur Rogi siapa? Tusun sama Duat juga sama aja bro, nggak lolos. Lu Tusun 8 sama di rank 2 juga sama aja nggak lolos. Portal kesukaan. Portal kesukaan silver bukan. Prismatic Symphony. Prismatic Symphony, bro. Penyuka adrenalin ya. Tapi di tour ini nggak ada yang ini ya, nggak ada yang berani main cruel pack ya. Ku memang lelaki sempurna. La 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 la. Udah kelar kah? Udah kelar guys. Ngapain ditungguin ya? Udah wawancara itu. Anjir udah dapet Israel, Jack Sparrow. Gue harusnya dari tadi ya kalau mau main ini guys. Kalau mau main harus skill. Darahnya full lagi, kocak. Anjir, deg-degan aja sih. Main apa ini guys? Udah dapet shit anjir, Israel shit. La 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 la. Hancur hati ini, tidurnya setengah mati. Weh, pack 2 L anjir. Tururut 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 tururut. Ngopi guys, lupa guys. Tuh. Ani reroll. Kambing isi rapinya tuh. Manggil mulu anjing. Gak ada yang mati anjing. Yo ampun, sekarat doang bro. Sepertinya tusun kita guys. Aduh, anu ya. Tut. Bapak. Bapak ini bro, ai 28. Duh, yang itu nggak ada ya. Soalnya
Burn all deceivers.
lumayan dikasih item guys. Enak kali lu farming mulu ya Riven ya. Anjing. Diledek gua anjir. Untung gue pakai Indomie guys. Sakit banget tapi ya. Sakit banget tapi fake-nya walaupun pakai Indomie tetap aja masuk damage-nya bro. Nice. Tuh. Tiga round lagi. Ada flag gaming bro. Aduh, mau pakai apa ini guys? Titan 2 biji kah? Marah badan. Eventku nggak ada item. Yorik 2. Soalnya naik 9, siap. Lalala, 3 orang udah tusun guys. Aku memilih kamu. Incer Ezrealnya bro. Sonya, oke, Sonyanya nyala. Anjir. Ya ampun, nggak tusuk bro. Takut amat bang. Ditandain nih anjing. Mainnya begitu pada anjing. Sampai ditandain. Sampai ditandain, bro. Abu 3. Tuh, kanan aja tetep ya. Zonanya belum nyala, aman. Oke, nyala zonanya. Apa lu Riven? Kerupuk lu anjing. Ambil-ambilin penta gua lu. Asu. Emosi gua guys. Kali 1, 2, 2 biji dia ya. Tahan aja guys. Kartusnya B2.
Burn all deceivers.
Let's dance.
Ingat jetnya EON. Tukuran doang, bro. Bunuh. Ah, biar imun loh. Aduh, baru ku bintang 2-in guys. Buang lagi anjir. Sorry ya. Sorry ya. Sorry. Jepret. Ngehil sendirian anjir. Jepret. Goodbye bang. Pulang dek. Woi, dapat emo dia. Waduh, mati Vigoku. Wah, anjir, 4 emo sakit, bro. Wuhui. Soalnya save the day. Keluar mulu sih kampret. Kartus emo, kartus Indomie. Kartus ini bukan Indomie. Kartus zonnya. Ah, mati mulu Vigoku anjing. Nama X. Oh iya, nama X dia. Nama X 4 emo ya. Oh 3 4 guys. Alhamdulillah. Ah, B2 kalinya kan anjir. Kalah nih gua, guys. Kalah kan? Hilang dulu pasti. Soalnya aduh. Kamu bangke. Aduh. Wah, Vigo store nyawa doang anjing. Mau menang, Dek. Mau menang, Dek. Mau menang, Dek. GG. Hancur hati ini. Ngopi dulu, Dek. ada Robby menang. Soalnya kalau tadi Yoriknya di belakang, dia jalan dulu ya. Belum nge-skill udah kena hit, bro. Walaupun dia pakai Quicksilver kan. Coba kan nggak ada EON kan. La 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 la. Tricos champion. Wih, dua bocil anjir. Alhamdulillah. Ku awali hariku dengan mendoakanmu agar kau selalu sehat dan bahagia di sana. Sebelum kau meninggalkanku lebih jauh, sebelum kau melupakanku lebih jauh. Tiga. Dulu.
Music brings us to life. That's what fighting is.
Disco. Crow diver. Country ya. Kata reroll kah adik-adik? Enggak. Gue jadi enggak gitu. Kata reroll lainnya country ya sih. Lah buat early aja ya. Buat early aja. Wih, Poppy guys, pagi-pagi guys. Turut turut. Sebenarnya sama aja sih efeknya kan. Even dia pakai apa namanya HL country sama HL crow diver kan efeknya sama, cuma tambahan sinerginya yang beda. Kalau efek HL ininya sama bro, 150 max heal sama bonusnya deal 25% magic. Crow diver juga sama. Ya dia nggak bisa bersaing. Turururu. Wih, kartus anjir. Tutu guru kucukut. Dapat kartu sama Kayla. Teret bangke. Anjir. Ini doang lu sakit anjir. Urgot ya. Rajanya early bro. Riven-nya masih SD bro. Makan tuh. Udah ada yang Riven banget dia, Riven banget nih. Riven dari lahir anjir. Kartus lagi. Anjir, 2 kali, bro. Pertanda apa ini, guys? Samain penta lagi, bro. Bosen dong, rugi dong. Buset. Nggak ada item defense-nya, cok. Ini itemnya kaile banget ya. Itemnya kaile banget ini. Item kaile banget ini, bro. Country, Guardian, Spell Weaver, Hearthstone. Dapet Riven dong anjir. Oh bukan ya? Kira dapet Riven. Ente kotak. Golden ticket. Ini darahku masih banyak ya. Ini aja nih, guys. Pikir-pikir kayaknya rugi. Dipikir-pikir. Efek 2 biji. Main AD Black saja. Tinggal nyari armor nih. Udah nyari armor aja udah. Dia ada fisikalnya nih. Ada ya. Tetap aja berefek ya. Walaupun Qatar Magic ditambahin item fisikal ada. Fisikal damage-nya ada. Curut. Aduh, mati dulu Qatar tuh. Kok alat ini Kennen anjir. Ganti Kaisa apa ya? Kayaknya ini bisa. Lumayan 2 round ya. Nahan dulu. Duplikat dia. Big shotnya nggak ada. Pro diver dah. Tambahin 1 lagi dah tuh. Revenge banget nih, revenge dari lahir bro. Iya. Anjir, pakai cara nge-lag segala kambing. Action. Enggak kuat. Guardian. Wah, bangke, bro. Penyakit banget, bang. Yang gini-gini tuh penyakit banget loh, guys. ada penta. Israel woi. Tahu gua slowing ya. Dicari nggak nemu, nggak dicari nongol iya. Jadi bubur dulu. Jadinya kalau transisi nggak nemu begini. Jadi debu. Penta. Udah seadanya lah guys, yang penting kok sempat lah ya. Jembrut. Udah di 8 dulu, udah guys. Kurang apa coba? Paling bagus itu Z, kalau enggak Israel. Kalau butuhnya carry ya. Ya di sini seadanya lah ya. Dapatnya apa? Jangan kartus juga kali. Ya Allah kurang guys duitnya. Ya anjing kurangan duit anjir. Wah, saya aja tinggal jalan doang, cembrut. Ah. Ingin ku berteriak. Siapa ini? Buat breaker. Tiga Atrax jet iya. Untung revanya belum B3 tuh sekurang. Motor di revanya nih. Revanya mati dulu tuh. Ah, untung mati dulu ya. Apa ini bro? Ah, udah mati dulu anjing. Ya Allah, sisa satu bro, last stand manual bro. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Habis satu ya 8 lah bro. Anjir lah, mau disuruh main penta guys tadi guys ya. Kode alamnya udah penta. Kartusnya keluar mulu anjir. Gak mau gua dimain penta mulu bro. Kathleen the Bow. Bisa nggak dapet Ezreal lu ya? Ke-8 dulu padahal gua guys. Wah 66 jembut. Dapatnya 40 doang tadi di satu anjir. Ya nggak tahu guys kalau nggak dikasih Ezreal guys. Kita cuma bisa menyesal ya. Tapi menyesal itu nggak bisa memperbaiki apa yang sebelumnya terjadi gitu bro. Itulah namanya hukum semestaan gitu guys. Itu namanya hukum kesemestaan ya. Kalau kita tahu apa yang terjadi dan yang terjadi itu buruk buat diri kita, semua orang akan menjadi orang yang beruntung gitu guys. Masalahnya manusia memiliki keterbatasan, tidak bisa melihat apa yang akan terjadi gitu guys. Menyesal datang terakhir. Itemnya kaile banget sih tadi ya. Tadi antara golden ticket, kalau golden ticket reroll bawah guys. Tadi di satu aja dapat berapa tuh anjir? 40 doang ya. RRQ kalah nih sama brand. Anjir 21 ya. Wah, ente. Hukum MK tembus 200k view tadi. Kalah RRQ. Nggak ada lower bracket ya itu ya. Wow. Anjir. Halo men, halo Norison. Wow. Ambil aja dah, peduli ntar. Bruiser. Tuhan kirimkanlah aku olap 3 biji lagi. Nobar udah selesai, udah kelar itu. 6 game kan. Besok 6 game lagi. Hari ketiganya baru final. Ya. Ya. Olaf AL cuma kuat sampai mid game doang. Sampai mid game ya tergantung. Sampai late game juga bisa sih sebenarnya. Tinggal tergantung trade-nya sama itemnya sama posisi sama komposisi sama semuanya dia. Mulai ngeri pembahasannya. Ngeri apa tuh? La la la. La 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 la. P3 nih. Udah ada gambaran mau kemana guys? Ya itu dia. Kita akan ke sana. Iya kenceng banget itunya. Ya ampun pecah bro. Gas pinang tigain. Males. Sekatel padel. Mau ke disco, kok tai. Ya nggak bisa masukin lagi, tolol. Tapi bisa bro. Top ini guys. 26 juga anjing. Augment apakah? Darahnya nambah ya 2300 guys, main guys. Ngide dah kagak, bro. Strategi nih, bro. Lu tahu kan kalau habis 8 berapa, guys? Kan tadi 8 tuh. Habis 8 berapa tahu kan? Anjir, air murdu. Olap nih, bos. Apa itu Kayla geli doang? Kayla geli. Habis 8. Blok. Biasanya 8 terus, Bang. Kok gitu, bro? Jangan panggil aku anak kecil, Paman. Jangan panggil aku anak kecil, Paman. Ada itu ya. Bang, ikut TFT Nusantara, ikut. Waktunya cari Ripin. Yang bener lah, bro. Aduh. Hancur nih kun. Niko HL. Dengar-dengar round 1 BO1. Iya, BO1. Sabar, guys. Sabar ya. Bim salah bim jadi apa? Prok prok prok. Sabar ya. Emang gitu kok cari Ripin kok ya. Kalau nggak juara terus ngapain? Ya udah gugur. Aman aja. Kalau nggak juara 1 ya gugur, bro. Antisipasi kalau nggak dapet tripin ya. Adanya Yono, pakai Yono dah. Ambing, sel gua guys. Gila. Aduh, ada Yono nih. Crow diver. Orang gila. Nah, akhirnya, bro. Ntar, guys. Kurang berapa, guys? Oh, ada yang nabrakin bajingan. Pantesan ya gak keluar anjir. Wah, ini sih jadi sengketa ini, guys. Kurang dua. Tadi Yono, Bang. Kurang dua. Satu lagi. Bang, satu lagi, Bang. Satu lagi, Bang. Satu lagi, Bang. Bang, ripin, Bang. Biji, Bang. Kasih gua ripin, Bang. Biji, Bang. Anjir, pas banget. Tinggal 10 dia. Oh, dia udah bintang 3. Wah, kocak. Diduplikatin, asu. Ah, mamam lu ya. Mamam lu. Si bangsat diduplikatin, guys. Ini dulu. Revenge berapa? 17. Mamam lu. Kayaknya gini dulu dah. Dua gareng not bad. Tunggu ambil prismatik ya. Alhamdulillah. Buang semua puisi antara kita berdua. Darahnya jadi 3.000, ini 1.000. Kail morde kurang 2 dia. Naik 8 bisa nyalain penta, bisa. Ya, aku ngutamain twin terror dulu ya daripada penta, bro. Wah, alot ini speed piece-nya radian anjir. Headshotin. Reroll. Ya, belum bintang 3 ya, kocak ya, tabrakin lu ya anjir. Oh, bukan. Aduh, gua yang ente nih, jauh banget sama Cina. Kita Caitlyn ya. Caitlyn, aduh ente bro. Udah di kanan tadi aja. Sekarang kurang 2, iya. Menang dia guys. Aduh, pompong ini. Tor. Nyalin penta dulu ya, no impact anjir. Anjir kalah bro. Caitlyn-nya 2 min. Iya belum dapet. Aduh. Aduh, satu lagi reng, gareng. Ya ente bro. Inilah saat terakhirku melihat kamu. Combo apa ini, bro? Musik. Tur. Reng. Gareng. Morde 2, morde 3. Combo event to win terror. Oh iya, tebel banget ini statistiknya anjir. 40% anjir. %, less damage, bro. Buset. Radian ya emang ya. Item tidak bisa membohongi, guys. Perlu GS. Morde immortal. Lah.
Burn all deceivers.
Nggak ngaruh Gareng bintang 3 anjir. Capek.
All deceivers.
Capek bro. Beribu. Radian bro. Aduh kurang maju anjir. Belum B3 tuh. Mamamu. Yang atas malah itunya guys. Defense-nya di revenge lu anjir. Garingnya nggak guna. Quicksilver, Giant Slayer lah ya. Morello. GS apa? Giant Slayer. Oh iya, ngepress banget. Anjing. C3. Ah, C3. Mana C3? Oh iya, anjir. Sesama Riven tusun. Udah kalah dulu sama pangnya, bro. Mordenya udah kalah itu. Untung gak ketemu Zed ya. Jadi nggak kena karma, bro. Kalau ketemu Z kan jadi kayak kena karma gua. Karma lubang gitu. Ntar gua pelan-pelan ya mau nge-add ini, bro. Mau nge-add yang apa namanya? Nusantara. Tadi yang udah si Torson ya. Caranya nge-add gimana sih? Nih gua di-clean dulu. Oh ini. Aduh, hashtagnya gimana, guys? Aduh, dicopos nggak bisa anjir. Ntar bro, biar beres besok jadi bangun-bangun nggak gugup gua. Bentar. Plottingan grup. Nah, kayak gini kan gampang, cok. Kira kepotong juga, coy. Sembilan ya. Salin. Nggak bisa copas anjing. Kalau di keyboard pagar apa sih, guys? Kok keyboardku nggak ada pagarnya ya? Nih, di atas 3 kayak gini anjir. Copas aja. Pakai pagar. Iya, pagarnya pakai apa kalau di keyboard, guys? Nggak bisa dicopas. Ini nggak bisa dicopas nih. Nggak bisa, bro. Shift 3. Bukan, di keyboardku bukan itu keluarnya. Nih, shift 3 nih kayak gini nih. Tuh. Kayak gini keluarnya nih. Anjir apa sih ya? Dulu ketemu dulu. Cuma lupa lagi. Ini bukan. Ini bukan. Ini bukan. Keyboard apa? Cybrok. Keyboardnya Cybrok, bro. Shift 1 sampai 0. Nih kayak gini tuh. Nih. Tuh, shift 1 sampai 0 tuh. Tuh. Tapi di mana-mana shift 3 itu pagar. Ya punyaku bukan kayak gini anjir. Ya di sininya pagar, bro. Tapi keluarnya begitu. Ntar googling dulu dah. Keyboard tes. Mana pagar anjir? Ibu tesnya malah begini anjir. Nggak jadi. Kenapa jadi jual anjir? Oh iya, keyboard virtual gimana? Pivot sesat. Apa sih ya pagar guys, anjing lah. Di gamenya nggak bisa pakai copas lagi, jir. Di sini bener ini pagar nih 3 anjir. Nggak bisa dicopas bang, gamenya nggak bisa dicopas bang. Di gamenya nggak bisa dicopas adik-adik. Kalau bisa dicopas sudah dari tadi. Nggak bisa dicopas. Nih, di klik kanan nggak bisa. Caranya nggak bisa dicopas di sininya. Kalau bisa udah dari tadi. Satu orang udah add kamu, udah satu orang baru. Control V. Oh iya tuh. Udah. Diklik kanan kok nggak bisa ya? Tuh. Ntar, siada. Tuh, buru ketutup tadi anjir. Bentar bro. Oh ini masih ada ya? Yang di ini nih ya. Salin. Requestion. Lagi ini udah, yang ini udah. Nah. Ini udah. Ini udah. Ntar gua foto dulu guys. Edan. Ya. Tinggal ku kirim di salah. Oh iya bener. Tinggal ACC room 9. Gas lagi, bro. Kalau udah temenan satu orang aman, tinggal join room. Iya sih. Cuma kan orang kan beda-beda ya. Kadang ada yang gampang, kadang ada yang kayak bangke gitu loh guys. Malesnya yang kayak bangke, yang ribet gitu loh. Simpelnya sih masternya aja ya, yang paling atas aja gitu, yang di add gitu loh guys. Wih, ketemu Kenbo. Wish, 3 orang pakai leasing bro. Aku memang ada DM plusnya dikit. Iya sih, 2 biji nih. 40 lah paling gede 40. Pro diver. Senti. Minimal 2 gold. Minimal 2 gold, Bang. Aduh, spoilnya. Scam. Ah, satu lagi. Ya. Scam. Pro diver masih bagus masih. Spoil of war. Aduh, gatel guys. Gatel. Spoil of war sih gacor kalau chance-nya lagi keluar terus. Turgut ini pakai item ya. Ada gajah di balik batu, gajahnya hilang, udangnya datang. Neko. Pentakill. Cruiser Gragas. No. Anjir dapat kail. Temu gak tuh? Kyle tanpa Guinzo hanyalah peringisan. Hanyalah peringisan, bro. Rapid through damage.
My fans are the reason I sing. That's about the human snores.
Ininya belum masuk aja. Cena 3 enggak sih? Aduh, itemnya begini, bro. Win streakin aja dah. Ih, nyamuk aja. Urgotnya buang ya. Aduh, iya high roll banget nih senanya anjir. Jadi berpikir 2 kali gue, guys. Aduh, enggak lah. Punya PHP, guys. Turu, turu, turu. panen bro. Quicksilver. Penta. La 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 li, la 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 naif diri yang berada tak jadikan pelajaran. Mana golnya sepoil. Balik lagi 50 kan. Ini kalau sampai nggak dapet Ezreal lagi sih nggak ngerti gua guys. Kalau sampai nggak dapet Ezreal lagi sih nggak ngerti ya. Delapan. Aduh. Apaan pit anjir. Nah, gitu loh Bambang. Itu baru namanya keren. Itu baru namanya keren. Martir. Oke. Aduh, ente nih guys. Tuh kayak tahu depanku. Ih, sekarat. Ya. Bang, kayak kena katar anjing. Tujuh enam. Terlalu nabung gak ini? Oke. Tinggal depannya ini. Udah snowball begini harusnya kalah pun kalah tipis gitu. Tahu aja loh ngambil itu loh guys. Enam 68. Adaptif Butister. Rata bro. Nih lurus nih, lurus. Kali lagi ya. kill. Serosot. Sandung sekali tadi ya. Wih, signya keluar mulu, bro. Ini baru ada flag stabil di awal. Iya, mainnya win streak. Kalau mainnya low streak beda lagi. Tambahan spoil ya. Dead blade dulu bagus ya. Sig in outrace. Aduh, depannya kurang, bro. Kalau zignya masuk, depannya masih kurang gak sih? Augment ada bagus. Mati semua sama Qatar sih nggak lucu ya. Big shot kah guys? Dapat big shot lagi ya. Serius kuat begini nih? Kayak gini kuat, bro. Bisa Jazz diambil. Oh iya lupa, aduh punya itu ya, kurang muncul bro. Patah aja sih cukup, iya sih. Kasih buffnya set dia lupa. Oh begini aja. Tinggal liloi B2. Tar takutnya ada yang B3 tuh, tiba-tiba set B3 kan, beringis gua. Nabung 10 anjir, 10. Janganlah bro, press aja tuh. Tinggal 22 anjir. Nabung 10 ngapain? Setnya depan. Ila. La. Ilaunya gitu. Tres pajangan, nah. Nanti gue pakai bro. Tadi dulu. Akan kalah anjir. Boleh kalah. La. Oi, pindah anjing. Aduh, ente dong sama Z-nya. Oke, tinggal play gue. Anjir siknya. Anjir. Tahu lu, bro. Duh, dicicil sampai lunas anjir. Dicicil sampai lunas, guys. Dia 4 chest ya? Oh iya 4 chest dia tuh. Empat chest ya. Sabar. Sabar. Tuh rapid ya, anjing banget dah. Mana blue buff-nya, Bang? Untuk nggak kuat ya. Just 3. La 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 la. Wah, kakak. Yakin mau menang, bro? Yakin kalah, bro? Sebelumnya kalah kenapa ya? Padahal AP-nya ininya 2 loh, Luciannya loh guys. Kalah kenapa coba? Pas Lucian 2 biji kok kalah? Kenapa coba? Padahal aku cuma masukin Miss Fortune ganti Lucian B2-nya. Jazzmu cuma masa gara-gara jazz doang. Tapi tadi kalau aku nggak buang Lucian, Yoriku nggak B2 guys. Satu 831 habis ini 8 siap. la la la. Sena, Sena, Sena. Aduh, metal hit. Kenapa metalhead selalu membayangi? Ntar ada yang pakai nggak bro, metalhead bro? Nggak ada ya, aman sih. Ini kalau main ini ya harus skill ya. Bismillah. Welcome to Penta Gaming. Tetes air mata. Kalah lagi. Minimal bunuh satu lah ya. Anjir lah. Jadi supplier gold anjir. Pengen lagi. Apa nih? Kaila terus? Udah dapet Kaila gitu. Terus? Gua nggak boleh kayak pakai Kaila gitu. Kalau lu udah dapet Kaila, gua nggak boleh pakai Kaila. Kalah aja bang, ada spatula nih bang. Bang kalah aja bang. Dari dokter tolong apa sih? Anaknya penta banget. Iya, gua main penta dari balita, bro. Gua main pentakill dari balita, bro. Fans penta garis keras gua. Oke, buy one sini. Oke, sini. Absen bro. Absen aja bro. Udah, gak usah belaga. Absen aja, absen. Absen bang, sini bang. Nah kan, absen. Gitu doang. Kayaknya nggak butuh dah. Gandret. Telat anjing. Ayo pentingin teres ya. YPT, teres, YPT. Gila laris manis kayak lo bro. Augmentnya metal hit, mainnya KDA nggak apa-apa ya. Kabupaten yang pakai kaila sekabupaten anjir. Yang mendarat daging. Bukan mendarat daging lagi bro. Mendarat tenggorokan. Bang, kasih code bang. 3 biji aja bang, kasih code bang. Wih, kode laser tiba-tiba. Kode laser tiba-tiba bro. Harus turun. Aku sangat-sangat menginginkanmu. Tapi kini ku sadar di antara kalian. Kalau mau di absen jing, mau di absen lu, mau di absen ngomong, mau absen ngomong. Apaan? Prismatis juga ya. Normatif. Gede lagi nggak itu teror guys. Red buff Winzo. Diamond hand and two random component. Augment paling jelek tuh ya. Tahu. Dapatnya apa sih? Lumayan loh. Diamond hand anjir. Diamond hand bro. Ini diamond hand ya. Emang jelek guys diamond hand guys. Tapi dapat komponen 2. Lumayan kan. Oh gitu twin terror aja tadi ya. Tahu gitu. Kumat tahu gitunya gitu. Ke kampung main kayak dari reroll iya anjir. Tahu kan. Kabupaten aja harus kampung lagi bro. Dua belas nyari HR mode ente juga di situ. Brodul banget Kaila itu 3 biji. Benar 3 biji anjir. Pusing gua. Efeknya apa sih ini? Apa ya? Invulnerable apa tuh? Oi, 8 bit. Bangke emang coy. Ih, kesel banget gua. Cuk, all in dulu cuk. Ya Allah, penyakit banget ya. Anjir, blue buff-nya banyak amat, guys. Kuren aja udah lagi. Pusing gua. Tebal. Ente. Habis satu lapar dia. Skornya 38 anjing. Bolak-balik aja terus. Guys, udah jam 3 lah ya. Udah dulu lah. Capek banget gua. Lanjut besok ya. Thank you semuanya udah nonton. Terima kasih. Insya Allah besok aku kontenin ya. Kalau juara 1. Kalau nggak ada konten berarti nggak juara 1, guys. Thank you. Selamat beristirahat. Bye bye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Anjir, gua live udah berapa jam, bro? Live ku udah berapa jam, guys? Anjir, 8 jam. Gila, 8 jam, bro.